Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good early morning, fuckers. It is 8:38, Friday, July 28th. I just woke up and I see that we are live in the courtroom. So I'm going to get you guys rolling on that. I'm going to go take care of myself, get some coffee, but I did not want you guys to miss a moment. Let's go over to our boob tube, guys. Woo, that's much better. Jay's a little bit small. Summer is still sleeping. See this? Lazy AF. Good morning. Good morning. Angie B, we missed you yesterday. We missed you so much yesterday. Let's get this up on the screen for you fuckers, and let's get this rolling. Hopefully it won't be as bad as yesterday. I think today might be victims. Schmicky! Marie Arnold and Punani! Oh no, Punani, I'm so sorry. I've been there. I have been there. My heart goes out to you. My eyes are all blurry. I need coffee bad. All right, you guys. Live in the courtroom so you don't miss one hot moment. I'm going to go get myself alive, and I will return momentarily. I will just go ahead and leave this here. Oh, you need Summer will give you lots of hugs. Lots of hugs. Good morning, Anna. Hey, Banjo, hello. All of my love. Oh, there's the attorneys. Is that Ethan's granny? Is Granny testifying? Oh, shit. Granny might testify on his behalf. All right, I'm going to shut the fuck up now. Yeah, I know what I know. And just keep reminding yourself that you're doing what's best for him or her. All you can do. That's what we're there for. Bless your heart, Punan. Angie, were you sick? Like me? Okay, I'm turning off my camera and I will be back. You guys keep an eye on the courtroom. Make sure nobody gets out of line. Let Summer Lou know if they do. Good morning, all the newcomers coming in. Just as a reminder, we have our super chat goal. If we reach it, we're gonna spin the wheel and do a merch giveaway. Good morning, Miss Carrie. Good morning, Prude Home. Donna. What? Wheeler. Oh, and it's Friday, so happy Friday. It's the what Wheeler weekend. Aegis Samantha. I am exhausted. All right, BRB. Okay, I just want to make sure you had it for today. Summer breeze. I had to do it. Makes me feel fine. Good morning, Summer.
Hi, Jennifer.
bunch of lawyers.
Good morning, everyone. We have not begun yet. It is still early. We are still waiting for the crumb to be brought in, which looks like it's about to happen right now. This is your ASMR. Jingle jangle. You get one arm, son. One arm. That's it.
All rise. Fulton County Circuit Court is now in session with the Honorable Kwame Rowe presiding.
Stand up! Thank you. Good morning. You may all be seated.
Here we go, guys. Thank God I was on time this morning. Can I get a whoop whoop? Hi, John Gone. John Gone girl. Thanks for joining our group.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506 FC.
Thank you. Good morning, counsel. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald, on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keith, on behalf of the people.
David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Amy Hack on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. You all may be seated. With that being said, we're going to continue the Miller hearing this morning. Before we get started, are there any preliminary issues that we need to address?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, there are some
Your Honor,
issues.
at this time, understanding your previous ruling and protecting the record, we're moving to strike the testimony of Ms. Darnell. We're also renewing our motion to exclude the testimony of the students in this case. At this point, we are at a
Denied.
Miller hearing. We are post-adjudication of guilt or innocence. At a Miller hearing, the focus is on Mr. Crumbley and 5 factors: his chronological age and the hallmark features of that age, his family and home environment, the circumstances of the homicide offense, and the effect of familial and peer pressures. And in reviewing the case law, what that means, Your Honor, is this a solo offender situation? Is it a multiple offender situation? If it's a multiple offender situation, what role did this particular defendant have in that? Obviously, that's not the case in this particular instance. But the other part of that is what effect on this event did Mr. Crumbley's adult, familial, and peers have on this event? The incompetence associated with his youth and the possibility of rehabilitation. Yesterday, the testimony from Ms. Darnell got into things like how that she communicated with her family, whether she had any regrets about how she communicated with her family, how she was feeling, and things of that nature, which is clearly inappropriate for a Miller hearing. It is appropriate, and our legislature has provided in 769.25 subparagraph 8 that testimony, that information is appropriate for the sentencing. We are not here at this point for sentencing. That's a future event. And absolutely all of that testimony and the testimony of the students is relevant at that, for that victim impact. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we all have a job to do. We tailored our questions to what information, if any, they had, these students and Ms. Darnell and any other school-related person has relative to these 5 factors. Some of those questions are going to be answered no. Unfortunately, some of those questions are going to evoke some emotion, and that's the nature of this case. But
Why strike it then?
setting all of that aside, if the testimony is not directed to those 5 factors, it is not appropriate to be presented in this hearing and is inadmissible. And for those reasons, we'd ask that her testimony be stricken. She can absolutely come in at sentencing and make all of those comments, as well as the students.
Thank you, Ms. Hawes. People, your response.
Your Honor, both myself and my office are well aware of what a Miller hearing is. We conduct them frequently. We accept our higher standard, and we accept and believe we should follow the law. Part of the Miller hearing, we know from Taylor now, is not just about the 5 factors. It comes under the umbrella of it has to be proportional. The defendant in this case and how he committed this crime and the circumstances around it are highly relevant. The defendant himself expressly wanted to inflict pain and suffering on his victims. And so the testimony is squarely part of this case, and it is absolutely appropriate. I want to say a few things about what happened yesterday. First of all, this is not a jury trial. Your Honor is the trier of fact. And if there is evidence elicited about somebody's suffering or trauma that you don't think expressly relates to a Miller hearing, or whether or not it's part of fashioning an individualized sentence, Your Honor can disregard that and has told us both in his written orders and in chambers just now that that's exactly what you're going to do appropriately. So that's one thing. The second thing is the defendant's actions and what he stated he wanted to do and how he did it are why we are here. The fact that counsel somehow believes that our only obligation and duty here is to just state that he killed 4 kids and injured 7 others is preposterous. He executed students at point blank range. He wrote about how he was going to do it. The circumstances around how he carried out that crime and his behavior and his demeanor and his interactions with these students are at the core, not only of this hearing, but at the core of why I made the decision. I'm the elected, I'm standing here, and there's a reason. Because I believe juveniles should be treated like juveniles. I also believe there are rare exceptions. And this is one, and I believe that, and I will stand by that. But the reason I made that decision, together with my team, is solely based on these horrific details in the way this crime was committed. And so to say that we shouldn't somehow say it, we shouldn't somehow allow people to take the stand and tell the truth is offensive. It's offensive and it's unconscionable. And I want to say one other thing. We understand this isn't a victim impact statement. We understand that. We have told every single person that we've interviewed about testifying, listen, you're not here to talk about how this impacted you going further. Which, by the way, is a really tough thing to do. It's a really tough thing to do, to put somebody on the stand who until this moment didn't even want to be on this campus knowing that the defendant was sitting over there in jail. The sheer presence in the room with him is traumatic. It's a tough thing to then say, don't talk to me about your pain. It's absolutely relevant in the context of the interactions that each of these people had with the shooter. I'm about to call 2 students. They are minors. I will not do that. If the court is going to allow counsel, to stand up and badger repeatedly people who have been through trauma and ask them about facts that they have stated already on the record they don't know. I will say right now,
I agree.
the two students I'm calling, they don't know. They do not know about the defendant's background. They do not know about what the Miller factors are. They don't. I don't discuss the Miller factors with them. They do not come in here with a message of vengeance. They did not sign up to do it. And furthermore, they do not waive their right under the Crime Victim Rights Act to, and I quote, the right to be treated with fairness and respect for their dignity and privacy throughout the criminal justice process. And I don't know what anyone else in this room thinks about yesterday, but you can't call that treating a victim with dignity and respect when she's shaking and she's repeatedly said, I don't know about Miller factors, I don't know about this defendant, and I don't want to. We'll follow the law, and we're going to do the right thing. But I am not putting students on the stand to be re-traumatized for no reason whatsoever. So I would ask that you instruct counsel to act professionally, and when a question is asked about something and a witness says and a victim says, I don't know, to not repeatedly ask and argue.
I love it.
It's not appropriate.
Get them.
And I have stood here, and I have sat there, and I have sat there, and that is not how we should conduct ourselves.
Thank you. With that being said, I'll start with counsel's last statements. As I indicated yesterday, I did continue to sustain the people's objection as Ms. Hopp continued the line of questioning as related to Ms. Darnell, and so I did sustain that objection, as I indicated to counsel several times, to move on from that line of questioning, as that witness had indicated that she had no information as relates personally as it relates to this defendant before the court. She had not met him before. She had not met him in the lunchroom because that line of questioning had come up. And so the court had indicated at that time to counsel, please move on from that line of questioning. And I indicated again that the court is sitting as the trier of fact. This is not a jury trial for both sides. This is a Miller hearing, as both sides have told the court. The court, again, is sitting as the trier of fact, and so I'm able to discern what's relevant to the Miller factors and what's not relevant to the Miller factors. And so I've been listening very closely to the testimony. I've been listening very closely to the arguments of counsel. I've been taking notes, and I've been paying attention to the witnesses on the stand. And so, again, I'm able to sparse out what's relevant to the Miller factors and what's not relevant. So first, as it relates to defendant's motion to strike the testimony of Ms. Darnell, again, I am denying that request. The court will place the appropriate weight on her testimony as it relates to the Miller factors. And again, the court will take the Miller factors, and then I will take the facts of this and figure out which of the facts from this case supports the Miller factors. And so that's the appropriate thing to do, and I've advised counsel multiple times through a written opinion order, as the people pointed out, also in chambers. And so I believe both sides are aware of what this court expects moving forward, and I don't expect any witness to be put on the stand and badgered by either side. And so I expect for all of us to treat everyone that comes into this court with professionalism and dignity, as everyone should be treated in this court. Next, as it relates to the two minors testifying, again, the court does not know what these minors will testify to, and so I cannot exclude testimony that I don't know what the witnesses will testify to. These witnesses may very well add facts that are relevant to the Miller factors, or they may very well add no facts that are relevant to the Miller factors. I don't know, because I don't know what they're going to say. And again, I'm going to listen to them. I'm going to listen to them very closely, as I've done with other witnesses, and those things that support the Miller factors, I will take into consideration. Those things that don't support the Miller factors, again, I'm the trier of fact, and I will exclude those. With that being said, the motion to strike the two additional witnesses is respectfully denied. Again, let's treat each other with respect. Let's get this hearing done today, hopefully, because, again, as I indicated to counsel, I would like this done today instead of going into next Tuesday. So please, let's use our time wisely. Again, the court has made this ruling,
Tuesday,
and I've made this record multiple times, and so I don't expect to have to revisit this issue on either side. And so please abide by the rulings of the court so I don't have to make this ruling again. With that being said, anything else we need to address before the people recall their witness that defense did not have an opportunity to cross-examine.
Now from the people, Judge. Thank you.
Nothing from defense, thank you.
Thank you. People, you may recall your witness. I'm sorry, I'm looking for his name.
It's Detective Edward Rogowski.
Thank you, sir. You may approach the witness stand.
Give them the exhibitties.
You may also be
Exhibit
seated
E.
in the witness box.
EXHIBITY.
Good morning, everyone that's joining. If you could hit that like
And
button.
sir, you are still under oath.
Yes,
Get
sir.
more people
Thank
in
you.
here today.
Defense, your witness.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Here we go.
Can you state your name again for the record?
Edward Wogarowski.
All right. I want to go over some of the things that were found first on Ethan's phone, okay?
Okay.
You were able to look at the internet search history for a few months prior to November 30th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if you can look at Exhibit B,
Okay.
you would agree with me that a website that was visited daily was LiveGore, correct? Or almost daily, I should say.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware the contents of that website are extremely graphic?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's a website that actual footage of crimes, murders, and assaults are posted, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to draw your attention next to Exhibit A,
Okay.
and I want to talk about some of the Google searches that were done by Mr. Crumbley. I'm looking specifically at page 19, November 29th, 21 at 8:48 p.m. So about an hour before he made that video that we were shown yesterday. You would
Okay.
agree with me that he looks up, should you do something that can imprison you?
Yes.
At 8:47, should you do something that scares you?
Yes, he did.
All right, I want to draw your attention to page 183.
1 second, please. Okay.
Specifically, November 24th, 2021 at 11:51 p.m. What happens if you have depression and anxiety? Would you agree with me that's what he typed in?
Yes, ma'am.
That same day at 8:41 p.m., he Googled, what is mental illness?
At 8:40 on the same page?
It's the same date,
Oh, I see. 8:41 p.m.
8:41.
Yes, ma'am.
He also looked up anxiety disorder and what can cause mental illness. That may be it.
Yes, ma'am. I see it.
All right. 187, page 187, we're looking specifically at November 21st, 21 at 10:16 p.m.
Oh, what page, ma'am?
187?
187 is all November 24th.
All right, if you go, I think it's probably just the next page, it's in the same succession. We're looking for November 21st.
Okay.
10:16 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
He's looking up what is the difference between the Army and Army Rangers, correct?
Correct.
He then goes on to look at what age can you join the Army Rangers, what age can you join the Army?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
At 10:10 on that same day, November 21st, he looks up, what if you don't know if you want to be in 10th grade?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
He goes further to look up, can you get arrested for not going to school?
Correct.
At 9:45, he looks up, what are the necessary grades for high school, correct?
Correct.
He goes on further to say what gets you, or to look up, what gets you held back in school?
Correct.
What is the sense of college?
Yes, ma'am. I see it.
What does it mean if you aren't going to college?
Yes, I see it.
Can you get in trouble for not doing homework?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention,
Yes,
I
kids,
believe
you
it's
can.
1,116. We're looking at November 11th of 21. Specifically 12:07 a.m., which is a school night.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
He looks up, am I a sociopath?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
It then appears that he did a test to discover if he was a narcissist.
Which one are you referring to?
It's in that same succession around 12:07 a.m.
I see that, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He looks up, what is a psychopath?
On the same day?
It may be the following page, but it's the same date. It's just in the succession of those searches on that date and time.
Yes, ma'am.
What is a sociopath?
Are you asking me what is a sociopath?
No, I apologize. He also Googles, what is a sociopath?
Correct.
He Googles, what is it called when you want to kill?
Correct.
He Googles, how do you know if you have gone insane?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Earlier in that night, I believe we're looking now at 1124. He Googles, what can hormones do?
Correct.
How to tell your doctor that you have depression?
Correct.
Can a therapist tell the police about a confession?
Correct.
He Googles, can a therapist tell your parents?
Correct.
He looks up, what is OCD?
Correct.
So now we're looking at November 10th at 11:48 p.m. Again, a school night. He looks up, what to do if you have thoughts of hurting people?
Correct.
How to tell your parents that you have depression?
Correct.
And it appears in the couple of pages following, he actually took a test to discover if he had depression.
Check your kids' Google searches, people.
The website would make you believe that, yes, ma'am.
So I want to skip ahead to October 12th. I believe we're looking at 1,975. Again, October 12th, 1:10 in the morning, a school night.
Yes, ma'am.
He Googles, what chemical reaction happens when you go insane?
Correct.
I want to skip to September 9th of 21. I believe now we're at 2,172.
Okay.
At 10:37 a.m., he Googles, will blood come out of a dog when dies from heart failure? Correct?
Correct.
What if a dog convulses and dies?
You searched that? Correct.
Yes. He searched, what causes a dog to die from not breathing?
Correct.
He searches, how to move a large dead dog.
Correct.
He searches, who do you call if your dog dies?
Correct.
I then want to go to September 3rd. I believe we're at 2,185 at 8:01 p.m.
Okay.
He Googles how to be a fighter pilot in the Air Force, correct?
Correct.
How do you join the paratroopers?
Correct.
So I want to move on to a different exhibit. I want to talk about the messages between, if you want to go to Exhibit F.
Okay.
And these are from a cell phone that was reported to be Ethan's, correct?
It appears so by the participants listed at the top, yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me? This is from 2016, correct?
Correct.
And at 10:11, or on 10/11 of 2016 at 10:05 p.m., a school night, the text messages are, Mommy, can I get out of here?
Correct.
He then texts his mom, "I don't want to be alone." Correct?
Correct.
On 10/22 of 2016 at 10:14 p.m., Ethan texts his mom, "I don't like being home for too long." Correct? We're looking at page 14.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
He then texts, "Please no."
Correct.
No 11 o'clock, no later.
Correct.
Just be here at 11 o'clock.
On the next page? Yes,
next
correct.
page. Mommy, can you please be home now?
Correct.
Can you please be home?
Correct.
10:49 p.m. Well, let me back up. There's no responses, correct? During
Correct.
those messages? Okay. I'm going to skip to 10:59, same day. I just don't feel good, that's all. Correct?
Correct.
And at 11 o'clock, we receive what I believe to be a response from the phone number listed as Jennifer's. And the response is, "It's okay, buddy. We're right down the road and the neighbors are watching the house. I'm out with the ski patrol celebrating. It was a big deal today. Please understand." Correct?
Correct.
I want to look at those in the same messages from January 24th of 2017.
What page are you on, ma'am?
It would be page 4.
Okay.
Again, we're looking at text messages sent by Ethan. At 1:05 p.m., "Mommy," correct?
Correct.
No response. At 4:55 p.m., he sends a text saying, "The rest of my tooth is coming out. Please come as quickly as you can." Correct?
Correct.
No response.
Correct.
Moving on to the more recent text messages, page 113. On March 9th of 2021 at 7:50 p.m., Ethan messages, "Can you come home now? There is someone in the house, I think." Correct?
Correct.
Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on. Correct?
Correct.
And I thought it was you, but when I came out, no one was home.
Correct.
There is no one in the house, though. Correct?
Correct.
Dude, my door just slammed.
Correct.
Maybe it's just my paranoia.
Correct.
But when are you going to get home?
Correct.
And there's no response, correct? Not on that day.
Correct.
All right, now skipping to page 131. We're talking about messages from March 20th at 2:34 p.m.
Okay.
Ethan sends a text that says, "I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the shelf." Correct?
Correct.
This stuff only happens when I'm home alone. Correct?
Correct. Correct.
Again, no response.
Correct.
Page 152, there's an incoming text message from Jennifer that says, "Your gun came." Correct?
Correct.
And that's April 21st of 2021?
Correct.
We're going to look at page 202. On 10/11 of 2021, Ethan texts his mom, make sure to get the MP40 on Amazon, correct?
Correct.
And type it exactly like this, MP40. Make sure to add the dash in it. That's how you will find the one for $185. Is that
Correct.
correct? And Jennifer responds, okay. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything to keep Ethan quiet, right? I'll get you whatever
We'll
you
move
want.
ahead to page 214, the bottom of the page. Jennifer texts Ethan, seriously? Question mark. Looking up bullets in school? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
Ethan responds, what? Oh yeah, I already went to the office for that. It was in first hour. All I did was look up a certain caliber at the end of class because I was curious. It was on my phone. Completely harmless. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And at some point, at about 12:13, Jennifer responds, let me back up. Ethan texts his mom previous to that, this is not something I should get in trouble about, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer's response is, you're not. They left me a voicemail. Correct?
Correct.
Following page 217, Jennifer texts, did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?
Correct.
And he responds, no, I didn't show them a pic of my, it says God, but I believe it was supposed to be gun, correct?
It says, no, I did not show them the pic of my God.
My God,
Yeah.
yes. On the following page on 218, Jennifer responds, LOL, I'm not mad. You have to learn not to get caught. Correct?
Correct.
If you could go to Exhibit G.
So you said G?
Exhibit E.
We're looking at the messages, Facebook messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley. That is something you were able to pull off of the phones. Is that correct?
This would have come from a search warrant
Okay.
return.
Understood. So you would agree with me if we're looking at the first page there. Unfortunately, they're not numbered. James messages, I just picked up Ethan, rainy, no snow, LOL, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer responds, is he still being weird and depressed?
Correct.
And James responds, no, correct?
Correct.
And these are, the dates on these are 10/27 of 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to then go just to the next physical page, and we're looking at messages from March 8th of 2021. Jennifer messages James, why isn't he home yet, correct? It's at the
Correct.
bottom of the page.
Correct.
He should be home by now, correct?
Correct.
She then states, freaking out.
Correct.
He responds, he does not get home till 3:16, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer responds, I told you to pick him up because he's upset, and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit, correct?
Correct.
And James' response is, dude, chill, he's fine. I'm just trying to fucking work.
Correct.
She then says, does he have his phone, correct?
Correct.
And James responds, yes, but he won't answer while he's walking. I'll let you know the minute he walks in.
Correct.
And Jennifer's response is, I'm seriously freaking out.
Correct.
The next page, we're looking at messages that were retrieved from March 19th of 2021. Jennifer texts James, Ethan awake, question mark?
Correct.
Response, yeah.
Yes. Correct.
Following page, Jennifer asks, how is he?
Correct.
James responds, he woke up looking like he had way too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache, correct?
Correct.
She responds, well, he was really worked up and out of control. so I can see why.
Correct.
James responds, I apologize. Jennifer then sends another message. All I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, and not complain, and he'll be able to get his stuff back. Correct?
Correct.
Later in the conversation, James messages, he said, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guy's room? LOL.
Correct.
And Jennifer responds, capital letters, OMG.
Correct.
James then messages, I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night.
Correct.
Jennifer says, does he seem better? What? No, melatonin.
Correct.
Jennifer messages, but he hasn't had one before. Should have only gave him half. Correct?
Correct.
James then messages, he is just doing his school, says his head hurts, he took some Tylenol. Correct?
Correct.
Later in the message at the bottom of the page, Jennifer says, does he remember what he did? Correct?
Correct.
Following page, James responds, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I've not talked to him and he's doing school.
Correct.
At 2:06 p.m., so a little bit later, Jennifer then turns to the discussion about the horses. Are we going to the barn, correct?
Correct.
And James responds, was plan on going out after I take Ethan to work, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer asks, how is he doing, correct?
Yes.
Following page, James says, he says he's not feeling well and headache, but he's got to suck it up.
Correct.
Jennifer then says, are you giving him his phone? I don't want him going on not feeling well.
Correct.
And James responds, I will give him his phone. He has to go to work. Can't call out 1.5 hours before a shift. That's shitty.
Correct.
I want to then move to the next page. We're talking about March 29th of 21.
Okay.
In a message that Jennifer sent to James, we're looking at the third line of that larger message at the top of the page. Do you agree with me that she says, Ethan's braces, those need to be handled. They need to come off. I'm not investing any more money in those.
Correct. That's part of the message, yes.
We'll move to the following page. Specifically, towards the bottom of the page, April 29th of 21. Message from Jennifer. I wonder if we can get Ethan's counselor at school to talk to him. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, we're going to skip a little bit ahead. We're looking for, and again, unfortunately, these pages are not numbered in the discovery. Looking for a date of April 29th of 21.
Okay.
Jennifer messages, Ethan home, question mark.
What time is that at?
It's at the very top of the page. Looks like the previous page says the time is 12:52.
Correct. I see it.
Okay. And James responds, yes, I picked him up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jennifer says, how is he?
Correct.
And James responds, seems fine. I left a message for the school counselor earlier. The office person said they were leaving early but would call me back tomorrow, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also examined messages between Ethan and a juvenile that he was in constant communication with. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
have you look at Exhibit H. You would agree with me that from these messages you can tell that these two individuals spoke nearly daily and all day long, correct?
Correct.
Even into the very early morning hours and late evening, correct?
Correct.
All right. So we'll start on page 1522. We're talking about March 3rd, 21, 5:12 a.m. I know they aren't, but I still have extreme paranoia, correct?
Well, I gotta point something out.
Sure.
That it's UTC time on there, which means it's not adjusted for the actual time.
Okay.
So it should be more like 1 in the morning or something like that.
1 in the morning. Okay.
But yes, he says it.
Following page, he then messages, my brain literally makes me see that there is someone standing there when there isn't, correct?
Correct.
Like my arm would move up by itself. That's how bad paranoia I have.
Correct.
We'll move to page 1690. We're looking at messages from March 10th of 2021.
Okay.
Holy shit, there's actually is no one home. The door opened, the light turned on, and I saw and heard someone walk out, but no one is home, correct?
Correct.
He then moves on to say the toilet even flushed.
Correct.
And fucking tank is barking now.
Correct.
I'm not joking, RN, or right now, correct?
Correct.
I'm legit scared.
Correct.
We'll go to page 1697.
Okay.
In the middle of the page, he messages, dude, help. Correct?
Correct.
Following page, dude, there's a ghost in my house. I'm not fucking joking.
Correct.
Page 1702,
Okay.
the bottom of the page, and that's the same day, same time, same discussion thread. I texted my parents, but they haven't responded.
Correct.
All right, let's move to March 17th of 21, which is page 1953.
Okay.
Would you agree with me? Obviously, I know that the time is not accurate like it's stated, but would you agree with me early morning hours?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
One thought that keeps coming back to me is how after school I have no plan in life.
Correct.
I'm most likely going to be homeless.
Correct.
I have no desire to do anything.
Correct.
Following page, it's what keeps me up all night.
Correct.
I want to then draw your attention to page 1959. We're still talking about the same day, same thread.
Okay?
Ethan messages, and that when you're an adult, you can't go back, ever. You're stuck going forward until everything turns black, forever. There won't be anything after life for the rest of existence, correct?
Correct.
Never ever will there be another life. Never ever can you go back to your young life. The end is near and is getting closer every second.
Correct.
I then want to direct your attention to page 2041.
Okay?
We're looking at messages from March 17th. Dude, I keep hearing footsteps, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll move forward to page 2043 in that same text thread. I kind of do hope you can get FN back. I take that to mean fortnight from reading the messages, because I am legit shaking RN right now. And my mom had the audacity to not respond to me. Correct?
Correct.
Something is in the living room again. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 2045, that same text thread. Help me, dude. Oh, fuck, I'm having a heart attack. Correct?
Correct.
Following page. I have to get out of this house. There is shot, I believe it was supposed to be shit, being thrown around. Correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that for the next number of pages, Mr. Crumbley is indicating all of these things that are occurring in the house.
Correct.
We'll jump ahead to page 2051, same text thread. My parents aren't even answering back. Correct? At the top of the page,
Yep.
2051.
Yep. Correct.
I want to jump ahead to page 2386. Specifically a message where the time is listed 3:50 a.m. Obviously, I know that that time is not correct, but we're talking early morning hours, late evening, early morning hours.
Correct.
He sends a message stating, I had a fucking breakdown 2 days ago after work, correct?
Correct.
Now my mom thinks I take drugs, correct?
Correct.
Like she thinks that the reason why I'm so mad and sad all the time is because I take drugs and she doesn't worry about my mental health, correct?
Correct.
Following page. I try to act happy for them because when I'm grumpy then I get my shit taken away and yelled at. And then they make myself look like I'm causing all the misfortune. Correct?
Correct.
Following page. They make me feel like I'm the problem. I fucking lost it in the shower. I had no memory of that night. Correct?
Correct.
Following page. From what my mom said is that I went outside on shorts and talked to myself. LOL. I don't know if that's true. Correct?
Correct.
Following page. Doesn't sound like me, and I don't even remember it. My dad is just mad and sad, and my mom makes everyone feel like a piece of shit. Correct?
Correct.
We'll go to now 2,393. Same text thread. Now we're looking at, it says 3:55, so even later or earlier in the morning. I'm also hallucinating. Sounds crazy, but I am a little bit, correct?
Correct.
Following page, same text thread. Like I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance, correct?
Correct.
Following page, same text thread. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to suck it up.
Correct.
Like it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor.
Correct.
My mom laughed when I told her.
Correct.
We'll then skip to page 2411.
Okay.
Same text thread. This is the first time I have told someone, but in Spanish class before break, I was dozing off, and I could see a girl with short blonde hair standing right next to me and say, "Will you be mad if I wake you up?" Correct?
Correct.
We'll then go to page 2415.
Okay.
I know you probably don't even believe me, like I'm just doing this for attention. Correct?
Correct.
I'm not, man. I need help. I was thinking I calling 911 too, so I could go to the hospital. Correct?
Correct.
Following page, but then my parents would be really pissed.
Correct.
Following page, sometimes I even tell myself that I am, but then like who? Who am I doing this to get their attention? There's no one. Correct?
Correct.
Then on page 2421, the juvenile that he's texting with says, when did all this bad shit start happening? Correct?
Correct.
And Ethan's response is 2 weeks ago. Correct?
Correct.
On page 2429, looks like it's the same text thread. I just want things to go back to normal. It's the only thing that has been going through my head for a month.
Correct.
Following page, I never know when I'm going to hear a voice or see a person standing at the end of the hall in my house. I even see it at work sometimes. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll then move to page 2436. Looks like it's the same text thread.
Okay.
Ethan texts, everyone needs a safe place in their life. I don't feel safe anywhere. Correct?
Correct.
Following page, same text thread. I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again.
Correct.
But this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. I only told them about the people I saw.
Correct.
Page 2440, same text thread. Like I'm mentally and physically dying.
Correct.
You would agree with me from review of these messages in October of 2021, the messages stopped, correct? The
Correct.
responses stopped, I should say.
Yes.
And in reviewing those messages, you did not find any explanation from the juvenile that he was texting as to why there was no more response, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you. I'll be very brief, Judge.
Thank you.
Detective, you weren't in the courtroom yesterday when we put on the record, but we stipulated to all these exhibits. It's part of the record. That's what she read to you. That's what the defendant wrote. So I just want you to understand that.
Okay.
That there's no quarrel there. So you reviewed the entire phone. You reviewed the images, the text messages, the Facebook messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley. And I want to talk to you just a little bit about what else is there. So we hit on a lot. Defense counsel hit on the months of March and April, in the springtime of 2021. So while the defendant was also texting these text messages to his friend, he was also writing about certain themes. And as you review the phone, certain themes appeared. Is that right?
Correct.
These themes were hurting the defenseless,
Correct.
specifically children. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Multiple text messages about the desire to drown children,
Yes.
a desire to kidnap and rape a fellow student,
Yes.
a desire to torture kids.
Yes, sir.
Also, a theme emerged about the need to kill an animal to satisfy an urge. Would that be right?
Correct.
And so we displayed some text messages yesterday. That went from March of 2021 all the way to late June of 2021. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, one of the text messages was, "I need to kill again right now." Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
Now, according to Exhibit 55, that's the People's Exhibit 55, the search items that you testified to regarding the keyword school, at least according to one search of the defendant's phone, at least if you just were to plug in the word school in his Google searches, the defendant was searching about school shootings as early as November the 6th, 2021. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a full 3 weeks before he actually committed the attack on Oxford High School.
Correct.
I have nothing further, Judge.
3 weeks
Thank you.
doesn't
With that
seem
being
like
said,
that
any
long.
reason why this witness should not be excused?
None at all.
No, Judge. Thank you.
I guess
With
once
that
he
being said,
got.
sir, you may step down. You may also leave the courthouse if you wish.
Yes, sir.
All right, this guy's done finally. He's like, yes. I guess after he got the gun was when he got
People,
serious.
You may call your next witness.
Yikes. Get your yikes t-shirt. See, I'm repping today. All right, I think this is going to be the students, guys.
Your Honor, I just want to alert the media that our next witness is in my ear.
Thank you. With that being said, I am asking members of the media, please do not
We can
photograph or
listen.
video record any minors that will be testifying. Please turn your cameras away.
Let's
from
look at the
those
Sperry's.
You can still record their audio, but please do not capture their faces and broadcast.
They're deciding what to
faces.
zoom in on.
Yes, if you could face it down or towards someone else, I would greatly appreciate it.
Don't put it on the parents
Thank you.
again.
Call Heidi Allen.
Thank you. You're going to stand in the witness box. My clerk is going to give you an oath, and then if you could, please affirm that oath if you're going to tell the truth. That being said, if you could, please administer
This
the
is
oath.
going to be tough.
Please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And Heidi, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Thank you. And Heidi, do you understand the difference between telling the truth and a lie?
Yes.
And obviously, if I said I had on a red robe right now, would that be the truth or a lie?
A lie.
Thank you. And on this record today, do you promise to tell the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could, please tell me your full name and then spell your last name for me.
My name is Heidi Allen. A-L-L-E-N.
Thank you. People, your witness, and if you could, you have a very light voice. If you could, please just
Yes.
keep your voice up for me, okay? Thank you. People,
He
your
is so
witness.
kind. I love this judge.
Good morning, Heidi.
Good morning.
I know you can project your voice.
Okay.
So I want you to do that.
I will.
You're 17, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And you're still in high school.
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Oxford High School.
Okay, what grade are you in?
I'm going to be a senior.
Okay. But you're off for the summer right now.
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been going to the Oxford public schools?
Since kindergarten.
Okay, so you live close by, and that's the school you've gone to your whole life.
Yes.
Okay. What grade were you in on November 30th, 2021?
I was in 10th grade.
Okay. And if you can remember, you were a sophomore, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. What was your schedule like? What did you start in the morning, or did it change each day?
I believe it changed each day, but I don't fully remember. I know my schedule for that day.
Okay. Can you tell the court what your schedule was that day?
Yes. So first hour I had language arts, and then I can't remember my second hour.
Okay.
But I know third hour I had chemistry, and then fourth hour I had choir. Wait, I don't actually remember. Oh, I had Chinese fourth hour.
Okay.
And then fifth hour I had math. Sixth hour I had choir, and then seventh hour I had history.
Heidi, when was your lunch?
My lunch was during fourth hour.
Okay. And the way it works is it's sort of in the middle of fourth hour, is that right?
Yes.
Or is it, okay. I'm going to direct your attention over there to that screen.
Yes.
Can you, Mark is going to put the dot where you tell him, but where were you eating lunch?
I was eating lunch in the commons.
Okay. And do you remember about what time lunch ended and you headed to your next class?
So lunch ended and I went to fourth hour. And then fourth hour, I'm not sure what time it ended. I actually don't remember what time it ended.
Okay. Where on the map is your fourth hour?
My fourth hour was 5:16 classroom.
Right there?
Nope. Yes.
Okay. So you can see those numbers up there. That's impressive.
Yes.
Okay. So you ended fourth hour, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do next after fourth hour? Went out during passing time?
Yes.
Okay.
After passing time, I went down the 400 hallway.
Okay.
And then I went down to all the way unto 241 to drop my stuff off.
Okay. About right there?
Yes.
Okay. And you dropped your stuff off. What kind of stuff?
Just my backpack and my phone and probably my coat at the time. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
you
it
were
was
using lockers at the time because
No,
of
we were
COVID,
not
correct?
using lockers. Yes.
Okay. So you drop your things off and you still have some time. So what
Yes.
okay.
So I actually had to use the bathroom in my fourth hour class, but I decided I'll just go before fifth hour.
Okay.
So then I went down from 241, and I could have gone to. I was debating going to the bathroom across from 233, but I ended up going to the bathroom right after 258.
Right up there?
Yes.
Okay. Where the red dot is.
Yes.
All right. And you used the bathroom.
I didn't make it to the bathroom.
Okay. So you're heading down the 200 hallway.
Yes.
Have you turned the corner yet when you noticed something was unusual?
No, I turned the corner and nothing was unusual at that point.
Okay. When did something occur that was...
So it was right around the middle of maybe 256 and 258 when I noticed the shooter came out of the bathroom, but I didn't notice anything was wrong at first until when I heard everything, I heard a gunshot and then I saw what was happening at the same time.
Okay. The defendant, the shooter, when did you first see him?
When he came out of the bathroom.
Okay, and did you know him?
Yes.
Can you describe what he was wearing and what he looked like?
Yes, he was wearing all black and a hat and a black mask and just all black pretty much.
How did you know who it was?
So we weren't friends or anything. I just knew of him. We had gone to school since middle school and he'd always been a classmate, but I think I had only talked to him maybe once or twice.
Okay. So, how would you describe him in class?
He was very quiet.
Okay.
He didn't answer when people talked to him. It was just quiet.
Okay. So you didn't at the time know anything about
No.
him? You weren't friends?
No.
Okay. You never socialized with him?
No, not
I
really.
mean, doing things outside of school?
No, never.
Okay. But you did know his name?
Yes.
All right. And when you looked up and saw him, what did you think?
Well, a million things went through my head at that point, but I knew exactly who it was, but I just couldn't. At the same time, I just thought there's no way that could be him.
Okay. When did you first notice the gun?
The gun? When it first went off. Actually, when he walked out of the bathroom, I noticed, but I didn't really process it until it went off.
Okay, and how did you notice? What did you see?
He had walked. Can you explain?
Was there a gesture or something that?
Yes,
was,
he did a gesture that was up and down with
Okay, can
the
you
gun.
show the court?
Yes, it was like this.
Okay, the record should reflect she's raising her right arm level with her eyesight.
Thank you. So reflected.
And that's when you noticed it was him?
Yes.
Okay, and you just said, I didn't believe it was him.
Yeah. I just
What
thought in
do
a
you
way.
mean when you say that?
Because I just didn't understand how somebody could do something like that. Just anyone, you know?
Okay. You saw the gun?
Yes.
And then what happened?
And then, so it fired off, and for me, it felt that there was a pause, but everything kind of slowed down for me from real time. It was all very slow motion. So I had covered my head, and supposedly, what I remember, I dropped down. And
I want to stop you for just a moment.
Yes.
What was the hallway? What was it like? How many kids were in the hallway at that point, and who was in front of you?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Around? Did you know at the time?
Yes, Phoebe was right in front of me.
Did you know Phoebe?
No, I didn't. No.
Okay. Did you know anyone else in the hallway at that time?
No, actually.
Okay.
Not really. So Phoebe was in front of me, her boyfriend was next to her, and then there was a group of girls across from me, and then it was very quiet. There was no screaming, nothing. It was just the gunshots.
And how many shots?
I don't know. It
And
was a
what
lot.
What did it sound like?
It sounded like a balloon popping or like a locker slamming. It was very loud.
Okay. And you said you dropped down?
Yes.
Okay. Did you drop down because you were hit?
No, I dropped down because that's just what I had. My reaction
That was your
to.
instinct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you dropped down?
I just prayed, and I covered my head because I didn't know if those were my last moments.
Okay. What happened next?
Since it was slowed down for me, what I remember is him running or walking past me, and I just closed my eyes because I thought he was coming up to me.
How did you know he was walking past you?
I don't know. I just could feel it.
Okay.
And then I just closed my eyes, and then eventually I realized he was gone because I opened them to look around, and he was gone.
What did you see, Heidi, when you looked around?
I saw two girls across from me, and then down the hall was another girl,
When you say that you saw them, what were they doing?
just laying there. And then I saw a girl in front of me.
I'm sorry, but you have to keep your voice up just a little bit, okay?
Yes, yeah.
Sorry.
And then there was a girl in front of me who was the only one who was responsive.
So, responsive to what?
Yes, so I asked everybody in the hallway from where I was at if anybody had been hit, and nobody had answered me because they couldn't.
Okay. And one person did?
Yes, but Phoebe answered me.
Okay. At the time, did you know her name?
No, I did not.
All right. What did she say?
She started to cry. I don't exactly remember her exact words, but she just started to cry. So then I had told her that she was going to be okay, and I helped her up. And then I had to figure out where to go. So, but at that point, there had been an announcement made when I was on the ground. And so I had to figure out where to go because all the classrooms had been shut at that point. Thankfully, there was a classroom that was open, and it was...
Can we look up at the
Yes.
map?
258.
So that classroom just happened to be wide open,
Yes.
and no one was in it.
Yes.
Do you know why?
I think the teacher had a prep hour.
Okay. Heidi, you said you saw the defendant lift his arm.
Yes.
You saw the gun. Did you see anybody get shot?
Yes.
Who?
I saw Phoebe get shot, and I saw her boyfriend, and then I saw the group of girls, and then I turned away.
Okay. Do you know how many shots there were?
I have no idea.
Okay. So you see the empty classroom.
Yes.
And then what happens?
I helped her get up, and then I took her into that classroom, and immediately put the safety lock in.
The night lock?
The night lock, yes.
Heidi, how did you know how to install the night lock?
Yes, so we've had drills every year since middle school, and we had a drill the month prior, and a teacher had randomly called on me in class to go put the lock in, and
How
at the
many
time,
people did she call on?
just a few,
Okay.
but I was first it was me, and then she counted down from 10. And I didn't know how to do it. And I couldn't figure it out. And so she came over and she showed me exactly how to do it. So then when that moment came, I knew exactly how to do it.
Do you think you would have known if she hadn't done that?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So is Phoebe standing at this point? Can she walk?
Yeah, she was walking, so I helped her up. And as soon as I put the lock in, I took her to the middle of the room. And
What were you saying to Phoebe? What was one of the first things that you said?
She's going to be okay.
Okay.
I just kept reassuring her that she was going to be okay. I had no idea.
Was she making any kind of noise verbally?
She was crying, and I don't fully remember what she was saying, but I don't know.
Okay, and were you trying to be quiet?
I was trying to stay calm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you get the night lock in, and then what do you do?
I took her to the middle of the room, and then I asked her where she had been shot, or where she had been hit, and she didn't know, but there was just blood everywhere. So.
But what do you mean when you said blood everywhere?
There was just blood on her clothes, and then it was starting to get on me, but we didn't know where it was coming from.
Okay.
Yeah. So then I had asked her where it hurt, and then she said it was in her arm, so I thought maybe it was in her arm, but then she took her shirt off, and it was right on her chest area. And then there was another shot, I believe, on her neck. And so I immediately took her sweater, and I put pressure on it, because that's all I know how to do. I don't know how to handle that stuff, because I just never learned how.
Was she laying down at this point? Or
She was sitting up.
Okay.
So we were sitting on the floor, she was sitting up, and then I started to pray with her because I didn't know what else to do. And
what did you say to her?
I asked her if she knew who God was, and she had said not really. But I said I think I'm supposed to be here right now because there's no other reason that I'm okay. That I'm in this hallway, completely untouched.
Heidi, do you know if you were the only person in the hallway that didn't get shot?
I don't know.
Okay. Everyone around you did? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you're praying with her?
Yes.
And then what do you do?
So after we prayed, I needed to find a phone because mine was still in the classroom. I don't bring my phone with me anywhere. And so then we went all the way to the back where there was a school phone, and she asked to call the police, and I said, I'm sure they're already on their way. I know a million people are already calling them. So then...
Were you hearing any sounds at this point?
There was just some slight gunshots, but at this point, probably not.
Okay.
So then we took out, she pulls her phone out, and then we went to the farthest point from the door we could, so, and the lights were off, and then we had called her mom, and then we had told her mom what happened.
Who was talking to her mom?
Me.
What were you saying?
I said, well, she initially answered the phone, and then she said, Mom, it's me, I've been shot, and then I took the phone and I started talking like she's going to be okay.
What was her mom's reaction? Had she already heard about the...
No, she obviously had a hard time with it.
Okay. What does that mean?
She was panicking.
Okay.
And so she was trying to talk with her, and so I was trying to talk with her as well, just to reassure that she's going to be okay, and just to keep her with me. And so then and then she had to go because she had to call her dad. So then when she hung up the phone, I called my dad. I mean, I tried to call my mom twice first, and then it wasn't working.
It wasn't a number she knew.
No, yeah, exactly. It wasn't a number she knew.
Phone.
Right.
Okay.
And so I called my dad, and my dad answered like immediately, and I had explained to him what happened, what was going on, and then I started to get worked up, and then he said, just keep doing what you're doing, you got to stay calm.
What were you worked up about?
I started to realize what the situation was.
What was the situation?
That there was a school shooting, and I started to get worked up about that.
Did you have any siblings in this school?
I do have a sister that was at the school, but she went to the school, but she had online that hour, so she was not there.
Okay. So you hang up with your dad, and then what do you do?
After that, I believe she called her mom back, and we just kept talking to her until I heard people in the hallway that I assumed to be police.
And Do you know, if you can remember, where you saw the bullet holes in her body?
Yes, it was about right here.
And you're pointing to your
My
left
chest.
chest, like right around where your collarbone is?
Yes.
Okay.
And then on her neck.
Your left,
Lower
left
neck.
side of the neck?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then her mask had blood on it, but I'm not sure if she was shot in her face or not.
Okay. And what's happening to her physically during this time? Is she continuing to bleed? Is she?
Yeah, she was continuing to bleed a lot. So
Was she in pain?
yes. Well, at first she wasn't. She couldn't feel anything, and then it started to, the shock kind of started to wear off, I think. So then she started to cry, and I had taken my sweatshirt off because hers had been soaked. So I took my sweatshirt and I put it on her, and I just kept talking to her to stay with me.
Okay. And was she getting? Did you feel like she was getting to the point where she was going to be unconscious, or was she alert the whole time?
So she had been alert, and then there was times where she would start to zone off, and that's when I really had to just talk with her just to keep her with me. But I don't know.
Okay. Are you continuing to put pressure on her?
Yes,
wounds?
the whole
Okay.
time.
And how long were you in that room, if you know?
I have no idea.
What did it feel like?
It felt like a really long time.
Okay. And what happened so that you could actually get out of the room and get her help?
Yes, so I did end up having to leave her because she was all the way in the back, and at that point she couldn't move anymore. So I had to run back and forth just to see if anybody was coming, and then finally I saw police there.
So where were you? How did you tell someone was coming?
I could hear voices in the hallway. Just
Okay.
it sounded.
Was there a window on that?
There was a window, yes.
Okay.
So
you were looking out?
yes, I kept looking out the window, and then I finally saw police officers.
Were you worried it might be did you know where the shooter was? Did you know if this was still going on?
I knew that it wasn't the shooter. I just knew I just felt that it was one person, and I knew exactly who it was, and he wasn't in that area anymore.
Okay. At one point, did you get somebody to come and help you?
Yes, so I took out the safety lock, and they were helping other people and still running around. So
Hold on a second.
Oh.
You took it out because they told you to, or you took it out because you determined that it was probably safe?
I took it out because I determined it was safe.
Okay.
And I started yelling in the hallway that I needed help. And someone came in and walked in, but they weren't sure what was going on. And
When you say someone, was it someone in law enforcement? Was
yes,
a
it
teacher?
was. I'm not sure.
Do you remember what color uniform he was wearing? Was he wearing uniform?
Yes, he was wearing a uniform.
Okay.
Yes, and it was. Can I say his name? Or
Yes.
no. Okay, Sergeant Hubble. He
Okay.
came in and he didn't fully realize what was going on because he was so focused on making
Trying
sure
to get the
everybody
sh-
right.
right.
And so then I finally yelled and I was like, I need help right now. And so he came over and realized my hand slipped from her wound, and so he realized what was going on.
When you
And so,
hand slipped?
so when I was helping her, he asked her if she could get up, and she said, no, I can't move. And so my hand slipped, and then he saw that, oh my goodness, she's bleeding, like she's been
Because
shot.
there was blood on your hand, is what you're saying.
No, my hand slipped from her wound.
Oh, I
yes.
see. Oh, I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
And so then he helped me move her to a swivel chair.
A swivel chair?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he had left and then came back, and then we had taken her out into the hallway
And Heidi, what did you make sure when she was on that chair when she got in the hallway?
that she wasn't faced the way that everything was being handled.
You did that?
Yes,
Why?
because I didn't want her to see it.
What did that hallway look like?
It was chaos. There was someone trying to be resuscitated, and whoever was helping her was just yelling at her like, "Come on, you get this," and stuff, trying to just get her to respond.
Did you at some point learn who that was? Who was that needed resuscitation?
Yes,
Who was it?
Hannah.
Okay. What
And
else
then,
did you see?
Then Kylie was sitting up, just sitting up against a wall, just zoned out, kind of, just nothing. It just looked like there was nothing there. And then Madison was at the end of the hallway, just by herself.
Did you know the names of those girls before?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see anything that made it seem like they were wounded?
Yes.
What did you see?
Well, by Madison there was blood, just a pool of blood. And then there was just a lot of blood on Hannah and Kylie. And you could see their wounds.
Okay. And you, Phoebe couldn't see this because you turned
No.
her. Okay. And what did you do?
I kept helping her, and we were still on the phone with her mom, and I just told her mom to keep talking with her just to keep her going. And then someone came over to help me, or wasn't really sure if I needed help, but I needed help, and so I was telling this person to help me.
Mm-hmm.
And so eventually she took the phone as I was still putting pressure, and then she held it while I talked with her mom. And the ambulance was just right outside, right outside.
And then at what point could you leave the school?
So they took Phoebe away, and I was still left in there. And at one point, an officer told me just to look at the wall. So I did, and I just looked at the wall.
All right. And how long were you there before you could leave? Your dad came to get you at some point, right?
Yes. I don't know how long it was, but it did feel like a long time.
Okay. Heidi, you've seen the video.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show it again.
Yes.
So that you can identify it. And this starts in the 200 hallway when you turn the corner. Okay.
Yes.
And I don't think the media is filming Heidi or the image, correct? Okay.
And that should continue. You're not to record the video screen when sensitive information is put on the screen. With that being said, again, the court has reviewed this already, and so I will ask counsel to get through it, but you may proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, one of the reasons that we're showing this again is it's very difficult without watching this several times to identify who was who and what was happening because it all happened so fast. So I do want to show the court and point out exactly where Heidi was in relation to the shooter.
And before the video starts, I will note that if there's anyone that does not wish to watch this video, this is the perfect time to step out of the courtroom if you wish. Again, there's a composure room that's outside of the courtroom, and so if you do not wish to watch this, this is the perfect time to step out. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Heidi, let the court know when you appear on this.
I'm on the screen right now.
Okay, and you're behind.
Yes, I'm behind the...
That's you right there?
Yes.
Okay.
Just so I'm clear who you are on this on the screen, are you the person on the left-hand side, further towards the back?
Yes.
Thank you.
The cursor's on it right now, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, you're not moving, but what's happening right now?
I'm asking if anybody's been hit. And then Phoebe was the only one that responded.
And what are you saying to her? You both went in the room?
Yes, what am I saying?
Yes.
I'm asking her, or I'm telling her she's going to be okay. I didn't know the severity of where she had been shot.
You told her a lot. She was going to be okay, correct?
Yes.
Did you know that?
No, I had no idea.
Okay. Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you. With that being said, cross-examination, please keep the court's prior comments in mind.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that being
This
said,
witness be excused?
thank you. Any reason why this witness should not be excused?
None at all.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. You may step down. You may also leave the courthouse. Thank you.
Your Honor, may we briefly approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was outside with my dog. So we're on white noise. Oh, we're back. Here we go.
We're going to go ahead and take about a 10-minute break. Deputies, you may take
They're taking their break.
upstairs. With that being said,
Okay.
the deputies are removing the pen from the courtroom. Everyone, please be seated.
You want me to stand right here?
Absolutely. Thank you. With that being said, we'll take about a 10-minute break. The court stands in recess.
All right.
Stand up!
All right, so we are on a 10-minute break. Let's see where we stand with the poll that I put up. Do you think Ethan Crumbley should get a chance at parole in the future? 84% of you said no way. 15% of you said yes, and that is with 336 votes. 84% of you say no. After hearing what I heard yesterday, I am very, I don't know. I don't think that he can be fixed at this point. I think that he's too far gone. And I hate saying that because I did have sympathy for him until I heard yesterday's videos and such. I mean, his texts reaching out for help to his parents are heartbreaking. But it doesn't mean that you go shoot up your school. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I feel sorry for him that his parents didn't help him. But he also sounded pretty well aware in that video that we listened to. He sounded like he knew what he was doing. He knew why he was doing it. And he knew it was wrong. Because he kept saying, oh, you know, I'm going to do this if, you know, I don't get help. Or he knew. He knew. And it's just too risky. I mean, it's just too risky to let someone like that out. You'll have another Brian Koberger on your hands. Hello, Lexi. Hello, Lisa. Lisa says, I know the Menendez brothers were technically adults, but if they can get parole after everything, if they can't get parole after everything, this kid shouldn't. I think that, how many of you followed the Menendez case and trial? I'm wondering how many of you think that the Menendez brothers would even be convicted if that trial happened now. Because I think with mental health and SA, you know, the sexual abuse, I feel like people would have been way more sympathetic to what their testimony was about their dad and mom. Trefo says, I did as well, but damn, it seemed like he wanted everything to be about him. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let her know. I appreciate it. I touched your stuff.
He also did a narcissistic quiz. I don't think they would get convicted now either. Or they would have got like manslaughter or something. Yeah, they would have been considered victims and they wouldn't have been treated like they were. Mr. Menendez, Jose Menendez, was a bastard. But still, they didn't have the right to kill him. You don't have the right to take someone's life. But I think they would have been perceived as victims, for sure. I want to thank everybody who has subscribed. We are now at 88,953. We are 47 subs away from 89K. Thank you so much. Mr. T, Sharon, Peaky became a member. Ann Mooney subscribed. Blue Smoke, 116. Megan Holly generously gave an Australian super chat. Yes, became a member. Sally M subscribed. Mark, Sam Shroom, Angel, Heather G, TJ, Mary Beth, Dote, Betty Miller, Chevelle Leathers became a member. And I think we're all caught up. Thank you so much, guys. I just think that Ethan will get worse in prison. Prison doesn't help people. Prison does not rehabilitate people. It makes them more evil. They get in there and they're around evil people and they learn evil tricks and it's just an evil life. It's surviving. And then if you let him out after he was already killing baby birds and then he killed 4 humans, no. Madison Cruz means absolutely nothing. I do quizzes all the time on social media platforms. But Madison, did you go shoot up your school and kill 4 people? That's the difference. And it makes him aware. Absolutely, Samantha. Share away. You never have to ask to share our shiz. And he thought about it. He thought about it. He contemplated it. He kind of gave himself outs like, okay, if my mom replies, you know, I'll get help. If you don't get help from your parents and you know that you're not getting help and you need it, go to your fucking school counselor. I don't understand. I just don't understand. You know, I saw somebody say he had no one. That's really not true because he was at school every day. So he had teachers. He had... I have no idea why his friend didn't reach out to an adult, a trusted adult, and share Ethan's messages. I wonder what the friend's text messages say if, and at any point his friend egged him on or discouraged him. Because if that friend, like, God, I just think that my kids would have come to me and said, oh my God, like my friend's texting me this weird shit. and you could have like done something about it. At least at that point, like if that mother could have reached out to Ethan's mother and said, hey, this is what he's texting my son. And then if Jennifer didn't do anything, at least this mother knew about it and could have, you know, pursued it more. Wishful thinking. I mean, hindsight, you know. Yeah, he got his parents' attention, but look what they did to him. They took his money from his bank account, Samantha, and used it for their escape plan. They went and bought burner phones. They went and bought gift cards. They had no intentions of going in and making a statement. So they still didn't care. They took his money, used it for their attorney and their getaway, and then they left him with a public defender all by himself. They're idiots. I said yesterday she's an idiot. Jennifer Crumbley is an idiot. Housing and C says housing for mental patients in Wixom. I used to work there. There's only one in Michigan. Katrina says, I'm surprised he didn't end his own life. Well, the thing is, he said in his manifesto, I don't want to die. He wanted other people to die, but he didn't want to die. That girl matches my pillows. He said, I don't want to die. So hearing him say that he doesn't think he deserves to die, but these kids should die and shouldn't live, that's where my sympathy went. Oh, I know, Franny. His dad's text saying, dude. Dude. Saying dude to his wife. Dude, chill. Ethan's fine. I have no idea what's going on with their footage right now. It's wonky. I'm going to refresh. Let's see. I think the judge said a 10-minute break, so. Whoops. Oh, sorry. Whoops.
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. Whoops.
That's the judge from the Letitia Stout case, by the way. We loved him. Loved him, loved him. Carlin, I love when Jay talks like this. What do you mean? How old are the parents? I think they're like 45-ish, mid-40s. Trefo, a lot of people grow up in way worse homes and environments and do nothing close to this type of BS. Yes. Sold out. It's all over my channel. If you want to check out the quickies at lunchtime, maybe when they take like an hour break, I've got quickies up to give you rundowns of what happened yesterday, and then we also have the full stream. I mean, they're hanging out in bars, they're pub crawling while Ethan's at home. And she's ignoring his texts. Yeah, that's shitty. But there's a lot of shitty parents out there, and they don't all shoot up their fellow students. Just to give you guys, if you're not, I see a lot of you are new to this case. The Crumbley parents, his mom and dad, were charged with 4 counts of manslaughter. We can revisit the parents at lunch. I could show you guys some of the old coverage from last year. Carlin, I love when you're unfiltered and you're like, the mom's an idiot. She is an idiot. And people commented yesterday and they're like, why are you calling her an idiot? She's not an idiot. She is an idiot. She is. What's up, Kim Maple Syrup? Jay, do you do Discord? No, I do not. I've tried a couple times. It's just too much. I have Facebook group and Twitter. I got really salty with Twitter and deleted my account, so now I have like 200 followers. I had like thousands. Just Debbie. I grew up in Romeo, so I grew up right in this area, and actually my niece went to Oxford High School. So yeah, this is really close to home for me. 4 counts of manslaughter, yes. And if you guys want, we can go over the parents at lunchtime. We can revisit the parents' charges and what they did. I have the footage we were live when they were actually doing a manhunt for them. There was a manhunt with the U.S. Marshals in Michigan looking for these motherfuckers. And they were found crouching behind a mattress in a warehouse in downtown Detroit. They're idiots. They're total idiots. And then when they got arrested, they had the audacity to I love you sign language on a Zoom. These people they think that the rules do not apply to them, so they can FDO. This is for the frickin' Crumbley parents. Oh yeah, they're doing everything they can, Anna Pekarsky. They keep delaying the case. Yeah, now they subpoenaed or motion to the Supreme Court. It's like, no. You're not getting off with this. You're going to go to trial. You're going to face it. You guys are jerks. These are jerks. This is what I got to say to them.
C'est la vie, adios, fuck off and die.
Oh, really, 116? Lola's mom. The parents were bar hopping and spending time with their 2 horses. Because Jennifer loves horses. So they had no money, but they had 2 fucking horses, and she'd go there and drink and ride her fucking horse and ignore her kid. Or they'd be pub crawling. They were alcoholics, I think. That's my opinion. Anytime you're out getting shit-faced, ignoring your kid, you got a fucking problem. That's not socialization. That's not going out with your friends and playing, having fun, playing cards, whatever. This is a case of neglect. Neglect.
La, 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 la.
We used to have a soundbite that said, Jennifer loves horses. I want to know if that's Ethan's granny. Who is this woman? Mel Girl. Weren't they both having affairs? Yes. And they both were fucking around, too. Excuse my language, but they're losers. They're jerks. And they had no business having children. There's a reason why Eli Crumbley got the hell out of Dodge and said, I'm going to Florida with my mom because I can't live here with this Jennifer bitch. He wrote about their money problems and parents' unhealthy relationship. Yep. Parents hate each other. They're always screaming. We have no money. But Jennifer loves frickin' horses. I think she did work at the stable in exchange for keeping her horses there. But then she sold them and paid for her lawyer with them. Carlin. I put up a video, too, of Dana Smithers' Ring doorbell footage. You guys want to check that out? I'm telling you, I think Blowberger is involved in that. You can see a person off to the side in that footage. It's scary. I got to get more coffee when they start talking, too. Is that the little witness? Why are they showing her? Is that the girl that was just on the stand? TD, there is no jury. That is the reporters sitting in the jury box. Those are all reporters. What blonde lady, Heidi? Which blonde lady? Yeah, she loved her freaking horses. I need to find that soundbite. Jennifer loves horses. She got jiggy with the, you know what they say. Chevelle Leathers, I am never leaving this channel. I will be kicking and screaming if I'm ever kicked out. You will never be kicked out, Chevelle Leathers. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your membership. Thank you for your comments in chat. And you guys can get your OG mug in the merch store. They are up. This is the OG J is for Justice mug. Here's today. You guys are awesome. Sauce. I want to know who Granny, if that's his granny. Oh, you think she's, Mikey likes it, thinks she's from the youth school program at the jail. Where are his grandparents? Yeah, we definitely will, Donna Wheeler. She said we'll need sounds for their trial, for sure. We don't have a trial date for them yet. They are still in the Supreme Court, but we will get a trial date for them soon because the Supreme Court said, nope, it's going to go forward. You guys are going to stand trial. You guys are going to have to speak for yourselves. You sent pics of yours, Jenny? Okay. Check. I hope you like it. I hope the Streamlabs is quality. I liked the stuff I got from them, so I like it a lot better than that Teespring shit. You guys, that Teespring store, I had to get rid of it. Get this. Get this. I had someone order a beach towel from my Teespring store a couple years ago, and they got it, and it looked like there were pubes all over it. There was little tiny black curly hairs all embedded in the fucking towel. And I was like, no way. They wouldn't send it back. So I never got it straightened out, but Teespring sucks. So check out my new merch store. It is through Streamlabs, and I think it's way better quality. I mean, pubes in a towel. Like, what in the hell happened to that thing? Some of you might remember that, OGs. I got pictures of it sent to my phone. I was like, what? I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Hey, Crazy Acres. Hello, Michelle Battersby. Right. I'm like, where the hell did this come from? Sick. So we've got a better merch store. No pubes. I don't know what country that shit came from, but I don't want to know. Teresa, DNA test for the towel. Yeah, no pubes in the Streamlabs store. You can order with confidence in that. Excuse me. I didn't get anything from you, Jenny. Wow, we have a lot of emails here in this team email. God, I got an email that they have Carly Russell merch that says Justice for Carly out. Jenny, I didn't get anything. She's being charged. Carly's being charged with 2 misdemeanors. She probably won't do any time. Okay, let me check again, Jen. I got it. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. She's using it right now too. I'll show you guys.
All rise.
Stand up! Thank you all may be seated.
I love how he talks. He's very, like, you're not gonna fuck with me. Thank you
Your Honor,
guys for
calling
being
People
here.
versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506-FC.
Thank you. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keast, on behalf of the people.
David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lawson on behalf of the defendant.
Amy Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumbley. Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. You may all be
They're not
seated.
supposed to say his name.
That being said, people, you may call your next witness. And
There's Jenny's mug.
for the media that's in the courtroom, it's my understanding that the next witness is a minor. Please do not, again, record or photograph this individual.
Okay,
Thank
we've
you.
got
With that
another
being said,
student.
Please approach the witness stand.
Your Honor, the people called Keegan Gregory.
Thank
Keegan Gregory is another student. So I'm going to mute.
Mr. Gregory,
Let's
you're
listen.
going to stand in the witness box. You're then going to face my clerk. She's going to swear you in, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
And Mr. Gregory, how old are you?
16.
16?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the difference between telling the truth and a lie?
Yes.
If I said that I had on a pink robe right now, would that be a truth or a lie?
Lie.
Thank you. And you promised to tell the truth on the record this morning?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could, just keep your, I know this is very sensitive, but if you could, please just keep your voice up for me and try to speak like you're speaking to someone at the very back of the courtroom. You can't do any uh-uhs or uh-huns. Everything has to be verbal, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I like
Keep your
this
witness.
judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Keegan.
Good morning.
Okay. How old are you currently?
16.
And where did you end your last school year? Where did you attend?
Oxford High School.
And how long have you been attending Oxford schools?
Since kindergarten.
Okay. We're going to have to get your voice up just a little bit, okay? I know your family's sitting in the courtroom. Pretend like you're talking to them. And were you at Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021?
Yes.
What grade were you in then?
9th.
Ninth? Okay, so you were a freshman, which means you were probably only attending that actual building probably for a few months, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember November 30th, 2021?
Yes.
All right. I want to take you to around 12:30 that day. Do you remember what you were doing?
I was walking with my friends back from lunch.
You just have to speak up just a little bit.
I was walking back from lunch.
Okay. And if you see the map up there, where were you having lunch?
In the Commons?
Okay. Where the red dot is?
Yes.
All right. Keegan, how many friends were you walking with?
I think 2.
And you were on your way to what class? What hour, if you remember?
5th.
Okay. And which way did you go to your class from the Commons? Mark will move the dot when you tell him where you were.
And thank you. To be clear, the individual that's recording this, you are only showing the television. Is that correct?
Showing this? Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear. You may continue.
Down the middle right hallway.
Right there?
Yep.
Okay. And how far did you go? Where did you end up?
I went all the way down, and then down the 400.
And then where did you go?
I started walking to the right with my friends.
Okay.
To the right. And then I split up from them and turned around because my class was the other way.
Okay. And what classroom were you headed towards?
Miss Schwartz.
And where is that on the, do you remember what the number of the classroom is?
245.
Okay, so right about there.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you make it to the classroom?
No.
What did you do?
I stopped to use the bathroom.
Which bathroom? Right there?
That one right there.
Near door 6?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went into the bathroom, was there anything unusual going on in the hallways?
No.
What was going on in the hallways? Passing time?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got into the bathroom, what happened?
I was using the bathroom
Mhm.
and heard shots.
All right. When you heard shots, what did that sound like?
Really loud.
Did you immediately think it was a gun?
No, I didn't believe it at first.
What did you think it was?
I didn't know what to think until I peeked out and saw people running.
You actually opened the door and looked in the hallway,
Yes.
and you saw them running.
Yes.
Did you hear anybody? Were they screaming? Were they yelling? Was anything going on?
Yeah, screaming and yelling.
Okay. And then what did you think?
That it was a gunshots.
Okay. So what did you do, Keegan?
I kind of went back into the bathroom in shock, not
Okay.
wanting to believe it.
And Keegan, I don't know if I asked you this, but how old were you on that day?
15.
Okay. You went back into the bathroom. Was anyone else in the bathroom with you?
Yes.
And you now know that person was who?
Justin Schilling?
Okay. Did you know his name at the time?
No.
All right. Did you see him when you went into the bathroom?
No.
Did you see him when you looked out in the hall and came back?
When I came back in, he was outside of the stall.
And what did he do?
He told me to come in the stall with him.
Okay. Justin's older than you, correct?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him before?
Yes.
Tell the court where you had seen him before.
When I was a freshman going into our day where they would show us around the school.
So just
3
months before?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was one of the seniors that was showing the incoming freshmen around the school and helping guide them.
What do you remember about him?
I remember he sat with me and my friends in this group, and he was giving us Smarties and just laughing and positive.
Okay, so he was one of the seniors that was nice.
Yeah, and helping out.
Okay, but you didn't remember his name?
No.
All right. At the time, you were a few inches shorter, I think, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what's Justin's size?
He was a lot taller than me.
Okay. So he says, come into the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm going to show a picture of that bathroom, but
Okay.
I'm not going to show anything. There's no evidence of somebody being injured. We've cropped it.
Okay.
Is that the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. The record should reflect we've entered this photo, but it contained the spot where Justin was shot. So we cropped that out. Now, Keegan.
I'm sorry, before you move on, for the record, which exhibit number is this?
61.
61.
Thank you.
When you say he said come into the stall, which stall?
The larger handicap one.
Okay, so this one right there?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you do, Keegan?
I went in the stall.
Okay. What happened after that?
I squatted on the toilet.
Why did you do that?
So he couldn't see my feet.
Did Justin tell you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So Justin told you to get on the toilet and just squat down so that your feet weren't visible under the stall.
Yes.
But what about, where did Justin stand?
The post to the left side of the door, where his feet were not showing, he stood behind that.
Okay. So was he facing you, or was his back to you when he was standing there?
I think his back. I think he was facing toward the door.
Okay.
For most of it.
Okay. And what did Justin say to you, if anything?
Nothing for a while. We were on our phones.
Okay. Did you hear anything at this point?
It went quiet
Okay.
for a while.
And Keegan, you just told me you were on your phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that you were doing is texting your family, correct?
Yes.
And you have a group chat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you look up on the screen, is that your family group chat?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the group chat? What was it called then?
The fam.
The fam, okay. All of the writing on the left in caps, that's you?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like me to read that, or do you want to read what you wrote?
You can. Read
Okay.
it.
So I need to see the times. Okay, so at 12:52.
Wow, these texts.
The first text is help, and then gunshots, and then gun, and then I'm hiding in the bathroom, and then oh my God, and then help, and then mom. And by this time, this is all in that first minute, 12:52. Then they're right here. Thank you. Right outside the bathroom. So that's all in the first minute. What were you trying to do
Stay quiet.
with the text messages?
Oh, I was scared. Just trying to communicate to my family.
Okay. And when you said they're right here outside the bathroom, what did you mean?
I heard one single shot right outside the bathroom, extremely loud.
Okay. And what did you think?
I don't know I didn't know what to think of it. Just
Okay.
scared.
And at some point, your dad responds to you, still in the first minute. What does he say? He says, just stay down. We can't come to you, but just stay down, quiet and calm. This is now 12:53, and you write, I'm terrified.
Yeah.
At this point, was it just still you and Justin in the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. At 12:53, Dad says that. Then you say, I'm terrified. At 12:53 again, you say, oh my God. Your dad says, stay down and calm. You're going to be fine. We love you. The next minute, 12:54, Dad says, you there? Anything happening? Has it stopped? Keegan, who is on this text thread? Your mom, your dad, and who else?
My two sisters.
How old were your two sisters on November 30th, 2021?
One was in 8th grade and one was in 7th.
Okay. So it's you, your 7th grade sister, your 8th grade sister, and your mom and your dad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think my little brother on his iPad is in there too, but
Okay.
yeah.
We hopefully safely can say he was not reading these text messages. Okay. At 12:54, you say, someone in here. What were you talk to me about that?
We heard someone walk in.
Okay. Did you What exactly did you hear?
The door open and footsteps.
Did it sound like one person or more than one person?
One.
Okay. Did you look out to see who it was?
No.
Okay. At 12:55, you say he's in the bathroom. You're talking about that person, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your dad says, stay down and don't move, or engage. We love you. And then at 12:56, you say, he saw us. What happened that made you text that?
He kicked the door and it swung open.
Okay. So at that moment, is that the first time you actually saw that individual?
Yes.
And when you say he kicked the door in, how hard did he kick it?
Decent, not super hard, but.
Okay. And what did he do when he kicked the door in?
Just stared at us.
Did he say anything?
I don't remember exactly.
Did you say anything?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Do you remember if Justin said anything?
I'm pretty sure we all stayed quiet.
Okay. And did he stay there with you, or did he eventually leave the stall?
He just stared for a second and then walked out.
So that individual that did that, had you ever seen him before?
No.
You didn't know who he was?
No.
Okay. You text your family, I'm with one other person. Did you mean Justin?
Yes.
He saw us, and we are just standing here. Are you texting that when he's still in the stall? Or
No.
after he leaves?
He walked out.
Okay. And then Dad responds, just stay calm. Is he gone? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yeah, that's yes.
Thank you.
And you respond, no. He's standing here. I see the gun. Oh my God. When did you see the gun?
I first saw it when he kicked the door open.
And where was he holding it?
On his side?
Okay. So he was holding it like this with his arm down?
Yes.
Okay. But you did see it?
Yes.
Did he point it at you?
No.
Okay. Dad says again, okay, stay calm. What bathroom? Where are you exactly? I'll call. That's at 12:59. Now, Keegan, the next time you text your family is 1:01. So by that time, by 12:59, we know you will have been in the bathroom for about 7 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
What happened? What is going on?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm gonna refresh. I don't know if it's me or them.
This was before the shooter kicked open the stall. When we heard the shot close, he told me that when we hear them further away, we're going to run. And he kind of mouthed it and signaled.
Okay. So that was his basically telling you how to escape.
Yes.
Okay. And did you say anything back to Justin?
I said okay. I kind of nodded my head.
Okay. And so after you heard the shooter come in, at some point, was Justin trying to understand if he was still there?
Yes.
When did that occur?
He, after he kicked open the door and he walked back out and he was just in the bathroom.
And at this point, you can't see him, but you know he's still there?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Justin do?
He took out his phone camera and he held his phone down so that at an angle so that I could see if his feet were still there.
Okay, so there's the bathroom. You're crouching on the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
He's standing behind that partition. Where did he put his phone?
I think it was kind of to the left of the pole. Yes.
Right down there? Okay. And he put his camera on so that you could see the image that it was pointing at?
Yes.
And he said to you what?
He kind of mouthed, "Is he still there?"
And what did you say?
I couldn't tell.
Okay, so what did he do?
He kind of bent his head over to see his feet, and then he mouthed to me that he's still there.
Okay. And then what happened?
We just stayed quiet.
How long was it?
I don't know exactly, but it felt like forever.
Okay. And at some point, the shooter came back into the stall, correct?
Yes.
Keegan, both times when you saw him, did he have a gun?
Yes.
Was he nervous? Did he seem nervous?
No.
Did he seem panicked?
No.
Did he seem emotional?
No.
Was he crying?
No.
Were you or Justin aggressive in any way?
No.
Were you trying to defend yourself?
No.
Did you ever put your hands on him?
No.
Did you ever lunge toward him?
No.
How would you describe his demeanor, what he seemed like?
Kind of blank, kind of cold.
Okay. He comes back in the stall, and what does he do, Keegan?
He told me to stay put and for Justin to come out with him.
And what did Justin do?
He went out with him.
Okay. Did the door close at that point?
No.
So the stall's open, the door,
Yes.
and you're still on the toilet crouching?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens next, Keegan?
It was quiet for a second, and then I heard a shot.
And what did that sound like?
It's extremely loud.
At this point, it was 2 or 3 feet away from you?
Yes.
Okay. Keegan, what did you think when that happened?
I kind of didn't know what to think. My mind wasn't really believing that it happened.
Okay. How long before you saw the shooter again?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't long after that shot he came back in.
After he told Justin to leave, did you hear Justin say anything?
I don't remember.
Okay. But Justin did as he asked?
Yes.
He didn't try to struggle or fight?
No.
Okay. At some point he comes back into the stall?
Yes.
And what does he do?
He tells me to come out with him.
And how does he say it to you, or does he motion you?
I think he motioned. I don't remember exactly.
And Keegan, at some point you looked at the shooter and said, "Please."
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I think it was when me and Justin were just waiting in there.
He came in and you said, "Please."
Yes.
What did you mean?
I don't know. I was scared.
Okay. What did he do when he was in the stall? He motioned you out, and where was the gun?
On his side.
Okay. He's holding it down on his side?
Yes.
All right. And Keegan, what did you do after that?
I went out with him.
Okay. And what did he tell you to do anything?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. But to go over, he kind of signaled me to go over by Justin's body.
So let's talk about that. What did you see when you came out of the stall?
Justin's body in a pool of blood.
Was he laying face up or face down?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Do you remember where that blood was in relation to his body?
Around his head.
Okay. And the shooter tells you to do what?
Kind of signals me to go over by him, by his body.
And what did you do?
When he moved the gun away from me, his side kind of, I ran behind his back and out the door.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Because I think when I saw his body, I realized that if I stayed, I was going to die.
Okay. This is all happening between 12:59 and 1:01 when you finally texted your parents, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after you ran? What did you see when you got outside?
I recall seeing another body with someone bent over it.
And where was that on the map, if we can pull that up?
I think it was around a corner just outside of the courtyard, kind of over there.
Okay. Keegan, at some point, did you learn who that was?
Yes.
And who was it?
Tate.
Okay. And what did you do at this point?
I just kept running as fast as I could.
And what were you trying to do?
Make as many turns as I could so that if he was chasing me, I'd lose him.
Okay. And you eventually ended up in the office?
Yes.
And did you see anybody?
Yes.
Who'd you see?
I ran and there was a officer with a gun who kind of guided me to go outside.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And how long were you outside, if you know?
Maybe a minute. It wasn't very long.
Okay. I want to go back to the text thread. So at 1:01, you texted, "I just watched him kill someone. He put me up against the wall, and I ran. I made it to the office." And that's at 1:03. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Above that, is that Mom?
Yes.
Oh my God, Keegan, stay calm. Love you. Okay. Where were you at 1:03?
That was when I made it back to the office.
Okay, because somebody came out and got you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Keegan, I'd like to play the video surveillance of you leaving the bathroom and what happened after. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you, Keegan?
Yes.
And when you
Up
say
at the
that's-
top right?
Thank you.
You're turning into the bathroom right now?
Yes.
Okay, so he has a backpack on and you had like red pajama bottoms?
Yes.
Why did you have pajama bottoms?
I don't know. Comfortable.
So you went into the bathroom. That's you going in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then we cut images out and put together just images of you. Who's that, Keegan?
The shooter.
Okay. And he's going into the bathroom where you and Justin were?
Yes.
Okay. Now this has collapsed the time because we know it was about 8 minutes you were in that bathroom.
Yes.
Do you know who that student was?
No.
Okay. Now this is Kim Potts, who, did you know her at the time?
No.
Okay, she works for the school. She opened the bathroom door. I want to stop here for a second. The bathroom door, if you open it, you would see a wall, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you have to turn another corner to see the photo that we showed you?
Yes.
Okay. Does that make sense, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you, Keegan?
Yes.
Okay. And you're running as fast as you possibly can?
Yes.
And you didn't go the most direct way. Why is that?
To lose him, hopefully.
Did you know if he was behind you or not?
No.
Did you look to see?
No.
Okay. Is that you outside?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you saw when you went outside? What were you?
I don't know.
And that's Mr. Ejak?
Yes.
And he comes and gets to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you go to the office,
Yes.
and that's when you text your family?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you in the office that day?
Hours.
And how did you get home?
The police drove me.
So much later they drove you home?
Yeah.
Okay. Keegan, on that day, you said you didn't know Justin's name.
No.
Okay. And eventually did you learn it?
Yes.
And how did you learn it?
My friend sent me a photo and asked if that was him.
Okay. And you eventually learned that he was killed.
Yes.
And do you remember when you learned that?
A while later, I think my mom told me.
Okay. I've asked you before how you felt during that experience. And you said a lot of different things, but how could you sum up how you were feeling then?
When exactly?
In the bathroom and trying to escape.
Oh, terrified, kind of blank. I remember I wasn't really able to breathe. I was kind of like hyperventilating, like scared.
I'm not going to ask you how you feel now or how long it took before you realized what had happened to you.
Okay.
Safe to say you were in shock for some time, correct?
Yeah, a long time.
Okay. And do you remember the first time you sort of broke down?
I think it was weeks after I saw a post about Justin, and it kind of clicked.
And that day, when did you finally see your parents?
After the cops drove me home, my parents were there waiting for me.
All right. The last thing I'm going to ask you, Keegan, is you have a tattoo on your arm.
Yes.
Can you tell the court what it is?
It's the date in Roman numerals with 4 hearts for the lives lost, and then a red one with a halo for Justin.
And why is the one for Justin red with a halo?
Because I kind of thought of it as if he didn't die in there, then I'd be dead right now.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination. Please keep the court's comments in mind.
Your Honor, we have no questions for Mr. Gregory and no objection to his being excused at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. You may step down.
I think Pinstripes learned her lesson after her shitty
That being
performance
said, we're
yesterday.
going to take about a 10-minute break.
10-minute break again.
With that being said, everyone in the courtroom could please remain seated while the deputies take the defendant back downstairs.
No, he didn't. He was in shock.
Everyone in the
So
courtroom, please remain seated
your
until
brain-
the defendant has exited the courtroom.
I'm going to mute. Your brain protects your body when you witness something like that. So he saw a post about Tate, and that was when he said it hit him that Tate was dead. It took weeks for his brain to come out of that shock phase. And that's my point. People are so cruel to Bethany Funk and Dylan. And I think that people need to hear this because it's cruel what they're doing. And I've had it with people going after surviving roommates when they don't even know what they saw or heard. It's sick. Had it. No one would dare go after this kid. And everyone is going to feel really dumb when and if those 2 girls have to testify and go through what he just went through. A lot of people are going to really feel dumb. And I hope that a lot of people get unsubscribed too when that happens. Mandy Jo, so yesterday Pinstripes was so inappropriate. She was like grilling a teacher that got shot and survived. It was horrible. Yeah, you guys gotta. And tell these people, if you see them doing this shit, stick up for these girls. No one deserves to be treated that way. You know, they're willing to wait and hear Brian Koberger's alibi in court, but they won't wait and hear Bethany and Dylan out in court. Fuck off. They're doing it for money, clicks, and views because people want to hear the dramatic part. They want to hear that Brian Koberger's innocent because it's fanatical, it's sensational, and it's bullshit. You know, these crimes are not reality TV shows for people. They're not make the story up as you go along for people. These are real people. I mean, read a novel that's, you know, fiction and then do a podcast on it if you want to make the shit up as you go along. It's sick. Well, it pisses me off, you guys, because my son went through this. My son witnessed something horrible. And if people were coming at him like that, I'll tell you what. I don't know. I'd probably have a lawyer and I'd probably go after each and every YouTuber who did it. Because nothing stops these motherfuckers. Nothing stops them but a lawsuit. They don't care. They could care less if it comes out later that DM was in a frozen shock phase, like she said, and was scared to death to move. But they're willing to give Brian Koberger benefit of the doubt, but not the surviving roommates. Those people, in my opinion, are not people I want to ever associate with in life. Those are people that I want to stay far away from in life. The ones that give the person that's accused of a quadruple murder the benefit of the doubt over surviving roommates, those are people I want nothing to do with. Don't mention them in my chat. If you're one of those people, don't talk in my chat because we have no fucking room for you. Sick. J rant over. So at lunchtime, it looks like they're probably going to take lunch in about an hour. They'll probably come back and go for about an hour. We will go over the parents. I have the live stream up and ready of the manhunt. We were following them on Flight Radar, Scanner. We had it all going on. Miss K. They have real lives. It doesn't go away after the court case for these people. It stays in the internet for life, right? For their kids and their kids' kids. I mean, have some class, people. Have some fucking class. And this is people putting their face and name with that garbage too. So if those people don't have a problem putting their face and name to it, talking about the Idaho case, Madison, and the YouTube grifters who like to make shit up and blame victims and make things up that weren't really there and try to convince their listeners that there's more to it, that the cops planted evidence and all this bullshit. They're like Koberger followers. Yeah, people were celebrating the motion to dismiss, says Potato. Something's wrong with that. You haven't missed anything. People have been going after DM for months. This isn't anything new. I'm just fucking tired of it. I'm tired of people giving the benefit of the doubt to this weirdo who we've heard over and over and over from numerous people that he's weirdo, that he was creepy, but we're gonna drag these roommates through the mud? Fuck that. It's gross. And they don't just watch it blow, they super chat that shit. They super chat it. And it's gross. And it makes me mad. Because if no one stands up for these victims and just follows suit because it's fun. No, it's not fun. It's not fun to do that to people. Trefo, I won't say nah. Who's wrong, Madison? Koberger is guilty as crap, says Dr. Malmo, and no one should be going after the victims, whether dead or alive. Right. But they don't give them the benefit of the doubt. They're like, oh my God, she saw him? Just Samantha. It says, Jay, I messaged Kara, Xana's mom, and said, please be careful with YouTube and protect yourself. She said she will only do interviews for money. I was shocked. Well, she's a drug addict. Sad. She's a drug addict, and she's probably even worse off now than she was before Xana was killed. I'm not against anyone being neutral with Brian Koberger, but to give him the benefit of the doubt and then in the next breath slam DM for not calling 911 right away is just wrong when you don't know. You don't know if she even had a phone. You don't know if she was tied up. You don't know what this weirdo did. We don't know all the details. So people that aren't careful with victims are just people I don't want around me. It's gross. You know? At least wait. I mean, if it comes out in the trial or in evidence that she was somehow involved or did something wrong, fine. Then comment on it. But to put her face all over YouTube thumbnails, I'm sorry, I find that to be trashy. Unfortunately, Cheryl T., I'm sent so many links of bullshit that I have to sift through. It makes me sick. I definitely don't go looking for it, that's for sure. Just Samantha said, yep, I have a feeling she may be making the rounds soon on certain channels. It's unfortunate. Right. We're talking BK right now. But the Crumbleys are pieces of shit, too. But I'm just comparing, like, we have 2 students that just testified. And I saw everyone saying how strong they are. Oh, my God, they went through this. But I don't see that. I don't see YouTubers talking about these survivors of the Oxford shooting. I don't see YouTubers making videos slamming this kid because he sat on the toilet. I mean, they're all victims. Mandy says neutral because I really don't care who did it because I don't give a shit about the suspect. All I care about is the victims. Donna Wheeler says we're all going to be shocked by what we learned. I think so too. The more I find out about him, the more I'm sickened. It is disgusting based on hearsay, Ms. K. Like I said, if there was evidence of it, fine. If there was evidence of, like, for people to go, she was flushing drugs down the toilet, cleaning up for 8 hours. Bullshit. That crime scene could have been contained, and it was said that it was, and it's just like, I don't know. Sorry, I go on a tirade about it because it makes me mad, and I see it keep happening over and over. So let's get back to the Crumbleys. At lunchtime, we're going to play the manhunt for the Crumbley parents when they were running around. I don't think he's going to get off on any technicality, but I think he's going to try everything he can. And I'm still going to compare him to Ted Bundy because he's a pain in the ass. Ted Bundy was a pain in the ass. The judge had to talk to Ted Bundy many times during the trial. Watch it. It's out there. You can watch Ted Bundy's trial. He's an ass. And Brian Koberger is doing just what he did. Look at Ted Bundy's docket. Motion to dismiss. Motion for new this. Motion to dismiss the judge. Motion to get rid of his lawyer. He was a pain in the ass. And he continued to be a pain in the ass until the day he was executed. Christina, me too. And I hope their channels are taken down. It's gross. I mean, look at Ted Bundy must have the longest docket on this planet. Motion to get rid of my attorney. Motion for this. Motion to represent myself. Then he did shit about the witnesses and the victims that were testifying. He was an asshole. Not yet, Carlin. It'll probably come. Ted Bundy made this shit go for years. I think it went for 3 or 4 years. Just tormenting these victims. Tormenting them. Trez Vass, do you think if he finally got the attention, he never did this? I think he still wanted to do this no matter the parents. I don't know. Ethan Crumbley, I don't know. Not that. Tiffany M, thank you. Coming in hot with $5. Gotta rewind, miss a ton. Y'all help our girl. She don't have to be here. Aw, thanks, Tiff. I know I'm a bitch. I rant and I know my husband gets me. He's like, shut up. But I get passionate about certain things. Crochet that shiz, Lisa. You're going to see so many things from him. He's an asshole. Oh, I'm going to be exonerated. Oh, I've got this big alibi. Oh, I need more time to get my alibi together. Oh, that deadline came. I don't have an alibi. It'll come out in court. Because I'm a dumbass who's going to sit in county jail for a year and then just let my alibi come out in court. I mean, use your brains, people. Sorry, I had to do it. Got that out of my system. I love you guys. Thanks for hearing me out. That's going to be my saying. Just hear me out, people. Are you guys having a problem with the membership link? Or is it just on your phones? I don't know why it does that. It's always been a problem. I thought about how Crumbley's journal reflected specifically choosing pretty girls, and it struck me with BK Idaho victims. Yeah. They get angry because they can't have them. And then they see the popular kids with the pretty girls. And it just builds up this resentment and anger. You know what I mean? Right. I'm up for discussion, for sure. But it's the thumbnail after thumbnail with DM's face. She did this. And the horrible thumbnails and the horrible titles. I find it sick. I'd sue the fuck out of those people if that was my daughter.
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. Whoops.
Thank you guys for being here. We got 800 of you folks here.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
My daughter is now crocheting, and she just sold her first blanket for 250 bones. I'm so proud of her. Carlin, thank you for your super chat. Thanks, Jay, for being the best in the game and keeping us up to date. Always keeping it real and giving us facts and the humor. I appreciate you, Carlin, more than you even know. There's a join button right down below. Right down there. Go a little further south. There's a join button. Did you hear that Ethan Crumbley's mom helped Megan Imeritz write her letter to the judge for trial? They became best friends. Who's Megan Imeritz? Chris, I don't even know who that is. I'm going to have to look that up. Jennifer Crumbley's a POS. Yeah, dude, she's started an Etsy store. I'll share it with you guys. I don't know if it's up. I'm going to ask her right now because I'll share her Etsy store. I told her I would. She does such beautiful work. She's such a good girl. Just trying to get through college, you know? With a mom who does a podcast and gets demonetized for 3 months. Yeah. The lawyers. You don't see a join button? Let me see. I'm on an iPhone. Let's see here. Yes, if you scroll. Oh, wait. There isn't one. Son of a gun. You know? It's really dumb. Why do they make this so difficult? Look in the description of the video. There's a link in there. Does that work? Go to the description. See if that works. Like when you hit more. Go down. Oh my God.
Just
For God's sakes, it's not even in the description anymore. Carrie just gifted 5 memberships. Who are the lucky peeps? Thank you so much, Roberta. Lauren W. Small Wildflowers. Carlin. Woo! My Carlin. Butterfly Angel. Lola's mom. Congratulations and welcome to the lounge. It is so great to have you. 116, I always want to say 6060842. And we're waiting for you. Dr. Melmo, are you still here? Speak up if you know, or if you heard that. If you guys know who is the singer of this song, or what group sings this song, you get a mug. 6060842. And I'm waiting for you. Oh shit, Dr. Melmo's gonna win a mug in about 2 seconds. She's probably the only one that knows. 6060842. Lauren, you live in Clearwater. Hey, neighbor. Click that link. One-Eyed Flo got it. Holy shit. One-Eyed Flo, send me your freaking address. I'm going to send you a mug. Dr. Malmo. Angie B knew it. Angie Hammers knew it. Did you guys Google it? If you know, you know. Oh, and Dr. Melmo coming in hot with name dropping Kate Pearson and Cindy Wilson of the B-52s. What about Fred Schneider? Definitely, yeah, the B-52s. I want to know how many of you Googled that shit. Hey, welcome, Jane. Ooh, she's got a donut. I want a donut. For donuts? I haven't had a thing to eat, and I need more coffee. 11:30, one more cup, I think.
For donuts?
Oh, you were first. Whatever. I'll send you a mug anyway, you brat. Dr. Melmo gets a mug. Hey, Teresa. She's watching her best friends on the TV on YouTube. Carlin, I'm so glad you're green now. It's not easy being green. She's a Chris 22. Michigan teen charged with killing her dad for dousing him with drain cleaner when he was drunk and passed out. He suffered major burns and died. And Ethan Crumbley's mother's helping her. Lord help her. Well, I know it because of my older sister. Can you say corruption? Ha! Thanks, Carrie. Love it here. Never leaving ever. Thank you, Carlin. We appreciate you. Looks like we're gonna. Wow, that guy has got a really flat head. I'm not trying to be mean, but damn. You could like set a cup of coffee on that shiz. Oh, Randy Meisner. Yes, from the Eagles. R.I.P. Randy. I forgot about that. Amy, see you later. Thank you for bringing that up. R.I.P. Randy Meisner from the Eagles. I'm going to refresh really fast because it seems like we're getting that icky feed again, just to get it all up to speed so we don't miss anything. Here we go. Lisa B., keep painting.
All rise.
Thank you. All may be seated.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506-FC.
Thank you. Appearances.
Karen McDonald on behalf of
Flat Stanley.
Thank you, Mark Keast on behalf of people.
David Williams on behalf of people.
My kids did Flat Stanley. Put a 1 in chat if your kids did Flat Stanley.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Well, good morning again to all counsel. You may all be seated. With that being said,
It's
people, you
Carly's
may call your next
kidnapper.
witness.
Oh my God.
Christy Gibson.
Hey, chaotic. Okay, Christy Gibson is taking the stand. I don't know who this is, but we're going to find out. I'm going to shut up.
Ma'am, you're going to walk to the witness stand. You're going to stand in the witness box. Face my clerk to be sworn, please.
Please raise your right hand.
It's not a jury. Those are reporters. No jury. This is a Miller hearing. The judge makes the decision. Welcome, Joey Bird.
Thank you. And ma'am, if you could, please
Yay
state
for
your full
flat
name for
stand.
the record and spell your last name.
Christy Gibson Marshall, GIBSON-MARSHALL.
Thank you. And you have a very light voice, so if you could, please keep your voice up for me so we can make sure that you're caught by our video recording system. With that being said,
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
Okay? If you can.
I can.
Thank you. People, your witness.
I think maybe your assistant principal voice would is called for.
I'll pull out my PE voice. Yeah.
Could you, is it okay if I call you Christy?
Yes, of course.
Christy, what do you do for a living?
I'm an assistant principal at Oxford High School.
Okay, you're going to have to keep your voice up.
Okay.
Okay. You're an assistant principal at Oxford High School, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And how long have you held that position?
That position, I just finished my 5th year in that position.
Okay.
I've been in the district. I start my 29th year on Monday.
Okay. And I still can't quite hear you.
Okay.
Your 29th year?
On Monday, I started. Yep.
Okay. And how long have you had a position in the high school?
5 years this position, this assistant principal position. Years ago, I was a teacher there.
Okay. Where were you before you came to the high school?
I was an elementary principal.
Okay. I want to get this on the record as quick as we can and address it. You actually know the defendant, correct?
I do.
Okay. And you have known him for how long?
He was a student at my elementary school, Ethan was, and he transferred in about 3rd or 4th grade. Sorry, he transferred into to Oxford Schools about 3rd or 4th grade.
Okay. And over the years, how much interaction have you had with him?
Just hellos and hugs and stuff that I do with all the kids.
And what do you do with all the kids?
I try to bring a lot of energy to the building, so hellos, hugs, care about them, support them, do what I can to make sure that they're feeling okay.
Okay, and that's something you did in elementary school as well?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to take you to November 30th of 2021. That was the beginning of the school year, the first quarter, and the defendant was a student. He was a sophomore at the time, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And how much interaction had you had with him as the assistant principal of the high school, since he was in high school?
None, very little. Just hellos or greetings.
Okay, and ever had any kind of conversation with them during high school?
Nothing beyond just greetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever have to interact with him from an administrative point of view, discipline, anything?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Ever met with his parents? in the high school?
No,
Okay. So you were not called upon as an assistant principal to ever have an interaction with the defendant unless it was just the hellos and hugs?
correct.
Okay. Around 12:30 on November 30th, where were you in the building, if you can remember?
I was in the cafeteria supervising lunches.
And is that the commons right
That-
up there?
Yeah, up there would be the commons.
Okay. Is that something you do every day?
Yeah, it's the most fun of the day because the kids are relaxing and it's a good time to interact and check in with them.
Okay. And at some point, did that lunch period end?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you do afterwards?
I walked down the, I don't even know what that hallway number is. I don't even know if it has a number, John Hill's hallway, down towards the senior courtyard, senior window, to help supervise there. So I stopped about there on that corner. The senior window would be to my right.
What's the senior window?
Senior window is where the seniors hang out and chit chat. It's kind of like their space that is not infiltrated with any freshmen.
Okay.
And so, therefore, it's like their spot.
All right. And why do you hang out there, Christy?
Well, I go just to make sure that the kids can get through because it is a big intersection of the building, so there's a lot of traffic there. So I will go, and I call it a senior citizen window when I'm standing in there, and I try to move traffic through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what you were doing on that day?
I was heading that direction, yes.
Okay. At what point did you notice something was unusual?
A student went running by that I know pretty well, and he was yelling, "Get the hell out of here!" And
He was yelling, I'm sorry, what?
"Get the hell out of here!" And kind of caught my ear and didn't know what was happening. But then there were some other kids kind of rushing behind him, and so then I was asking what's going on, and they said, "We don't know," and they were laughing and running. So I didn't know what was happening at that point.
Did you think anything serious was happening?
Not with the first bunch of kids.
Okay.
No. I did get on my walkie and say, "There's a bunch of kids running. Do we have anything happening?" Just asking on the walkie.
Do you always carry the radio?
I try to always carry my radio, yes.
Okay, and who is connected by that radio?
There's several in the office, the counseling office, the main office, the principals, our TC, which is our teacher consultant, some of our social workers, some of our classrooms.
How many assistant principals are there?
There was 2 at the time, now there's 3.
And then, is there also then a principal?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the principal's name at the time?
Steve Wolf.
Okay. So you radio and say, is there anything going on?
Yeah. Yes, just about after, almost immediately after I'd asked about the kids rushing, someone came over the PA system and said that we needed to implement ALICE protocols.
Who was the person that made that announcement?
I believe it was Steve Wolf.
And when he says ALICE protocols, did you know if it was, did he say this is a drill or not a drill?
I don't remember.
Did you think it was a drill?
Based on what I was seeing, I knew something was happening.
Okay. What are you trained to do in ALICE protocol, active shooter training?
So the alert would be the announcement. Students then go to lockdown as quick as possible, try to take cover.
And lockdown is behind a door, implementing the night lock, correct?
Putting the night lock in, barricading the door, creating a safe space, grabbing objects that you could counterattack with if you needed to.
And Chrissy, all the students get that training, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So the defendant would have had that training?
Yes.
So he would have known what kids were supposed to be doing?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So do you want me to carry on with where we walked? Okay, so then.
I want you to say what you're
we're supposed to
what
do,
you're trained
train to do. So
And
then.
by no means do I mean that to say that you did anything wrong, but we will hear in a minute what you did do. But what are you assigned to do in that Alice protocol?
So in theory, once everybody gets to the rooms, then they would come over the PA system. Somebody would come over the PA system and inform us of what is either happening or what the next steps would be. So if they knew that if they had the situation contained, they would announce that and allow people to evacuate. Or if people are aware that their area is safe or they have an external window, they could exit.
Where are you supposed to go?
Me, I'm supposed to lock down in the wherever I can lock down.
You're supposed to be behind a door with a night lock on it or something similar with the barricade?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you did?
No.
What did you do?
I the Alice alert went, the hallways cleared just so fast.
Okay.
So I was the only one in that hallway, just walking and checking. A teacher did come out to lock his door. A student came up that was late and saying, "Is it a drill?" And I said, "It doesn't matter if it's a drill, just get in there and lock down, please." And so we got him in there, and then I started back down the hallway. I heard some gunshots, and so
What did you hear exactly? What did it sound like?
it sounded like two pieces of lumber being smacked together.
Did you recognize it immediately as a gunshot?
I don't remember how I processed it, to be honest with you. Just because I know what I know now, I don't know.
Did you tell where it was coming from? Was it close? Was it far?
It was down towards the 200 hallway,
Okay.
and that's the big
Yep.
circle at the
Yes.
bottom.
Okay. And so you heard these two gunshots that you weren't sure were gunshots at this point, but and then
Yeah.
what did you
yes.
do?
And then I started to walk towards them because I needed to go find out. In my head, I needed to go help.
Okay. So just to set the scene here, there's an active shooter protocol that's being implemented. You are supposed to lock down. Instead, you head down 400, and then you heard gunshots, and you headed towards the gunshots.
Correct.
Okay. And what happened after that?
I could smell what I called cap gun. I didn't know it to be gun powder. I got on the walkie and I said to them that I heard some shots, and then shortly after I said that I could smell what smelled like cap gun.
Was anyone responding to you?
Kurt Noose responded to me first and asked where I was.
What did you say?
So then in the 200 hallway, he said that's a very big hallway, and I think he needed more direction. And so I let him know I was by the 400 hallway.
So is that dot right there about where you were?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And what could you see at that point?
When I turned the corner, I could see a student walking towards me.
You turned which corner?
I turned the corner and went to what would be my left, and
Okay.
you're right on this.
Okay, so
Yes.
you saw somebody right there.
Yeah.
Or way
down the
further down the
hallway.
hall.
Yeah, down the hallway.
And Can you move it down? About where?
Probably by 218, room 218.
Okay. Did you recognize who the student was?
Not at that point, no.
Can you describe the student? What did you see at that point?
I saw a student putting his arm down.
Down from like a shoulder length height
Yeah,
position?
yes. And then
What was the student wearing? Light clothes, dark clothes?
a hoodie, a hood was up. We were all in masks at that time. The hood was long, kind of down like around the knuckles, so I only could see a little bit of the gun.
So you could see a gun?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I got on the walkie and said that I have eyes on the shooter.
And then, did someone respond to you?
I don't know. I don't remember. They probably did.
Okay. What did you do?
I kept walking towards him.
Okay. I have to ask, why did you walk towards the shooter?
I needed to help.
Okay. And what did you see?
There was a student on the ground.
Laying on the ground? Okay. And is that red dot about where that student was?
Yes.
Did you know who the student was?
Not at the time, no.
So what did you do?
So there was a garbage can between me and the student. And I moved the garbage can out of the way.
And at this point, where is the person with the gun?
Just up ahead a little bit,
Was he walking towards you or walking away?
walking towards me.
At some point, did he pass by you?
When he got closer, I realized it was Ethan. And I just thought, it couldn't be Ethan. He wouldn't do that. And so I talked to him.
What did you say?
I said, "Are you okay? And what's going on?"
At this point, were you processing that he had used the gun and shot other people or could have?
Initially, I thought there's no way it could be him. So I didn't know if maybe he recovered it. And so that's why I talked to him.
I mean, picked it up off the ground? Okay, when he was close enough to see who he was, can you describe what his demeanor was?
When I started talking to him, he looked away from me, but kept walking. He just walked past me.
Was he walking in a frantic, panicked way?
He was very calm.
Did he speak to you?
He didn't speak to me, and that's when I figured something was really wrong, because I feel like he would have told me what was going on.
He walked past you, correct?
He walked past me.
Did he point the gun at you?
Not that I saw.
Okay. What did you do when he walked past you?
I turned to walk with him for a second, and that's when I was talking to him. And then I had to get back to the student who was on the ground. Because,
That was your focus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to play a video of what you just described.
For playing
And
that.
the video cannot be viewed, Your Honor. It's
Thank you, and the cameraman's indicating that he's not recording this, but before you play this video, again, if there's anyone in the courtroom that wishes to step out at this time, please feel free to step out at this time. Thank you. People, you may proceed.
Let us know when you're in the image, please.
I'm in the image there at the kind of the left side of the screen. I have
You're
a mask
wearing
on.
like
Yellow.
a
Yeah.
gold jacket.
Yeah.
And is this where a student came running by and said, "Get the hell out of here"?
Yeah, that's the location I was in when he did.
Okay. Let us know when you see that person.
Okay. There, right there. There's a student who said it. And then
Those are
There's-
students running, correct?
Correct. And then I stopped some students to see what was going on there, and they told me they didn't know. That's when I said there's kids walking in the hall or running in the hallway.
Okay.
And this is after the Alice. They'd called the Alice protocol somewhere in there. So then I went down this hallway, letting them know what I was seeing.
Okay.
So
Is that
that's
the
Ethan.
defendant? Okay.
Yes.
And can you see him at this point? Where are you?
I was at the top of the hallway. I didn't
Is
see
that
him.
you?
That is me.
Okay. But you hadn't seen him at this point?
No.
Okay. One moment
This is
here.
the teacher that I'm checking in with. Another teacher didn't have their door closed. I was checking in to close their door. And now I'm coming down to make the turn. This is when I said I smelled gunfire, cap gun. And you'll see me pause at some point here, because that's when I see Ethan right there.
Is that when you?
When I stepped aside, that's when I saw him.
Is that when you radioed? You have eyes on the shooter?
Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
That's the student.
Okay. And where is the defendant at this point?
Down the hallway ahead of us.
Okay. We're going to continue to play this. That's you moving the trash can to get to that student?
Yeah, and I nudged him with my foot to just tell him stay there.
Are you talking to him at this point?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that the defendant?
That's Ethan, yes.
And he's got the gun in his hand?
Yes.
And that's when you say to him, what's going on?
Yes, and then I walk, and I'm talking on the walkie and saying he just walked past me. Walked for a little bit, and then I lost him. And then I was too far away from the student, and so then I went to the student.
Okay, so
And this is when
okay, Christy. You don't know where the shooter is at this point?
he's behind me.
Okay. And you don't know the state of this student on the ground?
No,
And you don't know who it is?
no.
Quickly, though, you realized who it is. Can you tell the court what happened?
I rolled the student over, and it was Tate Muir.
And how did you know Tate?
I had Tate and his brothers from elementary school all the way through high school. I've known Tate since he was about 3.
And how could you have known him since he was 3?
His brothers were in my school, his older brothers, and so he was coming to school with Mom.
Okay.
Mom was involved in our PTO.
And what was that like for you?
We could take a moment, please. When you're ready, ma'am, please let us know.
It was crushing, and I had to help him.
So
I
what-
just needed to save him for his mom.
Okay. How did you try to help him? Could you see that he was wounded anywhere?
Yeah, I could feel the entrance wound in the back of his head. I could see that the bullet had exited through his eye. When I put my hand down on the ground, I put my hand in what would have been his eyeball. I immediately started to take his pulse. And check his vitals as best as I could, and then
At some point, you were trying to get his backpack off, correct?
I was trying to get his backpack off, but he's a big dude, and I couldn't get it off of him. He's so heavy, and I was unable to move him.
He was athletic and
Very strong. Yeah.
Okay. At some point, you did begin giving him life-saving breaths, correct?
I did.
Okay. Were you radioing to anybody trying to get help?
I was, and Kurt News came
Okay.
immediately, really shortly after me starting to get there, and he helped me get the backpack off.
Could you see anything else going on while you were doing this?
No.
Okay.
At that point, I was just focused on tape.
When you started giving him breaths, were you making any, did you feel like you were helping him?
I just kept talking to him,
And what were you saying?
that I love him, that I needed him to hang with me.
Chrissy, what color was he?
He was blue. But when I was giving him breaths, he was getting lighter, so I just thought they were helping. So I kept giving the breaths.
How long did you do that?
Felt like forever, until they took him away from me. And then when they took him away from me, I was telling him to keep giving him breaths. He needs air. I could taste his blood. There was so much blood. It was all over me. It took me a long time, months, probably almost a year, to get the taste of Tate's blood out of my mouth.
Christy, did you see the defendant after that?
He, at some point while I was giving breaths, the police had arrived, and he came out with his hands up, and he was on his knees with his hands up. And they were trying to figure out who he was. And he didn't answer them. I don't think he answered them when he said his name, or they asked for his name. And so I got up from Tate to run over and say his name's Ethan. And then I ran back to Tate because I didn't want to leave Tate for too long.
Did Tate, do you think, recognize your voice? Do you have any?
I hope so. I don't know. He didn't give me any response. There was no response from him. I called for an AED. They brought me one. He had a pulse, so I just kept giving breaths.
And you could get his color to change with each breath?
To about a gray.
After he was taken away, they took him to get help, correct?
They did. After Ethan was secured, they took Tate in.
How long were you at that school that day?
10:30 at night. I don't know. I couldn't leave.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, ma'am, thank you for being here. You may be excused. You may also leave the courthouse.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, it's almost noon. At this time, we're going to break for lunch. We will return at 12:40 p.m. I do need everyone to be seated so that the deputies can take the defendant out of the courtroom.
Your Honor, one final thing. The people rest.
Okay, people rest, thank you. And so when we come back, defense, I will then hear your case in chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I do need everyone to be seated so the defendant can exit the courtroom.
Can you maybe briefly approach when the defendant is?
Yes.
Jesus. Everyone is shook. Including me. Oh my gosh. That was Tate's mom. But notice he didn't cry when his fellow students talked about finding the other students. He cried when it was about him being on his knees and succumbing to the police, is when he cried. He only cried when it came to him, in my opinion. He let those two kids testify. He didn't shed one tear. And maybe he liked the assistant principal. Maybe she was kind to him. But it's about him. Mary, I don't disagree with you, but he's kind of in a different position and he's been through things that normal 16, 17-year-olds haven't gone through. Most 16, 17-year-olds are very selfish and self-absorbed. That's normal. But this guy is facing the victims that he fucked over. I mean, he fucking killed that kid in front of her. I think he's got a lot more to ponder than the normal 16, 17-year-old. That's all I mean, I guess. All right. So it is lunchtime. When did he say we're coming back? 1 o'clock? We're going to go over the parents right now. So bear with me, guys, while I get this up. I am going to mute that because we'll keep that up as well so we don't miss anything. I want to thank you guys all for being here. We have 816 of you in the house. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to YouTube and let's get this parents thing rolling. So what we're going to be watching, and you'll have to just have some patience, is the manhunt. If you guys weren't around, the parents will play a little bit of that manhunt, and then we'll play Who Are the Crumbleys. You guys can meet the Crumbleys. I have a playlist of 19 videos if you want to check it out. But we're going to start with this.
Home, Ashley.
And I totally forgot that I compared Ethan to Wormser back in this time. Hang on, we're going to go. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. We're going to just make this full screen as if you were watching the live. And I'll put a little disclaimer or if the moderators can let people know, this is a replay live stream. And yes, don't adjust your sets. That is Ethan Crumbley being compared to Wormser. And I know you all know Wormser. Okay, so let's see here. Go back. All right, here we go. Enjoy, guys. So there's a helicopter here. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys real quick before we get into the story. I want to show you the vicinity so you guys can keep an eye on this while I'm going through the details in this article, okay? All right, so here we go. This is about the manhunt. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Fugitive parents of suspected Oxford high school shooter. My audio, though. And this is them, folks. I'm not going to lie. This is the first time I'm seeing their faces. First time that I'm seeing their faces. They are returning to the area. 6 minutes ago, the Oakland County Sheriff's Office says they are actively searching for the fugitive parents of the suspected 15-year-old shooter in the Oxford high school tragedy. James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley are each facing 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. The suspect's father purchased the gun that was used in the deadly shooting. Alma, I've missed you, my baby. The Oakland County Sheriff's Department's fugitive team, the FBI, and the U.S. Marshals are all involved in the search. According to a press release from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, the couple's attorney contacted detectives to say repeated attempts to contact them have gone unanswered. We have our fugitive apprehension team, the FBI, and the U.S. Marshals Service and others actively looking for them and have every expectation we'll have them in custody soon. The action of fleeing and ignoring their attorney certainly adds weight to the charges. They cannot run from their part in this tragedy. They're trying to pull a damn Brian Laundrie on this shit. It doesn't matter if they're going back now. They were supposed to be arraigned at 4, I believe. Just because you decide to do the right thing doesn't make it okay. Yeah, Amanda, I'm worried as well. The couple may be driving a black 2021 Kia Seltos SUV with the Michigan license plate number DQG 5203. Anyone with information is asked to call the Oakland County Sheriff at 248-858-4911. Shortly after the press release, the attorneys representing the couple released the following statement. These attorneys are shit stains.
On Thursday night, we contacted the Oakland County prosecutor to discuss this matter and to advise her that James and Jennifer Crumbley would be turning themselves in to be arraigned. Instead of communicating with us, the prosecutor... Was that Charlie Brown's teacher? Or the scanner? You guess. Would be turning themselves in to be arraigned. Instead of communicating with us, the prosecutor held a press conference to announce the charges. So that was why the press conference was done earlier, was because these mofos didn't get back with the po-po. The Crumbleys left town on the night of the tragic shooting for their own safety. They are returning to the area to be arraigned. They are not fleeing from law enforcement despite recent comments in media reports. On November 30th, officials say the suspect, Ethan Crumbley, opened fire in the south end of the school shortly before 1 p.m., killing 4 people and injuring 7. Tate Meyer, 16, Madison Baldwin, 17, Hannah St. Juliana, 14, and Justin Schilling, 17, lost their lives in the shooting. Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald revealed Friday
what happened in the days leading up to the deadly Oxford high school shooting, as she announced charges against the suspected shooter's parents on Friday afternoon. James and Jennifer Crumbley are each facing 4 counts. 4. Each one of them. 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. To answer your question, Julia, he took a picture. The kid took a picture. Ethan took a picture of the gun the day his dad bought it and said, "Got my new beauty." McDonald revealed that the day prior to the shooting, the suspect was reportedly searching for ammunition on his phone. In class, when a teacher noticed, a call and email reportedly went out to Jennifer about the incident, which were unanswered, according to the prosecutor. The following day, the day of the shooting on November 30th, the prosecutor says the suspect was discovered drawing a disturbing note in class. The drawings reportedly worried the teacher. The drawings. McDonald said the suspect had drawn a gun, pointing at the words, "The thoughts won't stop. Help me," along with a drawing of a bullet with the words, "Blood everywhere," and a drawing of a person who appeared to be shot twice near a laughing emoji and the words, quote, "My life is useless." The suspect was discovered doing all of this in class. Let's go on. Elma. It was then the prosecutor said the suspect was called into a meeting with his parents at the school. At the time, McDonald said the suspect had already altered parts of the drawing. The parents were reportedly advised to get counseling for their son within 48 hours. Hey, Chris Cross. It was after that meeting that the suspect returned to class. The prosecutor said the parents failed to ask the suspect if he had the gun with him and failed to check his backpack. Wait, what? The prosecutor said the parents failed to ask the suspect if he had the gun. What about the school? Hi, Mike Sanner. What about the school? You mean to tell me they had all this shit and they didn't check this kid's bag? Let's keep going. The prosecutor said around 1:22 that day, Jennifer texted her son. Oh, God. I have chills.
Oh, shit. What, Jay?
Jennifer texted her son, quote, "Ethan, don't do it."
Bye, Jennifer.
Huh? She texted him? Call the fucking school. What?
Sophia!
What?
Wait.
For real, what?
My grand. I gotta replay that. That's precious.
For real, what?
Wait.
The prosecutor said around 1:22 that day, Jennifer texted her son. I have chills. Jennifer texted her son, quote, "Ethan, don't do it." Huh? She texted him? Call the fucking school. What? What? For real, what? About 10 minutes later, James, who is the dad, reportedly called 911 to report a gun missing from the home. It was stored in an unlocked drawer in their bedroom. What? I don't even know what to say. Digger, you read my mind. I mean, I've never heard of such. We thought the laundries were bad. We thought the laundries were bad. Their son literally killed 4 of his peers. And his mom simply texts him and says, "Don't do it." Then what did she do? What the hell? Big drama queen, Usher. You got it, baby. You came for the drama. You got it. Give me a break.
Someone called me a drama queen, I think.
That's why they're Bolo by the Popo. So let's refresh this because someone came in and said, "Now they're coming back. No, this isn't true." It said their attorney said they're coming back, but they missed their damn arraignment. Their arraignment was at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And my clock says 4:22 Eastern Standard Time. So it was updated 25 minutes ago. They're still saying they're actively searching for these douchebags. Throw the book at them. Both of them. Bastards.
This was my initial reaction. Throw the book at them. Lord.
How dare they? But, you know, I hate to say it, folks, but that school is going to be culpable. They are going to be culpable. Hey, Frankie, how do they know? Like, okay, so the school knows that he's drawing pictures of bullets, blood, saying his life is useless, not worth anything, all the signs of depression, violence, possibly suicide. What the fuck? We don't know if they're out of state. I mean, this is Oakland County right here at 950 feet, and they're still in Michigan. I don't know where the parents are. I have no clue. I mean, authorities don't even know. Hi, New Zealand. So this is what I was looking at here because this is all Oakland County. So I'm going to show you guys. I know you can see my cursor now, but excuse me. From like, I would say Brighton. Is that Oakland? No, that's Washington. See, this isn't even Oakland.
I'm gonna skip forward a little bit.
What?
Perfect soundbite.
Yeah, the school. I'm out at the 30-minute mark if I don't get the shit pulled up. So there's the copter down there, and then up here, that's at the Oakland airport. Okay.
So they were trying to find them at this point, okay?
To have been just freely available, which we now know it was in an unlocked drawer in the parents' bedroom. Oh, JB, Alma?
This is before Nexstar sued me, by the way.
So now we know that they had to hold that press conference because the parents didn't show up. Yes, I think
3
it's in
hours
this
ago,
live,
Ethan Crumbley
Cheryl.
was searching ammunition on his cell phone in class. That's the same thing we just read. Detectives say Ethan's mom texted him, LOL, I'm not mad at you. You have to learn how to not get caught. A fart? Oh, there's no farts. It was this. Stand down. Listen.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
I know you heard it that time. Yes, Mark Klein. Hey, Mark Klein. Morning of the shooting. Ethan's teacher came across a note on his desk with the drawing of a gun. The thoughts won't stop. Help me, which we just read. Parents were summoned to the school. Ethan returned to the classroom. When the news of the active shooter was made public, Ethan's mom texted her son, Ethan, don't do it. Gun was stored unlocked in the home. So it says parents of Oxford High suspect returning to area to face charges, lawyers say. The lawyers for the parents of the Oxfords.
Look at the screen. Look at my ad. Why is he massaging?
Yeah, so it
his
says here
kidneys?
instead of communicating, the prosecutor had to have that press conference. So Jennifer and James Crumbley were named in criminal warrants Friday. 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter.
All right.
The case is charged in 52 3rd District Court in Rochester Hills.
All right. Let's fast forward to when they find them. Hold on. Here's Ethan in court.
I mean, I've walked these streets. This is personal for me. So it's not about white, black, brown, orange, purple, green. A, mental illness knows no color. B, depression knows no color. And C, stupid parents know no color.
Oh my God. I guess I've always been ranting. I've never changed.
The bottom line is these people are assholes and they're on the run, right? Their son killed 4 people. This kid that looks like frickin' Wormser from damn Revenge of the Nerds.
Hey, Scallum.
Oh, yeah. Just let the trolls talk. Who cares? Yeah, they say ask for help. Ask for help. I mean, he did everything but go to them and say, hey, I'm going to kill students today.
That's the truth.
The parents are on the run because they're going to be charged and they're going to go to prison for the rest of their life. I'm going to show you what this kid looks like. I don't know if y'all don't know who Wormser is, but well, they're not in court. They're not at the Rochester Hills District Court, Tia, so where are they? They're either at court or they're on the run. I mean, when you're ordered by a judge to be at court and you're not there, you're a fugitive. I mean, whether they like to call, it is what it is. They absolutely should be held accountable. I mean, you can't do that. You just can't do that. So wait, let's see here. Let's make this smaller. Oh, sorry, LFT. I saw Decipher just for a quick second.
All right, let's go forward a tad.
All right, hang on. It has another child.
I want to get to the part where they get caught.
And, I mean, that's fine. lawyer can make statement after statement, but they've still violated, they're violating the court. Shh. Play with that. Mm-hmm.
I had a little co-host to say. I thought this was where they got nabbed.
I have a very, 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 very special, important interview tomorrow. No. And
I guess that's not where they get caught. Hold up. Let's go back. That was when they were still on the run. Here is Meet the Crumbleys. Maybe this will be more informative. But that just gave you, the marshals and everybody were looking. And this is when the announcement was made, too, that they were suing the school. The pictures of Ethan and his parents. Just very bizarre. But we're going to start out by the little story about their neighbor. Okay, so James and Jennifer Crumbley are Ethan's parents. Now, there is a neighbor named Kayla Lemieux, and she lives near Ethan and his parents. And she said that when Ethan was 8 or 9 years old, they would leave him alone while they went out bar hopping. Lemieux is 28 years old, and she told the New York Post, she told the Detroit Free Press, when they were gone, he would come knock on our door. They didn't leave him with a phone. So Lemieux said she contacted CPS, but doesn't know if they took action, noting that the alleged neglect continued. And then Kayla goes on to say, it was really when I finally started to say more, because I was just like, even after calling CPS, they were still doing it. And even me saying something to them, they were still like, oh, he's fine. Famous last words. So specifically, I guess they went on a bar crawl and left Ethan, age 8 or 9, home alone. So we also have heard from Ethan's brother. Ethan has an older brother. And let's see. We got a lot of dirt on these people. It's not good. It's not good. None of this is good that comes out of these people. So his older brother is 18 years old, and he says that Ethan was a happy kid. He got good grades. He was into Minecraft and wasn't bullied as a child. So Ethan's brother's name is Eli Crumbley, and he has moved away. So he was living there, and he moved away. Now, mind you, Ethan is 15, Eli is 18. They have the same father, but they have different mothers. So if you do the math, when Eli was 3, There's a picture of them.
Ethan was born to Jennifer Crumbley. And the two boys were growing up in Florida, but then they both moved to Michigan with their dad and Jennifer, their stepmother. Now, Eli didn't get specific with the Daily Mail, but he did hint at some issues with his stepmother that prompted him to swiftly move back to Florida to live with his biological mother last March. So just last year. Eli was like, peace out. But we don't know why. I'm sure we'll find out why, but we don't know why right now. So Ethan remained in his parents' house in Oxford, which is less than 2 miles from where the shooting took place at the high school. And 4 students died that day. So so let's go on with Eli Crumbley. says he cannot understand how his own sibling could suddenly snap, open fire, and kill his classmates. He says the Ethan I knew was just a smart boy who just seemed like an average kid. There was nothing that ever stood out to me. He'd never get suspended from school or detention. He didn't suffer depression or anything like that. He woke up happy, went to school, came home, and played games. So he says he was a happy and average kid. Not sure I buy that, but because all the kids at school say he was a little weird, right? So Eli says that most of the reason that he did move back to Florida was because of issues between his stepmother and himself. It wasn't as great as it could be, and moving back to Florida was the best option for me. And that's where he left it. So his brother says he was never bullied. The school is saying that he was bullied, and that is his motive for this shooting. But the police have not confirmed that motive. But they are charging Ethan as an adult, and his brother hadn't spoke with him for 2 months, or his dad. But he did reach out to his dad after hearing of the mass shooting. And Eli said, I was worried. I wanted to see if Ethan was okay because I knew he went there. Now, Eli also attended the school for 1 year. He says, and that's when I was receiving information otherwise. Unable to reach his dad, Eli called a former employer who told him that his old house in Oxford was surrounded by FBI agents. He then learned that his own father bought the gun that Ethan used. Eli said, when I was living there, nothing seemed off. We just walked to the bus stop in the morning, go to school, come home, maybe play some football outside or basketball. We just chill. We didn't do much. But didn't get along with the stepmother. Which brings me, oh wait, there's more from Eli. He did not know that Ethan had a gun till after it happened. He said, it's hard to believe. I still can't believe it. And as far as I knew, Ethan was always good. He was quiet, kept to himself, kept his circle of friends small. He was a clean kid. Didn't smoke or do drugs, nothing. He got good grades and he wanted to be an archaeologist.
And
Ethan was on the bowling and soccer teams in middle school.
Wait, an archaeologist? Ethan said in his journal thingy that he wanted to be, I want to be an Air Force Ranger.
Oh, wait. But I don't think that's something that's going to happen for a while. Police said that there is no record of the teenager being bullied, as other students have claimed, and prosecutors revealed at his arraignment that he had detailed in a journal found in his backpack how he wanted to shoot the students at the school. He posted on Instagram 4 days before the attack to show off his father's new gun, pretending it was his. Just got my new beauty today. Sig Sauer 9mm. Is it sour or so? I don't know. Sour, Sig Sauer. 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer. And those posts have been deleted. So that takes us to the evil stepmother, Jennifer Crumbley. Yes, the boys have the same mother. No, different mothers, same dad. Right? Yeah. Different mothers, same dad. So Eli has a different mom. So Eli moved back to Florida to live with his biological mother, and Ethan stayed with his biological mother and father up in Michigan. Now, I mean, really, the debate here starts with, should these parents be held responsible for what their son did in that school? So let's talk a little bit more about Mrs. Crumbley, Mrs. Jennifer Crumbley. She is the marketing director for, it looks like some kind of a property management company, possibly like apartments from what I could see. I think that, that'll be a good discussion. We can do a call in and kind of have everybody call in and talk about what your thoughts are on the parents being charged. And like another episode is going to be all about the school, because there is more than one lawsuit. And I want to read those through with you because there's more details in those. I don't think she's actually a realtor. She's the marketing manager for a property management. And the property management company owns a bunch of apartments. Hey, Frankie Hopkins, I've missed you as well. So let's keep going. She was having an affair, supposedly, while ignoring Ethan's troubling behavior. So it came out that his mother was having an affair with another man while all of this was happening with Ethan. She had it looks like she had explicit videos on her phone. So they're saying there was at least one intimate affair that involved Jennifer Crumbley. Ew, she had videos on her phone of her affair. Now, James Crumbley's ex had a lot to say about Jennifer and James. She said that Ethan's dad is a piece of shit who abandoned her family, and Jennifer is a monster. Now, her name is Michelle Cobb. I'm going to show you her picture here. Let me share my screen with you guys, because this is James's ex. It says ex-girlfriend, so I'm assuming he never married her. But he married old Jennifer Lynn Crumbley. The Crumbleys. All right. This would be the ex right here. This is Eli's mom. Okay. She says pretty much Jennifer Crumbley is the devil. She hates her. Piece of shit. She says James is a piece of shit. She had a lot to say. So let's hear what she has to say, and then we can weed through what we believe and what we don't believe. Thank you, Jane, for your generous super chat. Jay, always sorting through the facts. Very sweet. That's why y'all are here, right? So Michelle Cobb shares a son with James. And here we have Mr. That's going to be my tagline. Actual and factual. Crumbley, according to his ex. Oh, boy. These people. Okay. So he left behind a daughter as well.
Oh, man.
So not only
Maybe
did
I'll
James
play Creektown
leave Eli, well, Eli came up
That
to
was the same. Sorry, I have to pause it. Paper Chaser. That's the same guy. Oh man, it's Creeptown, dude. Maybe I'll play it in here and I can clip it.
and then was like, I'm peacing out because Jennifer is a psycho, right? So he left and went back to Florida. But he also has a daughter, Vince. Day to day. My favorite attorney with Trax Waters. I love ya. Okay. So he left behind a daughter. So she says James Crumbley and his wife, Jennifer, allegedly looked for ways to criticize Cobb because they hated that he had to pay child support for his son, Eli. Oh, no. Okay, so this is Eli's mom, but she's saying that he also had a daughter.
Yeah, James has
with
a daughter
another woman
that he doesn't pay child support for. He's a loser.
I cried the moment he turned 18 because I thought all this hell is over as far as dealing with my son's father, she said. Cobb blames Jennifer Crumbley for making it difficult for Eli to get closer to his father and half-brother Ethan, calling her a monster. She could do no wrong, and she was right about everything. I mean, this is exactly the kind of attitude she has. Like, she literally thought she was better than everyone. Huh. Did she now? Did she? Jennifer Crumbley thought she was better than everyone. Imagine that. Shocker of the year. I mean, this lady seems like a real bitch. One of those, everybody gets a trophy type mothers. Thank you, Dana D. I haven't been on Twitter in a bit. I'll have to check those messages. Thank you, Dana. Okay, so the Crumbleys, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so let's see here. Cobb said she wouldn't be surprised if Ethan's parents bought the semi-automatic handgun as a gift for him. They pretty much gave him whatever he wanted, she said. Why would you let a 15-year-old have access, especially knowing that just a few days prior he was having problems at school? And then she goes on to say, I hope they get the maximum, honestly, all of them. They deserve it. They need to be held accountable for what their child did. They need to have a reality check. And there is the beautiful Jennifer Crumbley at her best. I wonder what her lover thinks of her now. And I wonder if he'll ever be outed. And there is Ethan, who looks very disturbed. Okay, let's watch the video of James's ex. And let's see what she had to say about the piece of shit and his wife.
There are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis patients to make. Number 1, you have to start drinking more.
He's a piece of shit. He really is. The whole time of my son growing, my son is 18 years old now. Jennifer was a monster. She could do no wrong, and she was right about everything.
There are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis patients to make. Number 1.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, she does have a reason. She is an ex, but I mean, I don't think she's exaggerating, to be honest. I mean, like, what the? Hitting his head. And this is in 2020. And this is compliments of CDT.
Hold on. This is actually a video of Ethan at work. He worked at a restaurant in Oxford. And this is, remember when we heard the testimony? Oh, his mom said he sounded like he was drunk. Or he woke up in the morning with a headache like he was drunk. And they made him go to work. This is him at work.
I know the gun was bought for him because there's the posts of his mother and him at the shooting range. So this is a video of Ethan Crumbley collapsing and hitting his head. And this is in 2020. And this is compliments of CDT. If you guys are not subscribed to CDT, this is her video here. So I want to thank her for this 24-second footage that she found. But this, he must have been working somewhere. A diner, I guess. I don't know what diner. Somewhere in, maybe I'll recognize it if I look. All right, here we go. Let's watch Ethan fall and hit his head. Like, what's wrong with this kid?
Oh, man.
Like, what the?
You all right? Here. You all right? Yeah. All right.
Wait, let's watch that again. Dude, he like biffed his head like hard. He was working in Oxford with his brother that day. What the hell made him fall though? I mean, like he fell hard. Let's watch it again. I never seen anybody fall down because they smoked weed. Someone in chat said that. It was weed. He smoked pot. Of course, I got to play it in slow-mo now. Whoa, dude. Well, that's not his brother coming to his rescue. I mean, is he drinking? What's going on here? I mean, what the fuck? We haven't heard that this kid has any, like, physical health issues.
You all right? Here. You all right? Yeah. All right.
That lady's like, Yeah, that lady's like, why'd that kid just fall? Like, what's going on? Yeah, I don't think that he looked like he slipped. It looked like he like got lightheaded or something. Interesting. Okay, so there's that clip. We're gonna look at everything that I've got here. He was already writing these sick things in his journal when this happened. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, most 15-year-olds, if they don't have any health issues, you wouldn't think they would biff out like that. Jean Clay, I am so happy that you're here. So there's that little clip. We're not sure. Maybe we haven't heard anything about medical, but there could be a medical issue that maybe we just don't know about.
James.
That we haven't heard of.
Loving the chains. Look at loving the chain. Taylor Shabusiness would love that shirt. She would love that shirt.
We just don't know about that we haven't heard of.
Like Chris
right?
Watts. I love this shirt.
We don't know. We don't know everything just yet. So, man, there's a lot that's going on with this school too. They just had another breach, where a kid was able to walk in the school.
Yeah, this school failed horribly.
Wasn't checked, nothing. So the Oxford superintendent, oh my God, made an announcement and he was like, we got to figure something out. We've got to, figure out how we're going to, remedy this situation. And it's like, you hadn't already, Oxford? So let's talk a little bit about Ethan and his behavior at school prior to the shooting. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make this bigger. Oh, right. As I'm saying, Heather, like how many times they have to screw up. Scott, I'm going to email you today and we are going to talk about Summer's birthday. So you guys, just really quick.
All right, I'm going to fast forward.
Was that not of what he was going to do? They never involved him. The counselors never involved him. And I found out in Also, in the civil suit,
Yeah, more information came out in the civil suit.
that the school was actually hiding their social media after this happened. The counselors linked in. One of the counselors who's being sued or named in this lawsuit hid his LinkedIn as well. So he was 15, Blonde Fox. 15 and in high school. So, all right. Hang on. I'm just trying to add this thing to my stream. Let's see if it works. In that 911 call that Ethan could be the gunman at Oxford High.
Okay, here's a little rundown.
Being at 12:50 p.m. They, quote, resisted the idea of Crumbley leaving the school at the time and did not inform school officials that they had recently purchased a gun for him. He was returned to class because he had no prior disciplinary issues. Crumbley had the weapon he used somewhere on the school grounds at the time of that meeting. And I think we find out later that it was in his backpack. After the second meeting, Crumbley allegedly committed the shooting at 12:50 p.m. So Jennifer Crumbley at 1:22, 7 minutes after the first news report came out of a shooting at the school.
Here we go.
Jennifer texted Ethan and said, "Ethan, don't do it." At 1:37, James Crumbley called 911 to report the handgun is missing. And he also said in that 911 call that Ethan could be the gunman at Oxford High. So the superintendent says that at the time, no discipline was warranted. And Sheriff Broussard of the Oakland County Sheriff's Department said concerns about Crumbley's behavior were not shared with his office. Hey, G. Maria. How are you? Wow. Okay. So all of this happens. Okay. We've got them at the gun range. They're buying this kid a gun because he wanted it. They gave this kid whatever he wanted to keep him out of their hair. Mom was having an affair, going to the bar, whatnot.
I told you
I don't
she's
know
an
what Dad
asshole.
was doing.
Jennifer Crumbley's an
but
asshole.
they gave him what he wanted to keep him out of their hair. So after announcing the charges against Ethan, the prosecutor there in Oakland County, Karen McDonald, told the reporters that were asking questions
There's the
that day
chains again. Sweet.
that she was also considering criminal charges against Jennifer and James. She said that responsible gun ownership was crucial to stop tragedies, and those who are not responsible should be held accountable. And I agree with that. I agree with that. And I feel like they're going to make an example out of these two, especially with their attitude. We're going to get into also their hearings and their behavior in the hearings, specifically Jennifer's. Specifically Jennifer's. In Detroit. Ran from an ATM, but
Okay,
I don't know how they...
Here's about the ATM where they took Ethan's money.
I mean, bye, Donna Fox. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping in.
Shawowza.
Disturbing.
Shabusiness.
Disturbing. So, let's see. So, the attorneys then in turn said that they didn't flee, but they were running for their own safety. This is what was said in court. And we're going to watch those hearings.
They're in the playlist.
I think maybe they were prepaid because they took like $4,000 out of the ATM, which I've never heard of anyone being able to take $4,000 from an ATM, but I don't know how they were able to do that unless maybe they did it
We
in
found out
several
later it
stops.
was
I'm not
Ethan's
sure.
money.
But you see the wanted posters put up by the U.S. Marshals. They actually made flyers for these two POSs. So someone who ran a business, an Oakland County resident, ran a business inside this warehouse in Detroit, which I'm pretty sure we know who that is. He's an artist. He said that he was not aware that the couple was wanted by authorities at the time that he allowed them to stay. And he declined to elaborate on the nature of his association with the couple. The authorities did question this man, and they said he's being cooperative, and they did search his Troy, Michigan home and seize several digital devices. So who knows? If he lied, you might see more charges. At 11:05 p.m. on December the 3rd, police received a tip from a business owner who found the Crumbley's vehicle in his parking lot in Detroit. And that's about 40 miles from Oxford. The man also said he saw Jennifer, who fled upon being spotted. Police responded to the scene about 20 minutes later and established a perimeter in the area. The only time that these two came out was when James moved the car and backed it in and to smoke. They did request from their friend, the artist. Hello, Marie Arnold. Marie! They requested vodka and orange juice and bedding. And he provided it. So the police surrounded this warehouse, and around 2 a.m., so they were out there for about 3 hours. They took them into custody. So after they went in, right, the door was locked. So they bust in. These people still were hiding behind a mattress in this warehouse. So the person actually who had reported them helped them enter the building. And then they were hiding behind a mattress. So there was no indication that they planned to surrender to authorities at all. And then their attorney goes on to say that they didn't flee but left town for their own safety. They were supposed to show up for their 4 o'clock arraignment and remained at large. The attorneys had also said that they hadn't talked with the parents after attempting to reach them by phone and text. CNN reported that Jennifer and James had withdrawn $4,000 from an ATM in Rochester Hills on December 3rd, and that they had turned off their cell phones. So Jennifer and James were finally arraigned on the morning of December 4th, where they pleaded not guilty to the charges, and a bail of $500,000 each was set for them. And they're in the same jail as their son. Now, their son has a public defender, but they bought a female dream team to represent them. So all three of them were put in isolation and were being monitored under suicide watch. And they are not allowed to interact for an indefinite amount of time. However, when we watch these hearings, you'll see that Jennifer is sign languaging her husband. They're mouthing, "I love you." She's mouthing, "Are you okay?" I mean, the audacity of these people doesn't stop. Good morning, Dad Set. Good to see your beautiful face. So during the Crumbley's probable cause conference on December the 14th, a judge postponed their prelim until February 8th. So they did have a bond hearing on the 7th, and the bond was not changed. The judge said, nope, not lowering it. So that gets us up to kind of the point where we're going to pick up. We're going to get deeper into this as we go through the court hearings. We listen to the prosecutor talk about the details of the case. She's had to really bring out the big guns a couple times and give a lot of information in order to keep them behind bars. So they're charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. So then we are going to tomorrow pick this up. I'm going to make each episode about an hour. All right, there you have it, folks. There's your Crumbley parents' little recap during lunch. I'm going to flick back over to court because we should be coming back. I think the judge said 1 o'clock. We're about a minute away from 1 o'clock Eastern. I know that you guys are excited about Carly. It is Eastern time for Carly. We still have an hour and a half. I'll pull it up in a separate window when that does come up. Even though I don't think it's going to be any big deal, I did read this morning that she is being charged with 2 misdemeanors. I'm not sure how reliable that is. This is live. I'm going to refresh just to make sure. Yes. So we are not back yet. Let's go over here, though, and you guys can also check out this playlist. I have a lot of the Crumbley's hearings and different things that came up, different things we learned. I could have sworn I read an article. Carly Russell misdemeanor. Yeah, here it is. This came out 22 hours ago. Police are seeking 2 charges against Carly Russell. False reporting to law enforcement and falsely reporting an incident. Both are which are misdemeanors and carry a maximum punishment of 1 year in jail. So whether or not she'll get that, who knows? So then they were asked if charges would be filed, and he said, we are just advisors. Well, obviously, they advised the prosecutor, and the prosecutor is going to press charges for false reporting to law enforcement authorities and falsely reporting an incident. Big whoop. I feel like this is far more important at this juncture. Carly can FDO.
C'est la vie, adios, fuck off and die.
She doesn't even deserve the attention, honestly. I would just put out a written press if I was them. I'd put a written statement out and say, fuck it. She doesn't even deserve the airtime. Focus on someone who's really missing. Why don't they use that airtime and focus on a cold case of someone who's missing? That'd be more fitting. Fuck Carly Russell. Excuse my French. Oh, let's go back to the boob tube so I don't get in trouble. Yo, there I am. There you are. Hey, Shell. Hey, Potato. I didn't see you.
Yeah, I just need like maybe an extra info there. I'm just
Carly just doesn't interest me.
I'm good.
She's just an asshole. Makes me hungry for Cheez-Its too. Hello, Jess. Hey, Trix. Other than that, she's going to make it impossible for anyone to take an actual missing black woman seriously. I know. I don't want to give her any more attention. Fuck her. Makes me sick what she did. Not only for black people, but for kids as well. She really did a horrible thing. But I agree with you 100%, Carlin. I said something the other day. I was like, she has set, missing black people back so much. And someone said in chat, we've disowned her. She's no longer considered part of our community. I was like, true that. You guys, we are about 64% into our 2-day super chat goal. If you guys want a merch giveaway, let's get that mofo up to 100% before the end of the day today. Please. And thank you for your support. Manslaughter conviction. Let me look it up. Thank you, Shell. Coming in hot with the super sticker this afternoon on a Friday. Thank you. Exhibity. I heard exhibity.
These nuts. Exhibity.
Manslaughter in Mount. I am going to be your resource today. The Michigan Penal Code. Don't say that around Taylor Shabusiness either. Involuntary is the lowest homicide offense you can be charged with, but still carries serious legal consequences. Current Michigan law levies significant prison time and fines for those found guilty of involuntary manslaughter. How the prosecution proves involuntary. The victim died because of your actions. The actions you took were egregiously neglect, or you intended to cause the victim harm but not necessarily kill them, or you did not have lawful justification for taking the victim's life. Okay, so here it is.
Are you joining us now?
I am joining you.
Not more than 15 years, or by fine of not more than $7,500, or both. So they can get up to 15 years in a state prison, which sounds pretty fitting to me. Carlin Bueller. Carlin, whenever that comes up in the chat, I have to play the Bueller.
If you say Ferris Bueller, you lose a testicle.
Whenever I see Bueller heads, I don't know where any of my sound bites are anymore, so I don't play them much anymore. I need to organize them. I don't go to them because I can't find them quick. Here it is.
Bueller.
See, it loses its effect
Bueller.
if you can't find them right away.
Bueller.
We only need 35% more of our goal for you guys to get a kick-ass merch giveaway. Just a reminder, we have until, I think this is going to go till 4:30 today. This is manslaughter for Michigan for the Crumbley parents. Up to 15 years in a state prison. For Carly is 1 year for each charge. for each misdemeanor. Thank you, Teresa. Happy Friday to you. Now, that is not Scott H., the Creeptown dude. That was actually another YouTuber. Scott H. heard it and thought it was him. He had to listen again. And he was like, I thought that was me, but it wasn't. So I'm going to have to go back. I can listen to their old videos, and I'll find it again. If I can't find it on either computer. But maybe I can find it on one of their old videos where I found it the first time. It was when I was investigating and researching summer wells, and I found they visit abandoned places in Kingsport, Tennessee, and one of them was like where this crack house, and there was people in there sleeping. And he said, "Creeptown, dude." I'm gonna have to find it. I promise I will. I've got it written down. All right, here comes the defendant. Sounds like fucking Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho. It's Ethan Crumbley.
God almighty.
Now that's Scott H. Scott H. thought it was him. He told me he had to replay it to see. He was like, I don't remember saying that. Is it freezing up? It's pissing me off.
County Circuit Court's now in session with the Honorable Kwame Rowe presiding.
Their stream frozen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You may all be seated.
What the hell's going on? The sound is fine, but it's like froze on their... Good Lord above.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506 FC.
Thank you. Good afternoon, counsel. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald for the people.
What's going
Thank you,
on
Mark
with
Keast, on
this?
behalf of the people. David Williams, on behalf of the people.
Call up Michelle Lofton. on
There we
behalf
go.
of
We're
Ethan
back.
Crumbley.
It was them, not me, for once.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. You all may be seated, and good afternoon to counsel. With that being said, before we broke for lunch, the people had rested. With that being said, defense, do you have any witnesses?
We do, Your Honor, we do.
Thank you. You may call
Oh,
your
the
first
state
witness.
has... Is it Granny?
We call Dr. Kenneth Romanowski.
Thank you.
Granny panties? Kenneth Grolanowski. This is a doctor. Hey, Jay Leal. Jay Leal. 116, thank you for your super sticker. Oxford Strong. Oxford Strong. Yes. I hope they
Doctor,
win
you're
their
going
case.
to approach the witness stand. You're going to stand in the witness box. Face my clerk to be sworn, sir. Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm that the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
I was wrong.
You may be seated, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'm going on mute. I'm going to STF you.
And sir, if you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Yes, it's Kenneth Arthur Romanowski, Romanowski.
Thank you. With that being said, sir, if you could, please keep your voice up for me. I would greatly appreciate it.
Very good.
Thank you. Defense, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Romanowski, can you tell me a little bit about your formal education, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctorate degree from the University of Michigan.
All of them are from University of Michigan?
Yes, they are.
And what is your bachelor degree in?
The bachelor's was in social sciences and history.
Did you have a specific major?
That was the major.
Social science?
Yes.
What about your master's?
The master's was guidance and counseling.
And your PhD?
Counseling and community agencies.
And pursuant to that and your employment, do you have any sort of state licensing?
Master social worker, but that needs to be renewed.
And are you a member of any professional associations, and if so, which ones?
Michigan Correction Organization and the American Corrections Association.
Can you tell us a little bit about your employment, please?
Yes, I started work in the corrections field as a juvenile care worker in a juvenile facility in 1975. did that for about a year. Then I worked in a group home for juveniles. This is for juveniles being released from the boys' training school, and also for boys that were coming into the system from other avenues. But most of these were troubled youth coming into the facility who had been in some form of detention.
Oh, Donna.
In 1979, I began working with the Department of Corrections.
Thank you,
I was
Don.
hired in as an agent in charge at a halfway house for offenders being released from prison. They were actually released on prison status, and they were stayed there for roughly a year or two while they found employment and maintained their family ties, and then they were finally released on the parole. And prior to that, after that, I went to work with the Genesee County Probation Office, where I was a probation officer, and I did that for a few years, and then I went back to the Correction Center as agent in charge, as a supervisor, and then later as a manager of both the halfway house and the parole office in Genesee County.
And what positions have you held as a deputy or a warden?
Okay. Yes, I began working as a deputy warden at the Hiawatha Correctional Facility up in the Upper Peninsula.
Uper.
And,
He
I
just said
worked
Upper
there for
Peninsula. That's for
roughly
you. Thank you,
2
Uper
years,
girl.
and I transferred over to the Kinross
Nice to see ya.
Correctional Facility. And this was from 93 through just about the year 2000, 2001. And after 8 years in the Upper Peninsula, I transferred back downstate, just a short period of time at Detroit, and then over to the Huron Men's Facility, which was in Ypsilanti. And since that time, I've worked at numerous different facilities throughout the state, probably 8 different correctional facilities.
And in your positions as deputy warden or warden, have you been involved in the management of prisoners who are referred to as juvenile lifers?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any sort of teaching experience?
Yes, I did. I taught with Siena Heights College.
And what did you teach?
I taught corrections, introduction to corrections.
And did you also teach with the University of Detroit?
Yes, prior to that, I taught corrections also for the University of Detroit.
Now, have you ever testified in a courtroom before?
Yes.
And have you ever been qualified as a witness? Or,
Yes.
I'm sorry, an expert?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us where you've been qualified as an expert?
This would have been out of Kent County, Judge Trusock's court.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Twice. And the third time I was not necessary, the settlement which we reached.
And those 2 times were both in Kent County?
Yes.
And would those have been both times involving cases where the issue was whether to sentence someone as a juvenile to life in prison without parole?
Actually, these were after the fact. These were offenders that had actually been incarcerated for a lengthy period of time as juvenile lifers, and were looking at possible sentence reductions under the JWLOP.
Now, is there a certain theory or methodology you use for evaluating cases involving life without parole sentences?
Generally, I look at their entire record from the time they come into the system up to the time I'm doing the report. And I look at their misconduct history, what they've done since they were in prison. I look at what programs they're involved in, which of the core programs they completed for the Department of Corrections, what their education was, whether or not they completed their high school education while they're in prison. Looked at their employment. Did they maintain employment while they were in prison?
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to qualify Dr. Romanowski as an expert in corrections.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. This witness will be reflected as an expert in the area of corrections. You may proceed.
Now, Dr. Romanowski, this case is a little different, correct?
That is correct.
And could you describe how it's different?
Well, it's different in that the Miller hearing's being held before the person is sentenced, where the other ones I've worked with, and I've done reports, and I have several that are pending, probably about a dozen, have all been with the offender being, having a Miller hearing after he was sentenced instead of prior.
And just kind of briefly, that's because Miller brought about a change in the law, correct?
Correct.
And so people that had been sentenced as juveniles to life without parole then had the opportunity to be released, correct?
Correct.
And in your work, are you familiar with the Miller factors?
Yes, for the most part.
In particular, you're familiar with the one involving rehabilitation. Would that be true?
Yes, potential for rehabilitation and maturity or immaturity of the offender.
Have you reviewed any sort of documents regarding Ethan Crumbley?
Yes, I have.
And what types of documents have you reviewed?
For the most part, the documents I reviewed were his jail records.
And is it customary for you to consider those types of records in your role as a witness?
Generally, when I'm considering those records, it's in addition to the Department of Corrections records. But in this case, all I had were the records from Oakland County Jail.
And have you ever met or interviewed Ethan Crumbley?
No, I have not.
And you don't know information as to some of the factors, for example, his home life or family environment, correct?
Only from what I read in the news.
Thank you. Now, did you prepare a report in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, it's exhibit number J for the record. And do you have a copy of that report with you?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ethan is a juvenile placed in the county jail here in Oakland County, correct?
Correct.
What does that mean for him?
Well, what that means for him is obviously he's being considered as an adult for sentencing, and that is part of it, but it's also the fact that, or the charges, I'm sorry, but it's also due to the fact that he is a juvenile in an adult facility, so he has to be maintained under strict observation at all times. He has to be kept from any person over the age of 18. And part of this is the PREA, Prison Rape Elimination Act requirements.
And we've heard, with respect to Ethan, the phrase out of sight and sound. Can you explain what that means?
What that basically means is that you have to remain out of sight and sound of an adult offender. And if you are not, you have to be in direct supervision with a custody staff member.
Now, are you familiar with the Oakland County Jail, the physical structure?
No, I am not.
Okay. To your knowledge, do the county jails have cell blocks designated for juveniles that are placed there?
There may be some jails that do, but I'm not familiar if they are. I do know in this case here, he was placed in the clinic area.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the term suicide watch?
Yes, I am.
And in reviewing the records regarding Ethan, has Ethan ever been on suicide watch?
Yes, several times while I was in the Oakland County Jail.
And what does suicide watch consist of?
It's basically direct observation. They're recorded every 15 minutes, but I believe they also put him on the camera, so he's constantly under view of the staff member.
And is that a little bit different from something called active behavior watch?
Yes, it is, but the two, in terms of the amount of frequency of checks, are the same. They're every 15 minutes.
Is Ethan subject to active behavior watch?
He has been. Most of his time he's been in the jail. Matter of fact, all the time if it wasn't suicide.
Okay. And that means somebody's checking on him, you said, every 15 minutes?
That is correct.
And they do something to notate what they've checked or what they've observed?
Yes, that's on the active suicide watch sheet, and these are recorded every 15 minutes, plus whether or not he was standing, sitting, laying, whatever.
Do you know what commissary is?
Yes.
What is that?
Commissary is basically where you can order items for yourself if you have the funds to pay for them, such as snacks. And I think in Ethan's case, he ordered quite a few snacks out of the commissary, and that's why he wasn't eating his meals.
And that also involves hygiene items, correct?
Yes, it does. You can buy soap, shampoo, deodorant.
Clothing such as socks and T-shirts?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the term privilege as it's used in the jail or prison environment?
Yes, privileges in the jail and prison are going to be a little bit different, but I believe in his case he was under administrative segregation type setting. I mean, he was not released from his cell, so his privileges would have been basically his visits, his phone time, maybe his use of the tablet, which all the offenders have provided use of the tablet, and possibly his movies and his television.
Now, you just mentioned administrative segregation. Does Ethan get to go outside? Does he have that opportunity?
I'm not sure if the jail has an outside fen or not, but if so, it would be under a caged area.
Does he get a recreation time if it's perhaps inside instead of
Yes,
outside?
I believe he does, yes.
And do you know about how many times a week or how long?
I believe it's 1 hour per day.
And did you see any records where Ethan takes advantage or doesn't take advantage of that opportunity?
For the most part, he did not take advantage of that.
Now, those records you reviewed, do those also reflect that he was diagnosed with a mental illness?
I saw in the records where he was being seen by a psychiatrist, but I did not have any mental health records to review.
Okay. The records you reviewed, did they show that he was compliant with taking his medication?
Not always, but it looked like for the most part he was.
And more frequently than not, he took it?
I am guessing, again, this is based upon the suicide watch sheets. They'll note that. And also the observation sheets will note that, too. There's a box that they check if the meds are taken. In some cases, it was left blank, so either I assumed he was no longer on meds or they just didn't record it. But I would say about half and half.
Now, it doesn't say what the medication is or what it's for, though, correct?
No, it does not.
Now, you mentioned you noticed from the records he was participating in some sort of counseling?
Yes, he was in counseling with a therapist. He was seeing a therapist. Now, what kind of counseling he was in, I couldn't tell you.
Did that increase or decrease in frequency?
I believe he was seeing the psychiatrist once a week.
And he's consistently participated with that therapist, correct?
Yes, I don't think he's refused to see the psychiatrist.
Now, you mentioned he'd been on suicide watch several times. Is that a result of some sort of report that's been made about him experiencing suicidal thoughts?
Yes, those reports are found in the IMAX system. I'm not sure what IMAX stands for, but it's generally the find reports from the jail. The find reports are the incident reports that occur. And these are a little bit more detailed in terms of his behavior while he's in the jail. And there were several occasions where he had either done something towards self-harm, such as hitting his head into the wall or ramming his head into the door, or possible suicide behavior. There's one occasion where he was on his bunk with his shirt tied around the speaker and then his shirt tied to that, and it was believed he was trying to hang himself, but it says also that he said he was just trying to muffle the noise, and there was in fact a report maybe a week prior that he was trying to muffle the noise.
Now, you mentioned IMAX. Is that something you had access to as well?
Yes, I had those were the find results generally.
And in those records, did you see that he had been reporting hearing voices and being paranoid?
Yes, I did.
And what about any sort of indication of delusional behavior or paranoia before the incident?
Prior to the murders, he was, in fact, hearing voices, I believe, at his home. His parents had reported that he had some delusional behavior and he had some fear about staying in the home because of persons coming out of different rooms.
Now, you've mentioned misconduct. Between November and December of 2021, were there any instances of misconduct that you found in the records?
No, there were not.
How about any misconduct in the entire year of 2022?
No, none that I noticed.
Did you notice any sort of misconduct in the year 2023?
Yes, I did. That's all the misconduct that I found was in those years.
And what types of misconduct was that?
Okay. The misconducts, by the way, all occurred within about a 3-month period from February through May of 23. And for the most part, the misconducts were what we call minor rule violations in Department of Corrections, but should be noted the Oakland County Jail does refer to them as formal misconducts. These misconducts would include items, such things as making items out of toilet paper, which were dice, and then making a checkerboard to roll the dice, or a game board to roll the dice on. Another occasion, he in fact had his window that they look in, the deputies look into his cell, blocked with cardboard boxes and also trash bags. They were taken down, but he put them back up, so they just took him out of the room. There was another incident in which his password was given to another inmate, so that inmate could make phone calls to his relatives. He'd obviously either used his or didn't have the credits for the phone calls.
Okay, so let me stop you there for a minute. As it relates to phone usage, you have to have some sort of credits. Does that cost money?
I believe it does in the county jail.
And you are assigned some sort of a number or password that you then put in the phone as you're making an outgoing call?
That is correct.
Obviously, you don't receive incoming calls, correct?
No, you do not receive incoming calls unless it's maybe from your attorney.
Now, have there been any instances where his cell wasn't as clean as the deputies thought it should be?
Probably most incidents.
Okay. And you mentioned that here in the county jail, they have a different significance than they do in the Department of Corrections, correct?
Yes, they're at a different level. These probably would correlate to a major misconduct in the county jail, whereas within the Department of Corrections, they would be minor misconducts or even violation of posted rules, which would be like a summary ticket.
Kind of like a speeding ticket instead
Yes.
of a misdemeanor.
Yes, and he did receive 3 misconducts for not having his room clean.
Now, when he's received misconducts, what sort of punishment has there been?
Loss of privileges.
And those would be the ability to use the tablet, watch TV, things like that?
Exactly.
And would loss of privileges also be the type of discipline he would be subject to in the Department of Corrections?
It would be very similar, except for he would probably have more privileges he could end up losing because he would have time out of his cell. There may be different activities or programs he could be attending, and he may not be able to attend depending upon whether or not it was recreational or personal program or whether or not it was department-required program.
Now, when somebody gets transferred from the jail to the Department of Corrections and they're a juvenile, do you expect to see, or has your experience been to see a number of misconducts?
Yes. Most offenders, when they come into the system, the Department of Corrections, especially the juveniles, will pick up a good series of tickets to their first several years. In fact, may even be, depending upon what year they come in, but they will pick up tickets all the way till they're about 26, and then it's like somebody flips the switch. Those greatly decline at that point.
And based on your experience and your knowledge, is there a reason those individuals may have more tickets at the outset?
I believe in part is because they are coming in as immature individuals and they are learning to become adults and understand the responsibility and the consequences of those misconducts. Also, I think in many cases the individuals are coming in as rebellious about being in prison. They're just realizing that they are now going to serve a long term, and when this hits home, they act out negatively. And in some cases they'll do this too to show that try to show that they're a tough guy so that people don't mess with them by either being insolent towards staff or possibly even fighting with other inmates.
And I refer to a ticket. When you get a misconduct, the way you're notified of any sort of discipline is through something called a ticket. Would that be correct?
Yes, a ticket, misconduct, basically the same thing.
And I guess the easiest way to talk about what you were just saying is some people have kind of a bravado in getting tickets so they don't become prey in the system, correct?
That could be another reason too, yes. So they're not preyed upon, so they're, again, showing they're not to be messed with.
And in the review of the records you completed, were you able to tell whether Ethan has been participating and any sort of education programming?
Yes, I believe he was working on his high school education, his GED. He was working on it through the tablet. And I believe he paid for this himself, at least that's what the jail records show, that there was money that was put into his account, and that money was used to pay for the GED tablet. And there were 4 different courses he was taking toward taking his TABE, his test for adult basic education, prior to taking the GED.
And do you know how far he was able to go in that program?
Official records, no, but from what I understand is that he was able to get up to the point of taking the TAVE, the TABE, but it needs to be proctored, as well as the GED need to be proctored, and the jail was not able to accommodate the proctor.
Is that something the Department of Corrections can accommodate?
Oh, yes.
And is the GED programming, if you were to need to do review courses or something like that, available for juvenile lifers in the prison system?
Yes, that program is available for juvenile lifers. Certainly that's one of the major tasks that he'll be facing when he comes in, is completing that GED. That'll be part of his RNGC requirements.
Once Ethan is sentenced, what's the next step for him? Where does he go?
Once he's sentenced by this court, he will go immediately to the Thumb Correctional Facility, and that will be his intake process. Normally, offenders over 18 and over would go to RGC in Jackson, but in this case here, the RGC is at the Thumb for the youthful offenders.
So because of his age, he's treated slightly different than the normal prisoner, but the same as other prisoners of his age, correct?
Yeah, I would say it's a slight difference. I mean, they do have them separate totally from any adults, except for classes where they have an officer with them.
So that's absence or apart from sight and sound carries forward into the Department of Corrections?
Definitely, definitely.
Until what age?
That would go up into age 18.
And at age 18, what changes?
Well, in his case, seeing how he's going to Lapeer, to the Thumb, he may transfer over to the HIDA, the Homes Youthful Training Act section, which also has youth in it, but it's normally not youth that are under the same circumstances as the juvenile lifers or juvenile commissions of serious crimes. These are generally less serious crimes, but they have a separate section for them. But once he's 18, he may be housed with them. And that could be all the way up to age 27 in that particular program.
And once he's aged 18, he can be housed with other adults. Is that true?
Yes, and technically he could be transferred to another adult facility.
But until he's 26, there's a tendency to keep them in facilities with people the same age. Is that correct?
Depending upon the behavior of the individual, their particular needs for programming, but normally not given a priority unless they come in as youth.
Now, I think you mentioned in your report he would be classified. Can you explain what that is?
Classified, I probably was referring to security classification, and this is a level of security that he'd be maintained for the safety, security, prevention of escape, etc. in the Department of Corrections. And there are, in fact, 5 different levels of classification: secure 1, level 1, which is non-secure level 1, which is similar to the old camp program, but we don't have camps, we still have non-secure facilities. Level 2 would be medium security, level 3 is no longer used, and level 4 would be what they call close, that's 1 step away from the maximum security, and level 5 would be maximum security.
In each of those different security levels, obviously have their own level of security at the facility, correct?
Yes, each facility has its own level of security. Some facilities are strictly for maximum security cases, and some are just for level 1 non-secure cases. In the case of the Thumb, that is a level 2 facility or medium security facility.
Now, are you familiar with the term rehabilitation?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, I know it's been bantered around a bit as there is no such thing as rehabilitation. It starts with habilitation, but essentially it means offenders are changing by their involvement in programs, that their behavior is changing, and that they're becoming a better person.
Are there certain types of programs that you look at in rehabilitation, such as education, employment skills, things like that?
All those factors, plus
Bueller.
therapy and treatment would also be included.
Is there programming for someone in Ethan's position within the Michigan Department of Corrections?
Yes, certainly.
Is there mandatory programming versus voluntary programming?
As a youth, he's going to be pretty much into a lot of mandatory programming. And we're coming in as a juvenile lifer. If he came in as a juvenile lifer, anyway he comes in as a juvenile, he'll be subject to mandatory therapy. He'll have to go to at least every other week attending mental health treatment.
Any other type of programming?
There are other programming offered. Yes, he'll have the education programming. He'll either go back to ABE and work on completing his high school diploma or working on the GED, and that's something they'll work out with the principal. He'll be involved in different types of treatment programs, and I'm not talking about therapy here, but treatment programs could include, and will likely include, the assaultive offender program. This is a program that sometimes is difficult for people serving lengthy sentences to get into. He will also be involved in the violence protection or prevention program, or the VPP, violence prevention. He'll be involved in substance abuse if there's some indication he has a substance abuse history, which I don't recall seeing based upon the records I had. He will be reviewed for mental health treatment. Mental health treatment will, again, he will automatically be involved in mental health treatment, whether he agrees to it or not. That will be part of his treatment. But he will also be assessed to see if he needs further or more in-depth mental health treatment. So he will receive a full psychological, psychiatric evaluation.
And if that indicates a greater need than every other week, would that service be provided in the Department of Corrections?
Yes, it would.
And would he be participating in any sort of like anger management or cognitive behavior programming?
Yes, there is anger management, and that is actually a program. They have a couple of different versions of it, but certainly that's something he would be referred to. Cognitive behavioral programs too, they are there, CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, where he's able to examine his behavior and his thoughts, what got him into that behavior to begin with. So yes, these would be programs. Impulse control would be another one he may qualify for. This would all be based upon the referral from the psychiatrist.
Now, are there sorts of
If that shit worked, we wouldn't have re-offenders like we do.
Yes.
And what types
Their
of programs
programs
would those
don't
be?
work.
Well, there are community-based programs that come in, which include religious services, which many offenders do participate in. And religious services usually have a wide variety of programs they're offering in addition to just a weekly religious service. They'll have weekly meetings or even additional Bible study meetings or Quran, whatever it may be.
Jay Leal with the comment of the day.
Point. There are groups such as Chance for Life. Chance for Life is a group that works with offenders serving long sentences, especially the younger offenders, and they are mentored by older offenders that have been in the program. And the intent there is to help the person become acclimated to prison. And
This is a desperate attempt, kind of like Koberger's defense is a desperate attempt.
And this program's been very successful. A lot of the youth that have been paroled by the Department of Corrections under the Miller have been involved in the Chance for Life.
As mentors or as participants?
Well, they had been participants, but by the time they were paroled, I'm sure they were mentors.
Why are people what sorts of educational opportunities beyond high school are there in the Department of Corrections?
Well, until recently, that was basically it. And that was because of the law that indicated that offenders could not no longer qualify for Pell Grants.
Listen,
but there are other grants.
Chris Watts found God in prison. Would you let him babysit your kids? I think not.
Continue their education in college.
So he has the opportunity to attend college classes in the Department of Corrections?
He will.
And we were speaking about mental health, the treatment. Is there medication involved if his mental health diagnosis requires some sort of medication?
Yes, there will probably be psychotropic medication.
And is that medication supervised?
Yes. It's the medication's given out at the med line. The med line has an officer that watches the offender. The nurse also watches the offender as the medication is handed to him, and he has to put it in his mouth, drink it with the water, and then do a tongue check to make sure it was swallowed.
What about employment opportunities? Are there any employment opportunities for someone in his position?
When he first gets in, he's going to be limited to employment in the youth housing, and that will probably be as a porter, assistance in serving food, or groundskeeper, maintenance type positions, cleaning positions, all right in the housing, the youth housing.
And that would be because of his age being under 18?
Yes, that is correct.
And are those same opportunities available once he turns 18?
Well, if he stays in the youth section, again with the HIDA, he probably will have that same kind of employment. If he's put into the GP, which he would qualify for, the general population, then he'd have more different possibilities for jobs. His jobs could be working as a clerk in the library, it could be working as a student assistant, it could be working on the grounds, much bigger grounds obviously in the general population, could be working with the maintenance department, could be working in the laundry, the commissary, so there are many different places he could work in.
Now, are there any sort of risk assessment tools used in the Michigan Department of Corrections?
Yes, there are several different risk assessment tools.
And could you describe those?
We already went through one of them, which is his classification, security classification. But in addition, there is the kind of almost out of practice use, but the risk assessment and the property assessment tools, which are just basically looking at his offense, his age of first offense, and any serious misconduct he may have picked up in the institution. And then there's the property offense, which looks at those same factors, but these two factors generally do not coincide with one another. They may.
You're being a Karen.
Just my personal review of the file, for what I have known about his background in the offense, he would probably go in as what they call a medium assault risk. And if you were to pick up serious institutional misconduct, he'd be made a high assault.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
And are those risk assessment tools used continuously?
They are, but not as much as they used to be. Matter of fact, even on the security classification screen, they still have a spot for the the property risk. The risk assessment.
So is it a tool that's used to place somebody within a facility within the Department of Corrections?
When you're being placed at any facility prior to transfer, or even within the facility itself, there's always rescreening under the security risk classification, at least annually or upon transfer, or if there's a change, if he were to pick up several serious misconducts, that could change his security risk classification also.
Just based on my
Now,
observations, her hair was very greasy.
You participated before in reviews of sentences of people who were previously sentenced of life without parole. In those cases, have some of them been resentenced to life without parole?
Yes, they have.
And in some of those cases, have they been sentenced to a term of years?
Yes, they have. As a matter of fact, the two were both terms of years.
And based on your experiences as a warden, deputy warden, and in
she said, we came home, we planted
being a
flowers
witness,
on the side of the
have
house.
you done any research about the recidivism rates for people released after initially being sentenced to life without parole?
Yes,
Kathy,
Montclair
we get it.
College
No more caps.
did a study on juvenile lifers that were released, and this was done in Pennsylvania. There are 3 states that have the highest amount of juvenile lifer offenders, and that's Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Louisiana. So they did a study looking at the rate of recidivism, and they found that only 4% of the offenders released under the Miller decision were rearrested. Out of that 4%, only 2% had committed a new offense. In Michigan, there are no statistics run per se, but the department does keep record.
No, they don't even do research.
Up to this point, there's roughly close to 200 different offenders that have been released that were juvenile offenders that have been released onto parole.
Dude, they don't even
And
research.
out of those 200 offenders, during the time since the Miller decision's come down, only one has been charged with a new crime, which is less than 1%.
Now, could you explain if Ethan were to get a term of years, the minimum is supposed to be between 25 and 40 under the law. What does that mean?
Well, 25 is the minimum sentence, and 40 would be the max, if that were the way it's done. Now, if we're talking about strictly a minimum, then 25, anywhere from 25 to 40 would be the minimum term. So I'm not sure in what reference this is being used.
And the maximum penalty under the statute is 60 years, correct?
Okay. All right.
So the 25 to 40 would be the minimum, on the minimum end of a sentence, and the 60 would be the maximum, correct?
Yes.
So in a case like this, the judge has the opportunity to sentence somebody to, say, for example, 40 to 60 years, correct?
Correct.
Or 30 to 60 years?
Yes.
Or 25 to 60 years?
Yes, all those are possibilities.
But the absolute minimum would be the 25, correct?
If that's the range that's there, yes.
Now, are you familiar with how felony firearm charges are treated?
Generally, felony firearms a flat 2-year term.
And that would be in addition to whatever other sentence was imposed for other offenses?
I believe it would be a consecutive sentence, but I'm not positive.
So consecutive, you would mean like 2 plus something, correct?
Correct.
Now, as you're calculating time in the Michigan Department of Corrections, is the minimum sentence what we refer to as calendar days?
Basically, the minimum term an offender receives is going to be what you see is what you get. If he got a 25-year term or a 40-year term minimum, he's going to serve 40 years on that minimum. There's no longer any good time. The department did away with that back in 1987. Then they converted to disciplinary credits, in which the parole board had the authority to grant basically good time. And they did away with that about 15 years after that. So there is no reduction in the sentence. The only reduction would be that of the jail credits that he would receive.
Objection! And that means jail credits, that he's getting credit on a future sentence for time he's serving now in jail, correct?
It would be, yes. In this case, this would be that future sentence.
So if he's been in jail 1 year, he would get 1 year credit, correct?
Correct.
And that would go, if you know, if you're not, let me know, to the felony firearm counts, correct?
That I do not know.
Okay. Now, if he were to be sentenced to, for example, 30 years to 60 years, when he hits the 30-year mark, what happens?
Well, really, it doesn't mean he gets out, walks out the door. That just means he's served the minimum amount he needs to serve in prison. So the parole board would then get what they call the PBJ, the parole board jurisdiction. They would review his case and determine whether or not they wanted to, in fact, consider him for parole.
And how many people make up the parole board, do you know?
Usually it's 10 members together. A majority has to be in favor of any decision, major decision.
And what sorts of things does the parole board look at in determining whether to grant parole?
First and foremost is danger to the community if released, danger and risk to the public.
Is there, I guess, sort of a scoring sheet where they figured that risk out?
There is. Can I say if I've seen one or know exactly what's in it? No, I can't. But yes, they do use a scoring sheet, and they do look at other factors. When I say risk, they're going to also look at his involvement in prison programs, his misconducts, the crime. All these factors are looked at.
would it be fair to say that someone who doesn't behave themselves or participate in programs is less likely to get out at their minimum sentence?
Yes, that is very correct.
Now, are you familiar with the term flop?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Flop means that a person was not given a parole and they'll be considered at some other date. Essentially, they are in the days when we had good time, it had a different connotation, but it's still the same thing. It means they're going to do additional time. The board may review it in another 5 years, but it's actually at the board's discretion whether or not they actually want to interview them at that time.
And before they're paroled, they have to go through the interview process as well as this review of what they've been doing while they've been in the Department of Corrections, correct?
Right. A parole eligibility report is prepared, and that looks at his entire adjustment while he's been in prison, including the misconducts. And just as a note on the misconducts, even though you can't take away from that minimum, you can add to that minimum if you get a major misconduct. So any major misconduct, and it's usually on a scale.
I flashed and said, wow,
as how many days
pretty far
will
out.
be added onto his sentence.
I
But
thought
if
it
he
was
gets
pretty
enough
far out.
major misconducts, conceivably, he could be up to his minimum term, although that's, I think, pretty rare to see.
Now, if he were to be sentenced to a term of years, the maximum being 60, could he be kept until the 60-year
I thought the judge said he
mark?
wanted to finish
Certainly.
today.
So he doesn't have to be granted parole, correct?
No, and there are a number of offenders that never do see that parole.
And is it the parole board that decides how long they're going to flop a person for?
Well, they will decide when they will review the person again, yes.
Now, I think we talked about this before. He will be kept at the Thumb Correctional Facility until he's at least 18, correct?
Correct.
Then it would be up to the Department of Corrections to determine whether he stays there until he's about 26, 27.
Well, that would just be in the HYTA program, that he would be able to stay in that unit. He would not be actually a participant in HYTA, he'd just be in with those offenders.
And it's up to the Department of Corrections then where and what facility he gets moved to and how frequently, correct?
That is correct. Usually the classification committee at the institution would make a recommendation, and generally they go along with that.
Now, one of the goals of the Department of Correction is habilitation or rehabilitation, correct?
Yes, definitely. That is why it's called corrections.
And based on the information you've reviewed as it relates to Mr. Crumbley, have you formed an opinion about his potential to be rehabilitated?
I have, but keep in mind I've had very limited information, basically with his records in jail. But honestly, I think everybody has that potential to change. And I think Mr. Crumbley would be no exception to that rule. But I think he has to make that choice. He has to be the one to say, I'm willing to change.
And he would go about doing that by participating in those programs, the employment, the education possibilities that are available to him, correct?
Correct.
And if he were to decide he didn't want to participate or be rehabilitated, he would be treated by the Department of Corrections accordingly, right?
A person that probably sits by idly, not involved in anything, is not going to get a very positive evaluation.
Now, if Ethan were sentenced to life without parole, how would the programming be different for him than if he were sentenced to a number of years?
The programming wouldn't change either way.
Would he still qualify for all of the programs, Thumb or any other facility he has available?
He would, all dependent upon the level of security. Now, the Thumb only has level 2. Now, he would probably stay waved down. That means he's moved down to a level 2 to remain at the Thumb. But if he were to go to another facility, they might consider he would likely be a level 4 at least until he has that first 5 years in with the department before he could be reduced down to a level 2. So he wouldn't automatically qualify to go to any institution that has programs that he's interested in or that they think he should have. That security level is going to be the overriding factor. But in most cases, the programs are pretty universal throughout the department, although some institutions only offer certain programs, such as the Thumb has building trades, construction trades, etc.
And do these programs tend to have a list of people wanting to participate in them?
They generally do, yes.
And what sort of priority would somebody on a life without parole have on those lists?
Somebody doing life without parole would be able to get into building trades. Where it's going to be more difficult is to get into some of the required programming offered by the PSUs, such as assaultive offender programming. That he's going to be put on the back of the list because there are other offenders that are waiting to get out of prison that are close to their parole eligibility date. And those offenders are going to get priority. And it's understandable why the department does that. They want to make sure these programs are going to be released. The prisoners released do have that programming in advance.
When you use the term PSU, what do you mean by that?
Psych Services Unit.
Thank you.
And would his priority, would he keep getting bumped by people who come into the facility that may have a release date?
Oh, yes. Yeah, if they have an ERD coming up before his, and again, depending upon his sentence, it's hard to say what that would be, but if theirs is prior to his, he's going to get bumped. And if he's, as you indicated, if he's doing life without parole, he will likely not see that for a long time, if at all.
And ERD, which you just referred to, is earliest release date?
That is correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. People Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Romanowski.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Romanowski, I think this came out late in your testimony. You believe in rehabilitation, right?
Yes, I do.
And you really believe in it for everybody?
I believe that everybody has that potential.
Okay. Have you ever met an inmate or a defendant who, after 2 years of incarceration or a little less, like this defendant, that you would say could never be rehabilitated?
No, I've got to admit I have not.
Okay. In other words, for anyone in this defendant's position, you would offer the same testimony you offered today about the programs that are available and about the possibility of someone participating in those programs and getting rehabilitated.
Yes.
Dr. Romanowski, you mentioned previous cases you worked on are Miller cases where someone has already been sentenced. In many cases, they had lengthy prison terms already under their belt, right?
Yes, they had served lengthy periods of time.
They might have 30 or 40 years.
There are some cases where they have had up to that amount of time. Some had less, some had 15, some had 20, some had 25.
And you'll see some who are past that age of 26 when you say the...
Most of them are past that age.
Okay. And so you don't have that in this case?
No, we don't.
Okay. So you can't say where this defendant's going to be in 20 years?
No, and it's where this is a bit different from the other Miller hearings that have come down.
Would you agree with me that some defendants are more likely to be rehabilitated than others?
I believe that some are going to be a lot harder to rehabilitate.
Doctor, you mentioned on page 5 of your report that you reviewed some emails retrieved from the defendant's parents. What are you referring to?
Well, I don't think I saw the emails referred from his parents. And actually, the emails that I found in his file were from his grandparents and his aunt.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. So those are jail messages, not things relating to prior to the crime.
Correct.
Okay. One of the things you did mention is the importance of maintaining family ties, correct?
Importance of family ties?
Yes.
Yes, as long as it's a positive family tie.
Okay, so that's important in rehabilitation. You agree?
I agree that if you have a good family, or if you've got a supportive family, and it's going to be benefit to you to maintain those ties, you should. But if, on the other hand, if the family has not been a good family, I did not think that would be a good recommendation.
So, Doctor, are you familiar with this defendant's parents' actions after his arrest?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are you familiar with the text message his mother sent to a friend? And I'm going to read it to you, and you can tell me if you're aware of this. The best lawyer in the world isn't going to get the defendant out of prison, so right now we're taking care of ourselves.
Yes, I believe I read that, and where I read it, though, was actually in the news.
Okay. And are you aware that his parents drained his bank account?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, and so when you talked about the defendant paying for his GED, you're not indicating that he came up with that money. In fact, he came in with $0 because his parents had taken all his money.
Right. I believe his relatives put the money in his account, other relatives other than his parents.
Doctor, did you watch the hearing yesterday?
No, I did not.
Okay, and did you watch the hearing this morning?
Only news clips.
Okay, so you didn't hear the victims who were in the school testify?
No, I didn't, but I know it's horrific.
You've never seen the video of the school shooting?
No, I have not.
All right. You're not familiar with this defendant's history of obsession with extreme violence, about spending a lot of times on websites they aggregate videos of people being beheaded and cats being boiled alive?
No, I'm not aware. I did hear that on the news.
You've not reviewed the video of this defendant torturing a baby bird?
No.
Or about his writings about that and how he enjoyed that?
No.
About his desire to kill and torture, particularly to kill and torture younger victims, not just baby birds, but as he said, little kids?
I've heard about it, but I did not see the video or anything to that regard.
Are you aware of the way each of the victims in this case was killed?
I know they were shot. Now, I don't think it was execution style. I'm assuming this was random.
So, Dr. Romanowski, that's really important. I'm glad you said that. Are you aware the defendant took a gun and strode up to a girl sitting against a locker who had her head covered, put the gun right to her head, and executed her? Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Do you know what happened to Justin Schilling in the bathroom, the last victim who was killed?
I do not, but I believe there was testimony given regarding one of the other juveniles that was in the bathroom with him.
You heard that testimony?
Just bits of it coming out. I
He
didn't have
ordered him
live
onto the
stream.
ground, and he put the gun to the back of his head, and he shot him. He executed him. You were not aware of that before?
No,
today?
I was not.
You said there's programming available. That's generally, right? That's not specific to this defendant.
There is no programming that is designed to be specific to any one defendant.
I just want to ask you about a couple of those programs. You're not aware that this defendant needs substance abuse treatment?
No, I was not.
Okay. You mentioned a program that helps with patients. You're not aware that this defendant needs help with patients?
Now, when you say patients, do you mean patients such as a hospital patient, or patients as in being patient?
As in being patient.
Yes, there are programs for that.
Okay. And are you aware that this defendant doesn't need that? He's got plenty of patients.
I don't know if I am aware he has plenty of patients.
Okay. Are you aware whether he has a problem with impulse control?
I would assume he does have a problem with impulse control.
Okay. You're assuming that?
Yes.
Again, without reference to all of his writings leading up to the crime, of all of his planning, of his getting the gun, and the way in which he killed the victims. So you're saying you think maybe he has a problem with impulse control without knowing the facts?
I'm saying that I would still think he has a problem with impulse control based upon his behavior in the jail.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
You referenced, Doctor, that right now there's no good time for defendants. You mentioned that?
Right, correct. Unless you were put into the system prior to 1987.
Okay, and are you aware that, in fact, right now, there are bills pending in the Michigan legislature to restore good time credit? You aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You know, prosecutors generally oppose that, but that's what's being considered right now. So this defendant could be sentenced. These victims could hear his sentence, and next year he could start getting good time credit.
I would think that the law would not be retroactive.
Well, you would think that, Doctor.
I would think that.
But you're going to read that bill. In your 44 years of corrections, you said you held ultimate responsibility for the supervision of tens of thousands of prisoners, probationers, and parolees. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
You've pretty much seen it all.
Well, I won't say I've ever seen it all, because I've not seen it all.
All right. Of those tens of thousands of people, how many had carried out a mass shooting? And by a mass shooting, I mean a defendant who had killed more than 4 people.
Well, I've had some that were 3 people. I had one that was a family of 5. So there have been a few, but they're far and few and in between, thankfully.
And were any of those terrorists?
No, I don't think that any of those were charged with terrorism.
And have you ever advocated for the release of a mass shooter from prison?
4 and more, no.
Okay. And of the juvenile lifers released that you mentioned in Michigan, you talked about the recidivism rate being maybe less than 1%. Were any of those mass shooters?
To my knowledge, they were not, but again, I'm not aware of all the different crimes that were committed. Now, there was one that did receive a reduced sentence, but again, not 4. We're at 3.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Defense redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Romanowski, your expertise in your testimony here today as an expert is based on what happens when an inmate walks through the door of the Department of Corrections, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you've taken into account the records that you've been provided from the Oakland County Jail, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're not focused when you are reviewing or when you're working as a warden necessarily with how a person got to your facility, correct?
No, I'm not.
Now, you mentioned that some people could be harder to rehabilitate, correct?
That's correct.
But even the hardest person, it's not impossible to rehabilitate them, correct?
I believe that is the case.
Has there been anybody you've come in contact with where it's been impossible to rehabilitate them?
No, but I can't say there's been any magic touch where every person I've seen has been rehabilitated. That's not the case.
So there are people, based on your experience, that haven't been rehabilitated, correct?
That is correct.
Even though they have the potential, correct?
Yes.
And you've been exposed to inmates that have committed horrific offenses, correct?
Correct.
And even the most horrific of offenses, you still believe that there's the opportunity for rehabilitation, correct?
Yes, I do.
And that's the focus, correct? The opportunity for rehabilitation.
Correct. But again, the individual has to make the choice to take
I think
that
you got
opportunity.
a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull
Now,
that out.
would you say that somebody that plans something over the course of a few weeks, a few months, still may have impulse control issues?
Right. I'm not saying that a person didn't plan or premeditate a crime. What I am saying that yes, there's probably still some impulse control.
You still believe. And the younger a person is when they commit the crime and become involved in the criminal justice system, does that make it more or less likely that they can be rehabilitated?
I would almost think more likely, and I base that upon the fact that the juveniles that have been released have the lowest recidivism rate of anybody. The state does well at 24%, but 1% is fantastic. So I would say that they have a better chance for rehabilitation, and also these are young offenders. Their minds are still subject to change.
Does your opinion change about Ethan Crumbley's opportunity to be rehabilitated or likelihood of being rehabilitated based on the facts that the prosecutor just shared with you?
Well, I have to say I find those facts to be horribly disturbing. They are, and there's no question. But do I still think he has the opportunity, the possibility to change? Yes.
Now, the prosecutor also asked you about bills pending to reinstate good time credits, correct?
Yes, I'm not aware of it at all.
Are you aware of bills that are currently pending to prevent sentencing juveniles to life without parole?
No, I'm not. I'm not familiar with that.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that being said, doctor, you may step down. You may also leave the courthouse. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The judge is like, get him the hell out of the building.
Thank
We
you.
do
Defense, any
not
further
want him
witnesses?
back up here.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Defense would like to call Dr. Fariha Kadir.
Oh, they got another doctor?
She'll just be retrieved from the hallway right now.
Yeah, he said he felt good doing it. Like, he didn't say, oh my God, I don't want to do this. He said, I want to do it again, dude. Put your head up. It's horrible posture. They should make him sit up straight. They should all have to sit up straight in court out of respect for the judge. He should not be able to look down and, like Letitia putting her head down. I think they shouldn't be able to do that. I still want to know if that's Granny back there. Spot, you want to take the chance? You want him to be your neighbor? You want Ethan Crumbley as your neighbor? Would you trust him around your children? Would you want to work with him? What if he got rejected at work? What if people didn't like him at work? Would he go in there and shoot them up too? Screw Ethan
Doctor,
Crumbley,
you're going
dude.
to walk towards this way.
Oh, it just angers me.
You're going to stand in the witness box and then face my clerk to be sworn, please.
Mary P., no, don't.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you. And doctor, if you could, please keep your voice up for me.
Okay.
Sound tends to fall in this courtroom, so please keep your voice up. If you could, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My full name, F-A-R-I-H-A. Last name is Q-A-D-I-R.
Thank you. That being said, defense, you're a witness. And again, ma'am, if you could, please keep your voice up for me.
Doctor, I know it's not an easy position to be in, but if you could just keep your voice up just so that we can make a perfect record of this, okay? Because
Okay.
it's being recorded.
I will try my best.
Can you give us your name one more time? You don't need to spell it, just
Okay.
state it.
Fariha Kadir.
All right. And where are you currently employed?
This is going to be a long
Easter
one.
Seals of Michigan.
All right. And what type
Easter
of
Seals.
establishment is Easter Seals?
It is Oakland County, through Oakland County Health Network. It is a non-profit organization.
And again, I'm sorry, ma'am, but if you could just raise your voice for me a little bit more.
It's okay to almost yell. And what type of services does Easter Seals provide?
Maybe Kathy can show her how to
Mental health
scream.
services in the Oakland County.
And to hold the position that you currently do working at Easter Seals, what type of education did you have?
I'm a medical doctor and trained as a psychiatrist.
And where did you go to school?
My basic medical school is from Rawalpindi Medical College, Pakistan, and my residency training is from Wayne State University School of Medicine.
And how long have you been employed at Easter Seals?
8.5 years.
Prior to Easter Seals, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, I was working in a private sector, more like privately employed.
Yes, and again, please keep your voice up. I'm sure my staff is having a hard time, and my staff is indicating, yes, we are not catching your voice for the recording, and so what happens is, if a transcript is made of this later on, it will say inaudible. It will not catch anything that you're saying, so it's very important that you keep your voice up for me, please.
May I approach with the water to see if that helps?
Absolutely.
All right. What is your current position or title at Easter Seals?
I'm a psychiatrist.
How many patients do you currently see?
Maybe a total of about 300.
How is it that you became involved with Ethan Crumbley?
So for Easter Seals is contracted to work at the Oakland County Jail, and I'm the psychiatrist who is appointed to be working at the Oakland County Jail, so that's how I see him.
All right. Do all of your patients, are all of your patients housed in the Oakland County Jail, or do you have some that are not?
No, I have some of my patients outside of jail also.
Okay. So you stated that obviously there's a contract with the Oakland County Jail through Easter Seals. How are you made aware that there is an inmate that needs your services?
So we work with the counseling department of the Sheriff's County, and they have their initial intakes, the counseling department. and based on their intakes, the mental health background, they refer patients to us.
Okay. So is that what was done here with Ethan Crumbley?
Yes.
And if you need to refer to your notes, please pull them out. Do you know the date of your first visit with Mr. Crumbley?
That was December 3rd, 21.
I'm sorry, what was that, ma'am?
December 3rd, 2021.
Thank you.
The visits that you do with Ethan, are they in person or over Zoom?
And they are over Zoom.
And when you do these visits, is he in his cell or somewhere else?
In his cell.
When you initially began seeing Ethan, is it your understanding that he was on something called constant watch or suicide watch?
Yes, he was on constant watch.
And what does that mean?
Basically, somebody who is at high risk to harm himself or others. So that's when they are on the watches, and constant is the highest level.
And when someone that you're seeing is on constant watch, does that mean you see that patient more frequently?
Yes, we see them every day.
So after you first made contact with Ethan, December 3rd of 21, do you know how many days it was that you saw him every single day?
I cannot remember exactly, but it was at least 2 weeks, or if not more than that. I can look at my records.
Sure, if you want to refer to your records, that would be great. Once you've had a chance to review that, just let me know.
And have these been marked in your binder?
I am not entering them as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It will take me a couple of minutes because I have to look at the dates.
Good Lord above, help me. Great witness, defense, great witness.
While you look, ma'am, after the constant watch, how often did you then begin to see Mr. Crumbley?
Once a week.
So is your testimony that after the constant watch period in December, you have seen Mr. Crumbley once a week since then?
Yes.
How can she focus and look while she's answering?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Were you able to locate the date?
So far I'm looking at that the whole month of December I was seeing him as a constant watch.
All right. Now, when you have your visits, what do they look like? Is the patient or inmate given a time, and then they're provided the tablet, and you are on the other side of the Zoom, or how does that work?
Oh my God, they get Zoom visits?
So,
wow. This is
usually
bullshit.
at the jail I have my patients scheduled back to back. For him, there is a certain day fixed, but there is no time fixed.
He's
so
treated
whenever
better there
his
than he
turn
was at
comes, then I will see him.
Now, what is your role once you're assigned a patient? What is your duty?
So usually the first meeting is to basically evaluate.
Feel good about themselves.
The first meeting is a little bit more in detail, where you are trying to find out about their past mental problems or the current ones, a little bit of family history, and once after that is done and a diagnosis is established, then you decide if they need any help, any treatment. So that's usually the first visit, and after that the follow-ups are based on just basically management of the current mental health.
And you're saying usually, were those the steps that you took with Ethan?
Yes.
All right. So in that first visit that you stated occurred on December 3rd of 2021, how did that visit go? What do you start with?
It was a normal visit. It is mentioned in my records that he was cooperative. He gave me the history, what I was trying to find out. And at that time, I was mainly focused on how is he doing at that time, rather than going too much into the background. And he was generally cooperative. There was some background history as well, and he was generally cooperative, and he provided me the information.
Can you explain to us what type of background information you ask?
Because I'm evaluating for all types of mental health issues that may have happened, so it usually starts with when was the first time you experienced
Ask
any
her
of the
when people are
issues,
killing
because
birds
you
at
mentioned
14, are they
depression,
typically
so,
rehabilitated?
So that's I asked that how long he has been feeling depressed, how long ago when it got worse. So
Lady, do you know that he shot someone execution
Do you
style?
ask about hallucinations?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you ask Ethan about his hallucinations?
Yes, I did.
And did he give you any information?
Yes. What is mentioned in my records from that time is that he talked about having two types of voices. He called them one internal and one external. External, he would refer to as very fleeting external voice, which does come and go. It is a voice that does not interfere much in his daily life. And the other thoughts he called as my internal thoughts, which are more significant and which I cannot get rid of. And
there's
they
good
had
people that
gotten
can't get
worse
help like
about 2 weeks before the incident.
In that first meeting, are you trying to assess if someone is either suicidal or having suicidal ideations?
Yes.
And did you ask him questions about that?
Yes, I did.
And what was his response?
So he was with that first meeting, he was actually on a constant watch because he was on a suicide watch as well, because he mentioned that he was suicidal.
So based on that first meeting, the background, as well as current symptoms that he was experiencing, do you diagnose someone immediately, or do you establish like a care plan for continuing care?
So we do make a diagnosis which we can call like a provisional diagnosis that could change over time if we are getting more information. But in his case, I did make a diagnosis of depression at that time.
Now, in all of the visits that you described, is it an inmate's choice to participate in these visits, or how does that work?
In the normal world, it is the choice. Even in the jail, it is a choice, definitely. But in his scenario, when he's on a watch, it could be, I would say they have to, but choice is always there.
So in these multiple visits that you have had now, close to 2 years, does Ethan participate?
Yes, he does.
Can you describe what the signs and symptoms of major depression disorder is?
So basically, this is major depression is a mood disorder. The main two symptoms that a person should have is either a depressed mood or a loss of interest in the normal activities in life. So these are the two compulsory elements that one should have. And along with that, it can be associated with a few other things like sleep problems, appetite problems, low energy, concentration, guilt, hopelessness, and thoughts of death.
Guilt brought on by his own action.
And did Ethan express a number of the things that you just described that are symptoms of major depressive disorder?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe what anxiety is?
Anxiety is.
How about we have the
more
parents
of a
describe that?
Fear.
Let's get
Fear
those
of
mothers up
something
there.
bad happening.
Let's get the
to
mothers
you.
on
And
the
your
stand.
body reacts in a different way. It is more that you're more present as you're worried about things. You have thoughts on your mind. You are overwhelmed by those thoughts. And your body can react in a certain way, like physical symptoms. People have anxiety and panic attacks in response to that higher level of stress. Those anxiety and panic attacks are normally people describe as feeling a chest pressure.
She
chest
should be
pain,
sitting in the same
shortness of
room with this
breath,
mofo. This is useless.
a feeling of
I'm calling
impending
useless.
doom, something bad is happening to you.
Save the
these
birds,
are
lock
usually
Ethan
called
up
anxiety
for
and
life.
panic
That's
attacks, and
the new saying.
that's a
Hashtag
rough
save
description.
the birds.
And what you just described that encompasses the word anxiety are those things that Ethan has described throughout your meetings.
Yes.
In looking at your reports, I think in almost every visit, there's something called a PHQ-9 score. Can you explain what that is?
So this is a standardized testing we usually use as a part of our evaluations. It could be a part of every evaluation. This is a standardized testing sort of where it is scored, and we present them with a certain set of questions which are similar what I described earlier about depression. Similar questions: are you having, how are you sleeping, or your appetite. Those are different questions, and we score it in a certain way. And then the score tells mild, moderate, severe, the level of depression.
Okay. So based on the responses to those questions, there's then kind of a rubric to determine where the person falls. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a test or evaluation that you have consistently performed on Mr. Crumbley?
Yes, from time to time.
Would you agree with me that when you first performed the test in February of 2022, you scored him in the moderately severe, which then after that says active treatment, psychiatrist, and therapy?
It is, I can confirm from my notes, but if this is what is written, then that's what it is.
Okay. And what does that score mean, moderately severe?
So moderately severe means that the symptoms that are discussed or described, they are present on most of the days. So how this we categorize is that those symptoms are either not present at all, or they are present sometimes every day, or almost some days, or almost every day. So this is how the severity goes up.
And isn't it true that after a few months of these weekly visits and therapy, he's now been scored at mild?
Yes.
And can you describe what that mild range is?
It's the same thing, that basically those symptoms have decreased in intensity and severity and the frequency.
What is Mr. Crumbley's diagnosis?
Right now I have major depressive disorder, severe, and adjustment disorder with anxiety.
Can you describe what adjustment disorders with anxiety is? I know you described anxiety, but can you describe the adjustment disorders portion of that?
So usually we call adjustment disorder when same symptoms are in response to a certain stressor in your life. So a major depression can be without a stressor, but adjustment disorder is usually in response to something happen in your life, like a loss in your life or any other trauma in your life. So that's when describe it, and it has to be related to that stressor, and it usually should resolve when the stressor is gone.
And were you able to determine what that stressor was?
So if I remember correctly, the time I added this diagnosis was when he reported having more anxiety symptoms at a certain time. It was not right in the beginning. It was somewhere in the last year, late last year, I think. Most probably around the time when he had another big court hearing coming up, around that time that his anxiety was getting worse, and that's when we diagnosed.
And these diagnoses, again, are in response to the
We are all
symptoms
growing more
that Ethan
and
has
more angry
described
by
and
the
also
second.
the symptoms you've been able to observe,
Oh my
correct?
God, we all need to cool it down.
Yes.
Have you prescribed medication to Ethan?
Yes.
Do you know his current medications?
Did I
He
ask
is
him to
on
do that?
Prozac. He is on hydroxyzine and trileptal.
Okay. Can you describe what each of those medications are responsible for?
So Prozac is the main antidepressant that he takes. So basically it is supposed to help with the depression, but it does take care of the anxiety as well. Hydroxyzine we started to use mainly initially to help with sleep. But at the same time it has some anxiety benefits as well, so we are using it for both of those reasons. And the third medication, trileptal, it comes under the category of what we call a mood stabilizer. That was to help with some of his anger episodes that happened.
I'm sorry, you said anger episodes that happened?
Yes.
Thank you.
And let's talk a little bit about that. If there is an anger episode, are those things that he tells you about?
Yes.
Have you adjusted and added medications by what he tells you and what you observe?
Yes.
In looking at your records, I believe that Ethan had agreed to take medication in the beginning, and then there was a period of time that he didn't like how he was feeling and he stopped. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Currently, he is on those 3 medications that you described, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know how long it has been since he agreed to again start taking medication?
The first time he agreed was after October of last year, when we started the Prozac.
Okay. So October of 2022, moving forward.
Yes, but that was the Prozac. The one that we tried before was prior to that, so that would be maybe 2 or 3 months before that.
Okay. So the
Jay
initial
Leo, I just spit my Coke
medication
Zero out.
that you gave him was something different than what he's currently on, correct?
It is the same class as Prozac, but just a different medication.
Different medication. And at the jail, I know there's multiple ways to receive medication. I know especially with mental health medications, you can get an injection or you can take a daily pill. Are the medications that you just described something that Ethan takes by mouth or something that is injected?
No, these are all by mouth.
And obviously an inmate can refuse to take a medication if they don't want to take it, correct?
Yes.
At this time, are you receiving the report that Ethan is taking his medication daily?
Yes.
The medication that you just prescribed, is this medication available in the community if someone was having the same or similar symptoms but not in a jail facility?
Yes.
Are the signs and symptoms that Ethan is suffering from manageable with appropriate treatment and medicine?
Yes.
I want to go over some of the things that you do during your sessions. You have taught coping techniques, correct?
Yes.
You have taught him breathing techniques.
That is more through his counselor, but yes, we have talked about it.
You encourage eating.
Yes.
You encourage exercise.
Yes.
You encourage bathing or taking care of your physical appearance.
Yes.
You encourage him to read, to occupy his time.
Yes.
You provide support and education.
Yes.
You provide encouragement.
Yes.
And you provide insight and support, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. People Cross.
Yes, Sharon, thank you.
Get him, prosecutor. I have a feeling this is going to be interesting as well.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kadir. Dr. Kadir, you have not diagnosed the defendant as psychotic, is that correct?
No.
And
I'm
if
sorry.
you have, you would have.
That's a double negative. Could you rephrase your question?
She has not diagnosed the defendant as psychotic.
Correct.
I said the answer is yes.
You
Right?
have, I'm sorry.
I have not diagnosed
Thank
him
you.
as.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for making that clarification. Okay, and if you had, you would have noted that in your reports, correct?
Say that again.
If you had diagnosed him, you would have put it in your report.
Yes.
And you would have prescribed him medication for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about this question of hallucinations, but in fact, he told you these voices, they're not directing him to do anything evil, right?
Yes.
And he talked about having some internal voices, but when you visit with him, he's not responding to internal stimuli.
Yes.
Agree? Okay. Doctor, you have seen this defendant over 100 times, right?
I guess.
And, well, we count them. Let's say
100
102,
Oh
give or
my
take.
God.
And each visit is about 15 minutes, or in that ballpark?
About 50.
Okay. So you would have spent about 25 hours with him over a really pretty extended period of time.
Yes.
Okay. Since he got to the jail.
Yes.
And you saw him first every day or every 3 days, and then once a week.
Yes.
Since then.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're not aware of the underlying facts of this case. You're not aware of the underlying facts of how this defendant committed the crimes.
No, I'm not.
How he killed the victims, or what led up to that, or his writings,
No.
any of that.
No.
Okay. And you're not certified as a forensic psychiatrist, correct?
No, I'm not.
That's a different specialized area.
Yes.
And so your role is not to evaluate this defendant in the crime, it's to assist him with his symptoms
Yes.
at the jail.
Yes.
And to the extent you've diagnosed him with anything, it's based on your observations of him at the jail as opposed to trying to diagnose where he was prior to the commission of the crime.
So my first evaluation, because it included a little bit of the background, because as I mentioned earlier that I got, in order for me to diagnose him as major depression, I needed history prior, because I saw him on the 3rd, which is 2 or 3 days after the incident. So a little bit before.
Okay, and that was based on his self-reporting.
His self.
Right. You didn't have other evidence. You hadn't reviewed his writings or anything he did prior to the crime.
No.
You asked him, had you been
Yes.
experiencing this, and when
Yes.
did it start?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Defense, redirect. Sure.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any reason why this witness should not be excused?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that being said, Doctor, thank you for being here. You may step down. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, this is a good time to take a break. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break.
Oh my God, another break?
Again, to those in the courtroom, please be seated until the defendant has exited the courtroom. Deputies, you may take the defendant.
What did we take away from that? For real, like what did we take away from that? He might be getting better on the
Court stands in
depression
recess.
scale, but
Stand up!
I just want to say one thing.
We're good. I can't. We're right.
We're right on track. Okay. I'm just reading your comments. Okay, so they're talking about his depression, and they're talking about how he's taking Xanax, or not Xanax, Prozac for depression.
and he gets an antihistamine, which is now given in lieu of Xanax because they don't want to give out Xanax anymore. So they give these stupid antihistamines to help with anxiety and sleep. And really, they knock you on your ass. They knock you out. See, it's not like you can take those things during the day or you're a zombie. So why are they only treating depression? Because the last time I looked, depression did not cause people to maim animals. Oh, we have a hot mic. Let's listen. Hashtag nosy. I think they might be doing victim statements next. Yeah, but underlying depressive disorder doesn't make people shove the eyeballs out of birds. They don't. It doesn't make them want to push eyeballs out of sockets. It just doesn't. It doesn't make people want to pull the gun to the back of someone else's head and pull the trigger execution style. It might make you want to pull the trigger on yourself. That might be what depression is, and that seems like that's all they're worried about, is his depression and his feelings. I think they could have the parents testify to what anxiety and depression feels like better than those doctors, giving us textbook definitions. And I hope that these mothers take the stand. Ain't no Prozac gonna help someone from pushing eyeballs out of eye sockets. And his brain's already messed up. He's not wired right. So Prozac is not really good for the young mind anyway. So then you add Prozac to the messed up young mind. God knows what you're gonna have. He even said in his recordings, guys, this is what we can't forget. He can't forget that he said, I don't want to die. I just want them to die. And then he said he had a whole plan of the girl that he was going to go to her house, kidnap her from her room, put her in a big industrial-sized garbage bag, bring her back to his house, put her in his basement, torture her, rape her, dismember her, and then burn her remains. This was what he wanted to do. No Prozac is going to fix those thoughts. That's not depression. That's beyond depression. I've taken Prozac for depression. After I had my first child, I was prescribed Prozac for depression and for anxiety, mainly panic attacks. Panic attacks were horrible. But I've been depressed. So I don't want to put depressed people in the same category as this monster. He's a fucking monster. It's just like we're not going to put him in the same category. He's autistic. No. Just no. Yeah, lots of people don't push eyeballs out of eye sockets too. Prozac ain't going to help him. He's not wired right. The only thing that might help him is a brain chip from Elon Musk. That's the only thing that might help him. But that would even be scary. So yeah, I know what it's like to walk into a grocery store and feel like you're going to die and have to run out. It's not a good feeling. But it never made me want to hurt people. He even said, if I don't do this, I'll be a serial killer. Some people just aren't wired right. Have you ever thought that maybe he just wasn't wired right from the beginning because his mother maybe was an alcoholic? Maybe he's got fetal alcohol syndrome and he never latched on to his mom and that's why the nurturing didn't happen. Do you ever think that maybe it was a two-way street? That maybe his mom's a piece of shit and maybe he was born not right and that connection never made it? And if you don't make that connection with your child, you can't make that connection at 15. That's why you see the mother saying, don't do it. She thought he was going to commit suicide, and the only thing that the mother said was don't do it. Mary P. acting out is skipping school. Acting out is smoking pot. Acting out is hanging out with the wrong crowd. Acting out is not pushing eyeballs out of eye sockets. You can't justify that in any way, shape, or form. That's some Ted Bundy shit. That's some Jeffrey Dahmer shit. There's a reason he named his birdie Jeffrey Dahmer. He idolized Jeffrey Dahmer. And you think Prozac's going to fix that? Then why didn't we just give Jeffrey Dahmer Prozac and send him on his way? Hell, I mean, why jail any of these guys? Our hearts bleed for them. The ferret, I don't think they talked about that. They haven't talked about the dog either. Conduct disorder. It's something just... do we have to have a name for everything? Can't we just, as human beings, say this is not fucking normal? This is not being depressed. This is not feeling hopeless. If you're hopeless, you don't want to push eyeballs out of eye sockets. You might want to push your own because you don't feel you have any worth. But he said, I don't want to die. But I want them to. You don't get to go back on that. I don't want this kid out. I don't want this kid roaming the streets around where my children live. I don't want this kid being my kid's next door neighbor. What if they make one wrong move and piss off the Crumb? He might get depressed on us. What if Crumb gets depressed? What if he has a bummer later in life? What if he gets fixed? Those of you that think he can be fixed. What if he gets fixed and then he has a bummer later in life? His boss doesn't give him enough praise. I mean, where do we stop? He was afraid, but he wasn't afraid to put a gun to his classmate's head and pull the trigger? Execution style? What? This is what we're talking about. This hearing is to decide if he is going to get life without parole or not. That's totally why we're here, Mary. We are talking about him getting out. That's what this hearing is for. The only reason they're having this hearing is because he's a minor. Boss doesn't give him enough praise, and then in the future he might just come in with a gun. Because guess what? Life isn't fair. A lot of people are born with shitty parents. They don't want to shove the stomachs of animals into other dead animals. They just don't. That's not something that can be fixed with a pill. I just don't think so. It's right along the lines of child predators. They don't get better. They start with animals. We know this from research. We know this from statistics. They start with animals and they move up to people. Afraid of his own physical pain, but he didn't care to inflict that pain on others. He's so empathetic. No, we're talking about him getting life without parole. That's what this meeting's for, or this hearing's for. He's dangerous to society. He said it with his own words, and we have to listen to him. He was crying out to his parents for help, and then they didn't help him. They didn't listen. He did this. Now we need to listen to him. We need to listen to his own words, because he's, taken Prozac for not even a year? And we think that those words from before the murders are any different now? Nope. He's pulling shit in the juvie, getting other kids in trouble. The kid has nothing to offer the juvenile home, let alone society. He's taking kids that are in there for smoking pot or running away, that are there to learn a lesson, and he's getting them in more trouble while they're in there to learn a lesson. He's not a good influence. He's never gonna be a good influence. And he needs to just be done with. I hate to say that, but it's wrong. He's dangerous.
It sucks. It sucks he didn't get help, but now we are where we are. Now we are where we are, and I had sympathy for this kid before I heard the journal yesterday. Now I see this kid is a danger to society, period. Period. And jail is not going to improve him either. It never does. Oh, let's not forget the fact that he talked about wanting to hurt a toddler. He wanted to hurt innocent babies. He wanted to kill them. Babies. He said it himself. Babies. Why do we have tolerance for this? Because what? Because he was 15? Yikes. No, I'm more about protecting potential babies from this monster than I give a shit about him being 15 and having parents that ignored him. He had teachers. He had his assistant principal liked him. I refuse to make excuses for this kid. No, this is a case-by-case basis. We've never had this before. We have never seen anything like this. I say save the birds. The birds are worth it, let alone the babies. And the girl that he named that he wanted to kidnap and rape. Sorry. Nope. You commit a school shooting and then you that shit comes out about you? Mm-mm. You might just be a special kind of fucked up. Yeah, it's sad because he's a kid, but I mean, what are you going to do? You have to protect society from people like this. This isn't about, wanting blood. This is about protecting society at this point. This kid is not safe to roam society. I'll never understand the rationale of wanting this kid to potentially be on the streets again someday. I mean, he's got a fucking beard. This kid is not a baby. He's not a baby. He's got a beard. If we can save lives by stopping a serial killer, we should. We need to listen to him. Because we always talk about, we should have, could have, would have, blah, blah, blah. And we don't. And then what? Be right back. I got to answer this. I mean, if he wanted to act out, why didn't he go spray paint an alley or some shit? I mean, to me, acting out is like smoking pot. Like being rebellious is acting out. That's what kids do to get attention. You don't. And he was doing shit like without his parents knowing. Hence his text to his friend. Oh, I'm going to kill these birds when my dad leaves. Oh, I'm going to wait till he pulls out because I'm going to give it a few minutes because I don't know if he's going to come back. He wasn't doing these things like leaving the birds laying around so that his parents would find him and go, oh, Ethan's killing birds. No, he enjoyed it. He said it was fucking awesome, dude. I loved it. Jason Riddle, I don't drink much, but I might have a smoke. If that's a real Burberry, she makes way too much money. Miss Cher. Looks like they're coming back in, getting in position. Let's get the volume back up. Yeah, killing birds is acting out. No, killing birds is psychotic. It's not normal to want to hurt animals, okay? That is the number one sign of a serial killer. Mary, I'm not going to argue, and I don't think anybody else wants to argue in chat. We obviously disagree. Let's agree to disagree. It's a proven fact, though, that serial killers kill animals. I don't think he ever bonded with his mother, and I don't know if that's his fault or her fault. Or I don't know. Not his fault, but I don't know if he was just born. Maybe he didn't have an emotional connection with her. Maybe she didn't nurture him. They didn't have that in the very beginning. That can affect a child. Go back to nature versus nurture. We might be getting into... I hope that the defense doesn't have any more witnesses, but I think she might, since she's thumbing through her binder. No, it's not normal behavior for a teenager to act out by shoving eyeballs out of birds after they kill them. Acting out as a teen is skipping school, smoking pot, not listening to your parents, not coming home at curfew. But that's acting out. Stealing, minor crimes, that's acting out. Not killing animals. You could never justify a human being that kills animals. Ever justify it. Or dumb it down by saying it's acting out. Because that's not acting out. Tomorrow, day 3 of the 2-day Miller hearing. I don't know if they're going to finish today. It's 3 o'clock. We've got an hour and a half. I don't know what they're going to do. Awesome. So it looks like Carly was arrested and released. She was released on bond, charged with the 2 misdemeanors. I'm glad we didn't interrupt our stream here for that. She could have at least come out and apologized. In my opinion, she doesn't even deserve the airtime. Exactly, Nashville. There comes a point where you have to protect society, and Ethan is a threat to society. He's a menace to society. Yeah, she bonded out. She should be forgotten about. The media should not give her one iota of attention from this point on. But we'll all be covering her stupid hearings, I bet. And to hurt birds of all creatures. To hurt birds of all creatures. The kid could have gotten off by hunting. At least there's a skill involved in hunting, right? It's not the hunting fanatics that we have to worry about. He didn't even like to hunt. He just wanted to kill human beings and little helpless newborn birds and newborn babies. Hell, I had friends in high school that their parents left them alone. They didn't do anything like that. They might have smoked a little pot. But other than that... Hold on, guys.
Do you get to go home before 10 p.m. this evening? Yeah, like my lunch. Really.
Trafo. Everything Jay mentioned when it came to acting out as a teen, I did, says Carla. I mean, acting out is like getting a pint of Mad Dog 2020 and drinking it and then going home. I mean, that I just. The judge will make the final decision. Wait, listen.
Maybe 45 minutes, depending on how verbose he is with his answers.
Oh, verbose. They have a hot mic. This is not good. 45 minutes to an hour for how verbose he is with his answers. And she giggled. We must have another doozy getting ready to take the stand this afternoon. My daughter just shared her location with me because she's dashing. Like I said, this kid gets a free ride of college. No. Lisa Luke Tech. I used to drink Mad Dog 2020. It was $1.50 a pint. And you could buy cigarettes for what, like $1? We're waiting for the defendant. Danita Stokes, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Some people, it's not for them, but I'm appreciative that you, and thank you for telling me that. I know I can come across pretty strong sometimes, but when I'm passionate about something, it's just, or it just, defies logic or common sense. I get a little worked up. They call them J rants, I guess. We need a t-shirt. I'm just here for the J rants. Boone's Farm. Oh, yeah. Nastiness. Dingbat, wow. I have a son in prison for second-degree murder. I'm so sorry, Dingbat. He would shoot squirrels out of trees with his friend. My other kids brought home wounded animals to help. Dingbat, I hope you know that it's not you. That's really tough. I'm sorry. He ain't shackled for nothing. You don't hear that jingle jangle because he needs to be living out and getting out in 20 years. Wow, Angie, $94 for a carton of cigarettes?
All rise.
Stand up!
Thank you. All may be seated.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 2022-279-506 FC.
Thank you. Appearance for the record.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keast on behalf of the people.
David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Ethan Crumbley. Jimmy Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you, and good afternoon again. You all may be seated. With that being said, defense, prepare for your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, may we briefly approach?
Absolutely.
I wonder what they're approaching for. Yeah, let's zoom in on those family members. Classy. The moms seem in better spirits today, maybe because they're going to get a chance to talk. Yeah, that's the judge. Yeah. Maybe they're psyching themselves up. No, Bert, there's no death penalty in Michigan. So they're having what's called a Miller hearing because he's a minor and he committed an adult crime. So they are deciding whether, or the judge will decide rather, after all this testimony, if he will receive a life sentence or not, if that will be something that he can get. Yeah, I think they, and I don't think if they were prepared to get up there today, I don't think the judge is going to send them home for another day. I feel like if they're psyched out to do it today, that the judge won't do that to them. $116 thinks there might be an extension for a third day. I think they're bringing the victims up. No, I think their colors are blue and gold, if I'm not mistaken, or black and gold. Teresa, go take a walk around the block and come back. Deep breath.
Thank you. After the conference at the bench, I'm going to leave the people to address their witness that's sitting there. With that being said, defendant, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. We would like to call Dr. Daniel P. Keating.
Another doctor. Daniel Keating. Dr. Daniel Keating. Yeah, because it's Friday. Oh, is it green and white? I was totally off. I thought it was blue and gold. I see green ribbons and shirts. I guess I was wrong. I thought it was blue and gold, but I think green might be for
Thank you, Doctor. You're going to approach the witness stand. You're then going to stand in the witness box. Face my clerk to be sworn, please.
These experts are something else, aren't they?
Please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you, and good afternoon, sir. If you could, please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Daniel Keating, Keating.
Thank you, and if you could, just keep your voice up for me. I would greatly appreciate it.
Sure.
Defense, your witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, doctor.
Hello.
I want to first go over your education. Can you tell the court your educational background, please?
I received a bachelor's degree from College of the Holy Cross in Massachusetts and an MA and PhD from the Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore.
Okay, I'm just going to briefly go through it. And did you have any specific concentration in any of those programs?
Developmental psychology is a primary one, subsequently broader developmental science.
Okay. Your Honor, I will direct your attention to Exhibits K for Dr. Keating's CV and L for his report.
Thank you.
So obviously in looking at your CV, you have had a number of important professional positions. I don't want to go over all of them, but can you briefly describe your past professional positions and then go into what you are currently doing?
Yes, I've been on the faculty at a number of universities, including the University of Minnesota, University of Maryland, University of Toronto, and currently at the University of Michigan, where I'm a professor of psychology, psychiatry, and pediatrics, and a research professor in the Institute for Social Research.
Is research a large part of your job?
Yes.
And can you describe to the court what type of research you have been involved in?
developmental science broadly. Within that, most recently, specifically, or actually career-long, on adolescent development, and more recently in adolescent brain development and adolescent neurodevelopment. I also have been involved in research looking at early childhood development and effects of early life adversity on the life course.
Have you been published a number of times?
Yes.
Books and in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes. A number of books, 9, and peer-reviewed journals, I don't remember the exact number now, 70-ish.
Have you received any honors?
My most recent book, called Born Anxious, was awarded the Best Book in Developmental Psychology in 2019. I should also mention that I was a fellow of the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research for a number of years.
Your Honor, at this time I'm asking that Dr. Daniel Keating be qualified as an expert in adolescent brain development.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. This witness will be reflected as an expert in adolescent brain development. You may continue.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the U.S. Supreme Court case of Miller versus Alabama in regard to juvenile life without parole sentences?
I am.
Was your work and research part of the science that is discussed in the actual opinion on that case?
Some of my work was cited in the amicus brief from the APA with respect to that case. Indirectly, I participated in a number of discussions for MacArthur Foundation Research Network on juvenile justice and adolescent development. Discussions in that group were reflected in a variety of ways in the brief that was put together.
Since that case, there have been a number of other cases involving life without parole sentences. Has your work and research been used in any of those most recent cases?
I and a number of other folks were signatories to an amicus brief on the Michigan Supreme Court recent decision extending through to age 18, the Miller protections.
Moving on to the report that is in Exhibit L. I did not ask you to review anything about this case, correct?
That is correct.
You have never met with Ethan Crumbley, correct?
I have not.
You are being called here in this case as an expert. How is it that you are able to give an expert opinion on this case without reviewing the material and without meeting with Mr. Crumbley?
The scope of my expertise is around the science of adolescent development and adolescent neurodevelopment and adolescent cognitive development. And so my ability to describe what the science that underlies Miller and similar cases is what I am able to testify about as an expert.
So your testimony and report is based solely on brain science and your research, correct?
Correct. And others' research, yes.
Of course. Let's talk about your report. It's broken down into 8 sections, correct? Mm-hmm. When you talk about adolescence, what age range are we talking about?
The most recent designation that I go with is from the National Institute of Health, which for purposes of research identifies it as a period between approximately 11 years old and 24 years old.
Are you able to summarize the work that you have done in regards to examining the development of an adolescent brain?
Well, the field has identified a number of different specific hallmarks of adolescent brain development, which I can list. The first is the development of what's known as the bottom brain colloquially, or the limbic system, that encompasses an amygdala primarily and the ventral striatum in the brain. It's responsible for a variety of things having to do with incentive systems, reward systems, pursuit of things that one wants to do, exploratory activity, and so forth. The second major developing area in the adolescent brain is known as the prefrontal cortex, and ultimately the prefrontal system, colloquially often known as the top brain, and it is responsible for inhibiting impulsive behaviors, for effortful cognition, for planning, and for thinking things through in terms of a decision. The third feature to be aware of is the relationship between them. The limbic system, or bottom brain, shows a period of very high activation, hyperactivation, beginning in middle adolescence and carrying on until the early 20s. So the incentive and reward-seeking system is at a height during that period of time. The prefrontal cortex and prefrontal system develops more slowly and more gradually. The difference between them is known as a developmental maturity mismatch. So that's the third hallmark, is that you have a hyperactivated limbic or bottom brain and a still gradually developing prefrontal cortex, which is which has to do with, as I say, the ability to inhibit impulsive behaviors and thinking things through in a more planful, logical, and cognitively effortful way. And then the fourth hallmark is that it's a period of extremely high neuroplasticity. What that means is that the brain is rewiring itself, particularly during the adolescent years, more so than at any time since the fetal period and the first year of life. So the bottom brain, the top brain, the relationship between them, and the extreme neuroplasticity are the four hallmarks of adolescent brain development.
In Michigan and under Miller, they use the age of 18, correct?
Yes. Well, I believe Michigan is now 19.
19. Is that age cutoff consistent with the scientific studies showing when an adolescent brain matures into an adult brain?
No, that is not consistent with the science.
Ethan was 15 years old at the time of this offense. That falls into your studies as being an adolescent brain, correct?
Yes.
I want to discuss the first section of your paper, which is titled Immaturity of the Prefrontal Cortex and Executive Functions. I know we touched on this just a moment ago, but can you explain to the court what is the prefrontal cortex and what is it responsible for?
So the prefrontal cortex is the most advanced of our brain areas compared to other species and earlier versions of our species. And that is responsible for what are known as executive functions, which have to do with the ability to think through things in a systematic way, to focus attention and to shift attention appropriately. So in carrying out those executive functions, it includes things like planning. In addition to that, it's a primary way that individuals learn to inhibit impulsive or impetuous behaviors.
And does an adolescent brain have any limit on its prefrontal cortex compared to an adult?
Well, it's developing gradually throughout the adolescent years until it reaches maturity, as I say, in the mid-20s. That gradual development means that it does function in the ways that I've just described, but in a less mature, less efficient way with fewer resources available, cognitive resources available to carry out those more thoughtful approaches to things.
Okay. Can you explain what hot and cold cognition is?
So the distinction is made between hot and cold cognition on the basis of how much, in a sense, is riding on what are the stakes in coming to some kind of a decision or an action or behavior. And basically the cold cognition is when there's not very much at stake, when it's you've asked to come into a lab and do a logic test or whatever, a low stakes academic test where there's not much riding on it. Under those circumstances, what we see is that by around age 16, that adolescents are not very different from adults in their ability to do things like solve logic problems and so forth, when it's a cold cognition scenario. Hot cognition is essentially when the bottom brain or the limbic system gets involved, when there's emotional arousal, when there's a variety of things that are driving the system that have to do with the hyperactivation of the incentive and reward system along with the emotional arousal system. So that is a hot cognition scenario. And in that scenario, you have a tension between the bottom and top brain, and it's much more difficult then for the prefrontal cortex to organize and control behavior.
In your report, you state that having embarked on a plan to undertake a risky behavior, the execution of that plan may use up the available prefrontal cortex resources, further compromising the adolescent's ability to adjust behavior when circumstances warrant. Can you explain that?
Sure. So the prefrontal cortex, one of its characteristics is that it is a very limited resource. We can only focus our attention on one or at most a couple things at a time in any kind of an efficient way. Given that adolescents in general are already compromised with respect to their prefrontal cortical development, this then makes it further difficult. It is using resources that would be, so when embarked on a problematic, impetuous, impulsive, otherwise ill-suited plan, a lot of that prefrontal resource is being used to carry out the plan, therefore further limiting the already limited availability of prefrontal resources.
You also state that until the maturation has occurred, the ability of the rational, analytic, judgment, and governance functions of that prefrontal cortex to override those decisions is limited. Is that correct?
Yes, because of that developmental maturity mismatch between top and bottom brain.
Is the ability of the prefrontal cortex to override poor decisions lessened when the person is under extreme stress, suffering loss, dealing with abandonment, and other extremely emotional situations?
When there's a history of emotional problems, childbearing problems perhaps, nurturing problems, the stress of that can in fact amplify that developmental maturity mismatch. It makes it more difficult to moderate behavior. The activation invokes a stress system which is not well controlled. It's dysregulated for individuals with that kind of a history. So it amplifies the activity of the hyperactivity of the bottom brain.
We've talked now at great length about the prefrontal cortex. What is the limbic system that you mentioned?
So the limbic system is effectively the bottom brain, and it's primary. There are a number of circuits. Primary ones are the amygdala, which is responsible for emotional arousal, and what's known as the ventral striatum, which is the part of the brain that, in a sense, tags what's to be incentivized or avoided, to be rewarded and repeated. It is a way, in a sense, of that system getting activated. It was also activating for other kinds of behavior. It's a primary locus for a lot of the dopamine receptors, and the dopaminergic system is responsible for a lot of the emotional and hot cognition elements that go into decision making.
Does decision making for an adolescent depend on the system?
Yes, it's captured in that third area I mentioned of a developmental maturity mismatch, where you have a hyperactivated bottom brain limbic system and a more gradually developing top brain or prefrontal cortex.
How does the brain of an adolescent function differently compared to an adult?
Basically along those same lines, less ability to inhibit and control behavior. Among the various things that get activated or hyperactivated in the limbic system are peer relationships. They are especially salient during adolescence, which is different from how adults react to peer presence or peers on the mind, so to speak. And the prefrontal cortex, in addition to being less developed, one of the other characteristics of adolescent brain development is that it is the prefrontal cortex we really tend to describe now as a prefrontal system because it's a network of the brain, and the systems that are the prefrontal cortex begins to take a more significant role in shaping and deploying to do various kinds of things also happens during the adolescent development. We can see that because of the tracts or neurons between different parts of the brain, and when that happens and they become strong, that's known as white matter because of the nature of the physics of myelin, which is an insulation to speed up messages, compared to gray matter, which is not yet connected or not yet wired up. So that wiring of the prefrontal system to the rest of the brain is also a really very important part of the adolescent development.
Okay. I want to move on to the second portion of your report, just titled Elevation of Socio-Emotional Arousal, Reward, and Incentive Systems. In that section, you say that development coincides with significant changes in hormonal balance associated with puberty. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so basically at the same time these brain developments that are going on in the limbic system specifically, talking about the ventral striatum, there is also a parallel set of developments going on biologically in the rest of the body, particularly around various kinds of hormonal shifts that have to do with sexual differentiation, sexual interest and activity, and so forth. Those, and other things as well, that's a prominent one. And those hormonal shifts tend to, again, create more of a response, if you will, around things that fall into that hot cognition category.
In that same section, you talk about benefits over risks. Can you discuss that?
So when In a cold cognition scenario, you ask adolescents to evaluate what behaviors are risky, what things are risky for health reasons or whatever reasons. Their ability to identify the risks that one might experience from being in one or a variety of situations is not very different from adults. By around age 15, 16, they respond accurately to how risky various scenarios are. Their ability to do that in the fly when they're aroused about something is substantially diminished, so that the arousal of the limbic system is one that, in a sense, compromises the ability to evaluate risk.
Is it true, as you stated in your report, that adolescents value the potential benefits of the behavior more highly than adults would?
So it really is the ratio between benefits and risks. So if you're asking individuals to rate, what is the reason, what is the benefit from this versus what's the risk that would result from this, the weighting that adolescents give to the benefits compared to the minuses that they would give to the risks tend to be substantially weighted more towards benefits rather than looking at the risks in adolescents compared to adults.
Let's move on to the third section of your report, which is titled Developmental Maturity Mismatch and Dual Process Models. Now, when an adolescent has thoughts about committing a murder, and they even research it online, they obviously know that it's wrong. Can you explain how it is that the adolescent would then still commit that crime?
One would need to know the specifics of the situation, which I don't, but in those circumstances, one would want to understand what's the context by which, the context of the thought processes and decision-making processes that led to it and that go into that.
Does the fact that I can tell you that there was planning or premeditation, does it change your findings that an adolescent brain functions differently than an adult brain?
No, not at all. There's certainly lots of different kinds of planning. As I mentioned before, planning to do something can in fact absorb a variety of different kinds of prefrontal resources that might otherwise be deployed in thinking about, is this a good plan or is this not a good plan overall? So the fact of planning obviously means that it's not an impulsive split-second kind of decision to do something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not an impetuous plan that has been carried out.
Is there anything that occurs in the brain as it matures to allow for better decision-making?
Well, both of the things. The hyperactivation of the bottom brain tends to cool down and reach an asymptote or a flat line that goes out through much of adulthood. And at the same time, the prefrontal cortex is continuing to grow physically, that we can see in the structure, but also to extend its reach across a much wider part of the brain. And so both of those, the sort of the coming down from hyperactivation of the bottom brain and the continued development and growth and functioning of the prefrontal system are the two things that affect that.
Is it fair to say that when an adolescent makes one bad decision, it is more difficult for that person to divert and stop the behavior than it would be for that same adolescent when they're 25, 30, or 40 years old?
Yes, the ability to deviate from a plan that is one judges at some point might not be a good idea is much less because, as I mentioned, part of the resources going into carrying out the plan, it's the analogy that's often used is sort of at the start getting on a train that's headed in a bad direction. The second is trying to find a way to get off a runaway train. For adolescents, that finding an exit ramp, so to speak, is much harder than it is for adults.
Can you explain what happens with an adolescent after they carry out a crime or after they carry out a risky behavior that they plan to commit, or a series of really bad decisions? Are they able to then return to reasoning and judgment, or are they forever on that runaway train?
Well, no. The sort of how that will affect their future thinking, behavior, activity, and so forth is not determined at that moment. It's a process that goes on for years afterwards. So yes, the possibility for rehabilitation exists at that point going forward.
how is it that an adolescent can conform their behavior after a string of horrible decisions?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Absolutely. How is it that an adolescent can conform their behavior after a string of horrible decisions?
You mean reform their behavior? Or?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's a process of often a longer-term process of rehabilitation and resilience. And there are a variety of things that we know about the nature of resilience that play into how that might go forward. So it's obviously it's not a guarantee, it's a possibility for individuals in that situation.
In Miller, the court talks about one of the factors being immaturity, impetuosity, impulsiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Does what you already explained to us today help to clarify what the court was looking at when it came up with those factors?
Yes, I think rather precisely, because the developmental maturity mismatch that I described was in fact part of the brief in the Miller case. That specific issue of the hyperactivation of limbic and the more gradual development of the prefrontal cortex was part of what the court relied on.
Let's move now to Section 4, which is the rehabilitative process. You talk about very substantial evidence for neuroplasticity. Can you explain that to the court?
Sure. So neuroplasticity essentially means that the brain is in a situation where it is in the process of doing a variety of kinds of rewiring of different kinds of things. And that process is one that can go in a variety of different directions. Plastic, meaning it can go in a variety of different directions. The source of this, the biological source of this, is what's known as synaptogenesis. And synaptogenesis essentially just means giving birth to a whole bunch of brain cells, neuronal cells, which then in the brain can be used to do a variety of this rewiring that could be going on during that period of time. In addition, we also know that how it gets rewired is dependent upon the environment and experiences that the individual is exposed to during that particular period of development. So it's plastic in the sense that it can be shaped by experiences and events that occur in that during that period of time. And we see that rewiring happening when we're doing brain imaging in what I've talked about as the white matter circuits getting hooked up. And the basic rule there is cells that fire together wire together. So the things that are happening that are going in a particular direction, the more that gets ingrained into the brain, more likely it is to carry it out. And so in a rehabilitative context or resilience context is aiming to try to get rewiring in a more pro-social direction.
In your studies and your work on Miller, I'm sure you have had an opportunity to discuss and research the phrase that they use, irreparable corruption, correct? Mm-hmm. Can you talk about that?
Sure. So that was my understanding of how, in the Miller hearing at least, the court interpreted the research was to identify three things. One is impetuosity and impulsivity as a mitigating factor. The second is differential response to peer presence, peer influence as a second mitigating factor. And then a third factor is this neuroplasticity or the capacity for rehabilitation. That is a function of this neuroplasticity that we've just been talking about. Irreparable corruption would essentially say that we can identify, in the case of an adolescent,
yes,
would identify our ability to indicate which individuals, all of whom have committed serious violent offenses, sometimes horrific violent offenses, to what extent can we predict that would be a lifelong characteristic of that person? The answer to that question is essentially that scientifically we cannot answer that question. We cannot make an accurate prediction for decades hence from the point of adolescence in terms of whether or not there has been sufficiently observed resilience and rehabilitation to make a different decision on sentencing.
Now let's move on to the sixth section, impact of developmental adversity, toxic stress, trauma on adolescent functioning. Many juveniles who have received or are the subject of receiving life without parole have experienced a history of trauma or significant adversity earlier in development. Is that correct?
Yes, it's common.
Can you describe what trauma is?
So we normally think about this as a dimension from serious enough to make changes to the brain at one end, and then going up from there, making very significant changes to the brain. So we don't have a dose relationship in terms of how much stress or what particular kinds of stress, but basically at the end where we can discover or have discovered significant biological changes to the brain would be things like growing up in a situation where there's lack of material necessities, homes, shelter, food, whatever. And that kind of adverse childhood experiences are observed to make changes to the brain. And then we go up from there through a variety of different levels. The most serious ends of trauma are things that have to do with direct physical abuse, sexual abuse.
How does that adversity or trauma on an adolescent, how does that then, you're saying it actually changes the development of the brain, correct?
Correct.
Now let's talk about the substantial evidence for the prospects of overcoming those obstacles through the process that you described as resilience.
Right.
Can you describe how that works?
There are a variety of different approaches to this, but the two most prominent ones that have the best empirical support, the most effective is what we know about how the impact of positive social connections is a function of resilience. Those positive social connections can occur with a variety of individuals. It could be with extended family members. It could be with other adults, in school, coaches, teachers, that sort of thing. Or it can be peer or romantic partners that create that sense of social connection. So if there's a social connection, or more than one, multiple social connections, with positive individuals, with positive relationships with those individuals, generally known as relational health, that will in fact play a substantial role. We know that plays a substantial role in what we think of as resilience. Resilience basically means that individuals who have a lot of adversity or trauma early on can nevertheless function well as adults, and we've then tried to track how does that happen, right? How does one overcome the odds, more or less? And so social connections are a primary one. Another one with empirical support is, in a sense, getting or having a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, a sense of goals, wanting to do something positive. Some people think of it as mindfulness, some people think of it as in a variety of other ways, but basically it is having some kind of an anchor of a goal or purpose in life.
I want to follow up a little bit on the social connections. Could the social connections be with a doctor or a counselor?
Could be with anyone, really.
And when we talk about developing the meaning and the purpose to help with rehabilitation, that could be a job, furthering education, things like that, correct?
Yes.
What happens when an adolescent is in a constant state of fight or flight due to chronic stress?
A variety of things. With respect to brain development, one of the things is that it tends to amplify that developmental maturity mismatch. So when we think about the arousal and the incentive and reward structure that is part of the limbic system, that when things are getting into the hot cognition scenario, basically what that's doing is then activating a stress response system. And so what we know from the history of research on the history of adversity and trauma is that will react more often than is necessary. It will go to a higher sense of needing to do fight or flight or sometimes freeze, and take a much longer time to come back to a baseline level of stress response. So the connection between a limbic system and a stress response system, if that system is dysregulated, if the stress system is dysregulated, it further amplifies that activity of the limbic system.
When you're discussing the extreme stress in your report, you say that there are lifelong consequences. Effects begin to show up as early as adolescence, however, especially in physical symptomology, in sleep disruptions and other things. Can you talk about that?
Yes, so when there's been exposure to toxic stress earlier in development, in early childhood or even in the womb, for example, it can change how the stress response system would function. When the stress system is dysregulated, among the consequences that are the most meaningful is that there's an overproduction of cortisol, which is the fight or flight hormone that we had just talked about. So that over-responsiveness of that means that there's an awful lot more of this cortisol circulating through the system at a given time. Behaviorally, it tends to make individuals aggressive and reactive in a variety of ways to others, and in generally, behaviorally, not to be predictable in one's behavior that can lead to social isolation or rejection and so forth. So there's a behavioral consequence certainly as early as adolescence. What we also see is that if it's not changed in any way, if that carries through to adulthood, it can continue to show up behaviorally in terms of anger and aggression and so forth, but it also has lifelong health consequences. And so we know that there is a huge burden called allostatic load that individuals who have a dysregulated stress system carry, and it can show up because cortisol is toxic to most organs in the body. If it's an excess level, it can show up in essentially a whole wide range of diseases, cardiovascular diseases, metabolic diseases, a whole wide range of them. It can show up in a variety of different ways. So it has behavioral consequences, psychological consequences, because typically an unpleasant
Allison,
state
taking
to be
one
in
for
all
the
the
team.
time,
Thank you so
as well
much.
as then substantial health consequences, including excess morbidity and reduced longevity.
Now, I know you've mentioned the developmental maturity mismatch. Can you describe that and explain what that is?
And I'm sorry.
Can you describe that and explain what that is, the developmental maturity mismatch?
Yes, it's the hyperactivation of the limbic system and the slower and more gradually developing prefrontal system.
And you described it as all acceleration, no brakes. Can you explain that?
That's basically that the accelerator, by metaphor, is the bottom brain, driving one to do a whole bunch of things. The brakes is the prefrontal system, which says, wait a second, is that a good idea? Maybe we shouldn't do that.
So the last section that we'll talk about is your section on resilience. And I know we touched on this. If an adolescent commits a violent crime, does that automatically mean that they are more likely to continue criminal behavior as they mature?
So when we look at that, we make first a division between what we think of as adolescent limited offending and life course persistent offending. If we're talking about a population of individuals who are already been adjudicated as having committed an offense, particularly committed a violent offense. So we have, if we compare that group of individuals to individuals who have never had any kind of offending at all, obviously there's a higher risk factor for that group.
Welcome to the lounge.
In terms of being able to distinguish among that group of individuals, the longitudinal data, even for serious violent offenders from adolescent juveniles going forward, is that the vast majority of them will desist in that rather than persist in that criminal behavior. Depending on the study, and there have been lots of studies with a lot of big populations, both in the U.S. and internationally, we're typically talking about an 80 to 90% rate of desistance versus a 10 to 20% rate of persistence.
Now, you touched on this earlier. Part of the resilience is because of new neural material, correct?
Correct.
Can you talk about that?
Right. So the synaptogenesis produces lots of different kinds of potential of cells that could be wired into the brain potentially, depending on whether they fire together or not, which will in part then depend on what kind of an environment or exposures or events that are occurring in that individual's life. So that plasticity of having those brain cells available means that it can be rewired with much greater potential for good rewiring in a rehabilitative framework than it will be actually in adulthood, right? So that it is in fact very plastic. It also can be shaped in ways that promote things like negative behaviors or stress response and so forth. So it's a plastic period where the events that are occurring shape it. The resilience or rehabilitative framework is that those can in fact change in a direction that is supportive of more appropriate behavior.
And again, you don't know the specific facts of this case other than what you've probably heard on the news, correct?
Correct.
Your focus here today and what you're an expert on is brain science, correct?
Yes.
Now, going back very briefly to the Miller case, the court found that a sentence of life without parole was appropriate for the extremely rare youth who are irreparably corrupt. In your expert opinion, are you able to determine if a 15-year-old with an adolescent brain is irreparably corrupt?
In my scientific opinion, it is not possible to make that prediction. We have, not myself, but researchers have attempted a lot of different ways to be able to identify, can we predict
Thanks so
which
much, Angie
of
B.
that
Much
group
love to you,
would
Angie
be at
Bryce.
risk for
You know I got you, girl.
Further violent offending of that sort or similar behavior. Despite the fact that in adults, using the tools that are available to forensic psychology, I'm not a forensic psychology, but in the literature, the ability to make that prediction for a full adult, say 35, 40, 50, whatever, is pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's actually pretty good, and we rely on that. Attempts to take those tools down to the juvenile level and say, let's use those tools to figure out which of this group of individuals who may be at risk because of what they've done, which ones are likely to persist and which ones are likely to desist. It turns out we have not been able, researchers have not been able to get very good prediction even over a couple of years, much less a decade or a couple of decades. So until someone can present evidence that says, yes, we can predict this with some level of accuracy that we find acceptable, we don't have a scientific basis for determining anything like irreparable corruption.
I have no further questions, Doctor. I believe Brother Counsel has some questions for you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Keating.
Good afternoon.
So, Dr. Keating, I think you've been very clear. You don't know this defendant. You've not interviewed the defendant. You've not reviewed the videos, the journals, any of the background of this case.
I don't know the details of the case, other than general news coverage from some time ago.
Okay. And so, first of all, you are not offering any opinion specific to whether this defendant's crimes are a result of an undeveloped brain or whether there's something else, right?
Not specific to this particular case, other than the fact of the individual's age, of course, I know, and they're within the range of what we consider to be normative brain development.
So you know roughly maybe where his brain is, but you don't know if his planning and commission of this crime is related to the problem of part of his brain not being able to put a brake on another part of his brain.
In the specific case, that would require a whole host of clinical data, and I'm not a clinical psychologist.
Well, and you need facts, right?
Excuse me?
You'd need facts. You said
I need the context. Well, I would need the context, as I wouldn't trust myself to make such a judgment. That's not my area of expertise.
You said there are different kinds of plans, right?
Yeah.
You said one of the things is the prefrontal cortex deals with planning. It's not fully developed. Counsel said, well, just the fact that someone plans to kill someone doesn't mean it's not related to brain development. And you said, no, there are different kinds of plans, right? That was your testimony.
I'm not sure that I remember the exact words, but go ahead. I'll agree to that.
You agree?
I think, yes, yeah.
Okay. You talked about the effect
Just to clarify, if I recall the line of discussion, and I'd have to hear it again to be sure, what I would say, or at least what I would say at this point, is that the making of a plan, even a detailed plan, is not necessarily not the result of impetuosity or impulsivity.
Right. You could have a plan that's impetuous or impulsive.
Correct. You could
You're
make a
not saying-
plan in an impetuous.
You could. You're not saying that this plan.
I'm not saying about this particular plan. I don't know.
All right. You talked about adverse childhood experiences. That's there's a way to interview someone and look at that and give them a score on that, right?
There are measures that do that. Yes, there's
Okay.
the ACEs itself, the adverse childhood experiences scale. There are a variety of others. Ideally, we'd like to have objective, independent measures rather than recall as an adult. But
Absolutely, right. So you'd want to do is have some contemporaneous or objective evidence that would help you with that scoring.
Yes.
But then you could score someone on that, and depending on that score, that would give you some insight on how much impact that might have had.
how much adversity they have had?
Yes.
Yeah, within limits. The ACEs, for example, is a pretty blunt instrument. So people tend not to use it for how much adversity is related to how much of an outcome. That's not that evidence is not available to connect how much versus, like I say, there's no dose-response relationship that we can identify at this point in time.
Have you reviewed any of the other reports in this case, Dr. King's report for the defense?
I have not.
Okay. You talk about hot cognition circumstances, right?
Yes.
And you've ever heard the phrase cold-blooded killing, something done in cold blood? You talk about cold cognition.
Mm-hmm.
Can you briefly explain to the judge the difference between the two?
Between cold cognition and cold-blooded
No, between hot cognition and cold cognition.
Oh, basically, at the simplest level, it's that hot cognition is when the bottom brain is activated at a substantial level. Cold cognition is when it is not.
Okay. Does the train example work in that realm, where you talk about hot cognition and the train is going down the tracks, and because of that hot cognition, the
He
juvenile is
almost
less likely
started
to stop
explaining the difference.
Right, or get off the train.
Or get off the train. Yeah.
If it's not a runaway train, in fact, the train's going down the tracks and then it stops, and there's a decision-making point, and someone goes to bed or goes to school or writes in their journal or talks to their friend, now you have a chance to reevaluate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we're back to cold cognition.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say it takes you back to cold cognition, because as you reconsider or reimagine that plan, it can reactivate the impulsivity or impetuosity that led to that. Presumably there were reasons that may have been limbic-based for wanting to carry out such a plan. The fact that there's a time interval doesn't necessarily mean the next time you come back to think about it that it is then in a cold state. It may very well just reactivate the limbic system. If there is an incentive or reward or desire for whatever reason to do it, it doesn't necessarily go away just because of the intervention of time.
So, Doctor, you talk about risky behavior, the risk-reward balance, right?
Yes.
And you talk about age, risk, behavior profiles, the prevalence of not just crimes, but also accidental injuries, and you use the example of serious driving mishaps.
Mhm.
True?
Yes.
And so a young driver may want the thrill of driving fast or aggressively or want to get someplace quickly and crash and kill
Bueller.
themselves or someone else.
Yes.
Okay.
Bueller.
You would agree that's very different from a driver
Bueller.
who's not even in the car yet and says, I'm going to kill somebody. I'm going to get in the car. I'm going to find him. I'm going to run him down and kill him.
Yes. Those are different situations.
And the first one fits exactly in the scenario you're talking about with hot cognition and juvenile brain. They're much more likely to wind up in that circumstance than an adult.
Yes.
And the second one has nothing to do with the juvenile brain.
No, I would not
kill
agree with
someone.
that.
How would you get away with that?
In evaluating the risk of harm, the assumption is that the harm is something to be avoided, right?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you may want to drive fast, but you don't want to die. You may want to drive fast, but you don't want to get a ticket. You don't want to crash, right?
Is that yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
But if the goal is the harm, we're talking about something different, right? This is not a risk issue, it's a goal-directed issue. So if someone sets out to kill someone, there's not harm to be avoided. That's actually the goal.
they are not attempting clearly to avoid that particular harm. What is driving the behavior is something that could be avoiding harm to themselves for whatever reason, that psychological or other harm. So that for the same reason that adults would make such a choice, because there's something in it for them, right? That would then activate whatever that is that's in it for them, could well activate those same parts of the brain.
So one is like self-defense, someone being physically threatened.
Being physically threatened, being socially threatened, having a fear of low status amongst one's peers, having something that you want, the same range of motivations, obviously, that affect adults and adolescents of why one would be motivated to do such a thing is variable.
So I want to just step outside the realm of crime or murder for a minute and see if we can agree on some behavior that's not a result of a less than fully developed brain. You aware of what an Eagle Scout is?
Yeah.
Okay, and you know what Eagle Scout is a young person, you have to complete it before you're age 18. You put in like a couple of 100 hours of work. You have to do a proposal, come up with a plan, gather the materials, and execute the plan, right?
Yes.
And so if a person does that by the age of 18, we don't say they were only able to do that because they were a juvenile, right?
No, I'm not sure I follow the question, but no, we don't say that because they're...
In other words, we wouldn't say that, we would actually say that someone doing that as a juvenile has overcome the limitations of the juvenile brain and actually accomplished something that really a lot of adults would have trouble with, right?
It is true that lots of adults would have difficulty completing that course. I would not necessarily say that if one, not that I'm an expert in it, but I have some experience, that one completes that typically with a fair bit of mentoring and support and scaffolding from adults in order to achieve it.
Right. So someone who managed to achieve that kind of goal with that kind of planning and resources and materials without adult mentoring, that's really kind of a feat, isn't it? I mean, the Eagle Scout has all that support.
So if someone were to achieve the same, make the same achievements as an Eagle Scout without any support externally, yes. I'm not sure how that would happen, but sure, I'll grant that if one did that, that would be a rather remarkable achievement.
You talk about impulse control and inhibiting impulsive behavior. You talk about the experience of trauma, but that's variable, isn't it?
So the experience of trauma?
Yeah, no, the impact of that. So you might see individuals have good impulse control at a younger age, adults who have poor impulse control.
It's not perfectly correlated with age, that's correct. The effect of trauma is to compromise both sides of that developmental maturity mismatch.
But it's a range, and you'll still see people with trauma who have good impulse control and people without it who have bad impulse control.
Sure.
You've previously acknowledged in other testimony that greater rehabilitation challenges exist for someone who purposely shot another. Do you agree with that?
I can't agree with it as a general rule. It depends on the context in which it would happen. I mean, if it was, let's say, in self-defense, one might have a very different view.
Okay, let's take it out of self-defense. Have you previously testified that committing if you purposely shoot another person, have you previously testified that that's a barrier to rehabilitation?
That is?
A barrier to rehabilitation.
No, I don't believe I've testified to that. What I've said is that individuals who are in this, individuals who have done that as juveniles, that they will vary in their capacity for rehabilitation, but the capacity for rehabilitation is not predictable from events at that time or the nature of the events.
So, Doctor, you have not attempted to put this defendant on a scale with other defendants you've testified about and say whether he's a good prospect for rehabilitation or a bad prospect?
I haven't, and I have no knowledge of the other cases that you're referring to. So no, I wouldn't be able to put on the scale because I don't know the details of any of them.
And you're not able to comment even on him because you don't know about him?
Correct, I don't.
Summer's back. Guess who's back? Summer's back. Rue is back. Back again. Summer's back. Hello, friend.
So, Doctor, on direct examination, you talked about, and I think you talked in your report about irreparable corruption, right?
Yes.
And no one can say that someone is irreparably corrupt.
Not a juvenile, perhaps older.
And are you aware, in fact, that the standard under Miller at this point is not that the prosecution has to prove that someone is irreparably corrupt?
I'm sorry, that the legal requirement is not to prove irreparable corruption?
Yes.
I don't know the law, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. And in fact, the touchstone of the whole evaluation is proportionality, whether the sentence is proportionate to the offender and the offense, including the Miller factors.
Including the Miller factors, yes.
Right. And you've agreed you don't know anything about this defendant's crime, the way he killed his victims, the amount of time over which he planned them, or whether it was a product of hot cognition or cold cognition.
True, I don't know the details.
Thank you.
Redirect.
And again, you've been qualified as an expert in adolescent brain development, correct?
Yes.
That is the scope of your report, and that is the scope of your testimony.
Correct.
And that's the scope of your expertise, correct?
Correct. I'm not a clinician.
You've been asked some questions about the train ride. And there was a question that if someone is in hot cognition, but then they go to bed, then they talk to a friend, then they do some other things. You testify that that doesn't mean that the next time they have a bad thought or start having those same thoughts again, that they're starting from cold cognition, correct?
Correct. It can reactivate the scenario that was playing in their mind and that would evoke all of those prior feelings.
So the train ride can be a long one, correct?
Sure.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. With that being said, any reason why this witness should not be excused? Thank you. With that being said, Doctor, you may step down. You may also leave the courthouse. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Okay.
Thank you. That being said, the time is approximately 4:05. I understand that the defense next witness we will not be able to finish before 4:30. With that being said, as counsel is aware, I have my criminal call on Monday, and so I cannot pick up this case on Monday because I have other matters that the court must attend to. With that being said, I will see you all on Tuesday morning at 8:30 a.m. With that being said, is there anything else we need to address for the record?
No, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you. Deputies, you may take the defendant. If everyone in the courtroom could please be seated until the defendant has exited.
We're back together on Tuesday. We are not done yet. Look at Summer. She so badly wants to play with the kitty. Look at her. She's just got her snout right there. It is weird, Lisa. Yes, really weird. It's really, really
Thank you.
weird.
With that being said, I'll see
Delete
everyone
that
on
after
Tuesday at
we-
8:30. Court stands in recess. Thank you,
All right.
Judge. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Stand up!
Well, sadly, I thought we'd finish today. Let's see the results of our poll. We have Lori Vallow being sentenced on Monday. So on Monday, you guys, we are going to be together watching that. And then on Tuesday, we're going to be back doing the rest of this Miller hearing. Can I get a whoop whoop for a Monday and Tuesday at Jay's for Justice? And we also have a special live tomorrow at 5 p.m. We're going to be doing Brian Koberger, the Red Flag Edition. I'm looking to piss off all of his supporters. No, I'm just kidding. But Tuesday is going to be the Miller hearing. Monday is Lori Vallow. Yes. Chad's Chin's wife is going to be sentenced.
I had a hard time hearing you. Do you mind holding the microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin?
I'm taking Sunday off Tomorrow, 5 p.m., I'm going to go to the pool. Lisa, don't tempt me. I was going to make a clip of the UFO hearings, but I can only, my plate, you guys, we exceeded our fucking goal too. You guys rock. You're awesome. Thank you so much. But I was going to cover those, but my plate is full between Blowburger and Crumbley and I don't even know what else we're covering right now. Queen Virgo, good to see you. Good to see you. I want to thank everybody who gifted memberships today and also welcome all of the new members. Yeah, you got to take a little breather sometimes. But yeah, we might do some clips of that. That's interesting that they're even having UFO hearings. And the clip that I was going to get was that they admitted that they've like handled like non-human beings. That's like one for the 411 channel, I think, because that could get deep. Yeah, that's like a portal shit. And yeah.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much, you guys. We will conclude this. Thank you, replayers. Let us know your thoughts in the comments. And on tomorrow, we will figure out when we're going to do our merch giveaway. So maybe we'll do that Tuesday. Let's do the merch giveaway Tuesday when we conclude the Miller hearing. That way, everyone who's here today will have a better chance of being here Tuesday. So let's do that. Let's do that. Tuesday, we're going to do our merch giveaway. So be here or be square. I'll get the event up very soon, like sometime this evening. And then I'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. Bye, everyone. And goodbye. Pause out from Emmy and Summer. Summer Lou. Summer Lou. She's scared to move. Oh, there she goes. She's like, oh, I'm going to nervously bite myself. Summer, say goodbye. Oh, you can't see her whole face. Darn it. Hold on. I've got to show you her face. She's so cute. You guys stuck around for all this nasty, crumbly stuff. Let's get some good stuff. Rue, it's okay. Look at the camera. Say thank you for all the treats I've gotten. Say I love my milk jug. Say I love you guys. Mwah. I gotta teach her some tricks. She does love you guys, and she is very grateful. She loves her toys. Kelly Barrison got her the milk and cookies. That's the milk carton. So I hope you guys enjoy Doggy Cam and Kitty Cam, and thank you for your support. Thank you for supporting my channel, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I heard it. I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact.
What?
That I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time.
Everybody does.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Bye, Jennifer.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. Thanks so much, Jennifer.